Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became the Last Jedi? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The air in the mountain district was unnaturally still. Aside from the dome overhead, it was the only hint you couldn't ignore that you were standing in an artificial environment. Izuku's throat clenched as he met Kaken's furious gaze. Hisashi's hand closed over Izuku's shoulder as he leaned in to murmur in Izuku's ear. His voice was distorted by the black metal mask he wore, and he spoke too softly for anyone else to hear. "It's all right, son. I've done all the work for you." Kaken was locked into place by thick lengths of rebar, dozens of them all fixing him into one awkward pose that made it impossible for him to use his explosions without injuring himself in the process, although that didn't seem to have stopped him from trying, going by the scorched state of his costume. There was another boy Izuku didn't recognize in the same state a little ways back. Whatever his quirk was, it didn't seem like it was helpful in his predicament. He was still struggling, clearly desperate to get between him and Kaken. He must have known what Hisashi had brought Izuku here to do. Hisashi's voice sounded proud, and that was the worst, most strangest part of all. Izuku's father never showed any emotion he didn't have to, not irritation, pleasure, disappointment, or approval. Kaken's jaw worked fruitlessly a few seconds before he could say anything. "What is this, Deku?" he ground out. Izuku couldn't answer, and Hisashi paid Kaken no mind at all as he circled around their frozen tableau. The red light of his saber cast grotesque highlights the bodies of his hostages and made the twisted rebar look like twisted plants out of a nightmare. "Why the F are you with this guy?" Kaken wrenched against his restraints. His hands threw sparks, but didn't ignite into full explosions. His legs were trembling, and not necessarily from fear. Izuku suspected, but had never been able to confirm just how much of Kaken was fire-resistant. His hands and arms, definitely. His legs, though, maybe not there, and he'd taken a beating on his lower half trying to escape. The rebar restraints might have been the only thing holding him up. "Your training is almost over. You're almost ready. Harnesses the power of your hate." Hisashi stopped behind Izuku. He wasn't bothering to stay quiet anymore. "All you have to do is kill one bully and you will know true freedom." Izuku's grip tightened on the unassuming hilt of his weapon. His heart hammered in his chest as he tried and failed to comprehend the degree to which he was absolutely beyond any hope of rescue. He couldn't. "Think carefully now, son," Hisashi warned, swishing his weapon in short, irritable little arcs as Izuku continued to hesitate. He would not. Kaken's attention jerked off Izuku, going from rage to confusion so fast it must have hurt. He'd realized who was behind Hisashi's mask. "What the actual foo?" His voice cut off on a wheeze. He jerked his head left and right to try and escape the invisible pressure on his airways. "Now, Izuku." Hisashi hissed at him, sounding like Izuku was a little kid taking too long to pick out cereal at the grocery store. He had to. Izuku's saber didn't have the same powerful hum his dad's did. It wasn't finished, really. He still had to grind new lenses to really concentrate and stabilize the blade projection, but it would do. It was going to have to do. Kaken's eyes looked the same as they had on that other day, projecting courage and tenacity until suddenly he just couldn't anymore. "It's going to be over in a second, Kaken," Izuku thought as he reached down deep inside and pulled on all the hate he had to give. Just one more second. And he moved. One day earlier. The day had started out much the same as every other day since the beginning of Izuku's high school career. That is to say, nearly indistinguishable from middle school. He got up early for morning training. His dad wasn't around much for this part of the day anymore. Izuku knew the routine and also knew that his dad would find out fast if he skipped or slacked off. The only difference was that he went to the park to run and did his exercises on the grass instead of the living room. Force training took place in the basement, well out of sight of the neighbors. Like his physical conditioning, Izuku was at the point where he could practice by himself except for the occasional skill check, and he liked being able to direct his own efforts. Later, sweaty and head buzzing, he went upstairs to shower. Then he ate breakfast alone as he browsed his phone and checked his email for any letters from his mom. He was lucky that day. The ship must have pulled into port for a resupply that also had Wi-Fi because he had several emails from her, all backdated from weeks before. Another popped up as he read the first, and he switched over to that one. It was the normal sort of mom stuff. I love you, how's school, is your dad taking good care of you? Plus a lot of details about her current job that went right over his head, but came with some amazing pictures of the Antarctic ice floes that didn't. Izuku allowed himself a soft smile as he tapped out a quick response. I love you too, school's fine, dad's dad. He had no idea how long she'd be in port. It seemed like sometimes they were only there for a few hours, but other times she'd be there for days. This seemed like a short port stay, but she still found time to praise him, again, for getting into a good school. Minean Prep wasn't a bad school, although Izuku had a hard time remembering that sometimes. It was actually a very good school and most of the students there ended up in their top choice universities, but any high school without a heroics program was considered a mid-tier institution at best to the general public, so he didn't often get congratulations when he told people where he went. Minean was the best of the middle, with only UA edging them out in the regional academics rankings. Mom liked Minean for their life science program. They'd talked about him coming out to join her at the deep-sea research station where she worked when she wasn't out on loan to crazy people collecting weird radioactive fungus in Antarctica. He had a good attitude for any kind of research and her program director liked him enough to work out some kind of course credit deal, but Izuku knew his dad would never let him go that far away. Any high school, college, or job he wanted had better be within commuting distance of Mizudafu or else. Izuku dragged himself away from his phone and through the motions of getting ready. He wasn't really looking forward to classes. Nobody was mean to him, exactly. It was better than middle school that way. People weren't as invested in whether or not he had a quirk without cacking around to polarize them, but nobody really wanted to be his friend either. That was one thing he couldn't really blame on his former friend. He was still weird and his new schoolmates hadn't taken long to figure it out or decide they didn't like it. He didn't get invited to join in conversations, and the few times he tried to join in on his own, the group usually split up after a minute or two only to reconvene a short distance away sans Izuku. He was used to being on his own, but that didn't mean it wasn't wearing him down. Izuku managed to get out the door with all his books and materials intact before his dad could put in an appearance. Hisashi hadn't been around much lately except for evening training sessions, but there was evidence of his presence in the form of new groceries and terse notes on the fridge. The morning developed a bright spot when Izuku spotted a familiar face on the train. Yagi-san looked up as Izuku approached and patted the open seat next to him. Good morning, young Midoriya. He looked pretty good compared to what Izuku had seen of his bad days, but his oversized suit made him look even more skeletally thin than usual. It had been a while, but Izuku still hadn't gotten used to All Might dressing up as a schoolteacher. Good morning, sir. Yagi's eyes crinkled at the edges as he smiled. He'd mellowed out a lot in the year since they'd met. Izuku got the impression that changing careers wasn't as easy a transition as the hero had been hoping for. It probably didn't help that his presence had already caused a security issue at UA either, if HeroNet was anything to go by. Mellowed or not, it didn't stop the bombshell question Yagi asked next. How was your evening? Izuku wasn't an idiot. He knew All Might didn't need to ride a train to get anywhere. He was still keeping an eye on Izuku. Fine. Izuku winced at his own tone, which had fallen way short of believable. No weirder than usual. He didn't stick around for long. Yagi nodded and looked ahead. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Any word on when your mother is due back? Whether he was doing it on purpose or not, and he probably was, Yagi had switched the topic to a subject Izuku could always get behind. It'll be another month at least if she doesn't get another job request before then. Izuku dug out his phone. I got some new pictures from her this morning. Take a look. He showed Yagi his favorite from Mom's recent album upload, a coastline of snowy rocks against a desaturated sky. That's Coronation Island. Lovely. She continues to be a talented photographer. Would you mind forwarding me a copy of that? Yagi wasn't faking his expression of quiet awe. The pro hero had been all over the world and lived a life every child in Japan dreamed of, But he still looked wonderstruck when Izuku shared stories from the deep-sea research team. Please tell her I said so. Sure. She's not going to believe you this time either. Izuku stowed his phone after sending a copy of the email to Yagi-san and felt his mood drop a little as he realized how close they were to his stop. How's that project of yours going? Yagi leaned back in his seat. I'm still determined, Midoriya. He replied, voice low. Izuku felt his ears go hot. He knew Yagi-san wanted him to take over One for All, but he also knew what kind of nightmare situation that would lead to at home. His dad was the only person on Earth who thought Izuku was better off without a quirk. His quirk had limited some of the advanced force techniques available to him, and Hisashi had never gotten over it. One of the few times Izuku could remember his father smiling was the day when his pediatrician had shown him the X-rays. It won't, his voice cracked. He won't let. I'm aware. You let me worry about that part. Yagi's blue eyes were clear and calm as he spoke. This isn't just a matter of my personal problem any longer. I'm not blind, young man. I know you're scared to go home. The overhead system announced Izuku's stop and he burst upright. It's fine. He couldn't make himself look at Yagi. I'm fine. That last bit was loud enough that some of the other passengers looked his way. It's not fine, Midoriya. Yagi started to insist, but Izuku couldn't bear the looks he was getting and he bolted. Toshinori made himself sit back down rather than follow Midoriya off the train. Naomasa got up from his spot a few rows down and sat back down next to him. Toshinori shot him a sideways glance, but his friend didn't speak right away. The train started back up and they traveled in silence punctuated only by the rocking of the tram. I see what you mean, Naomasa said at last. Quirk misuse was a department in the police force that covered a wide range of offenses. Naomasa had worked almost exclusively in supervillain apprehension for the past several years, but Toshinori knew he'd worked his fair share of domestic violence cases. Can you do anything? That got him a shrug. I can do a welfare check, but you said his environment isn't bad. I won't be able to get him on that count. The pictures you showed me might sway a judge, but it would depend on which one got assigned to your case. Right now the issue is that he has no other family in the area. Family court judges don't like putting children into the foster system if there's any other option. You'll have a better shot if the mother is in the area, but with what you told me about her job and the fact that she's already been denied custody in the divorce, Naomasa shrugged again. He doesn't need to go into foster care. Toshinori knew what a losing battle looked like, but he couldn't shake the hope that he might be able to turn this one around. He has emergency guardians. They could take him in. The Bakugas weren't his first choice, given their son. However, Toshinori was willing to advocate for the lesser of two dangers, and young Bakugu seemed different after his misadventure with the sludge villain last year. A few weeks spent in with a classroom full of students every bit as talented, determined, and charismatic as him had done a lot to knock some of the self-important stuffing out of him as well. If he thought there was any chance at all that a judge would grant him custody, a single male pro-hero expat with two dangerous full-time jobs, Toshinori would have volunteered in a heartbeat, but the Bakugos had a better shot. That is a stretch, Toshi. Naomasa shook his head. The kid's dad needs to make a bigger mistake before I'd risk trying to interfere. I know you mean well, but you could make it a lot worse. Abusers want absolute control of their victims. If they think that control is threatened. I know. Toshinori snapped and then made himself moderate his tone. Naomasa didn't deserve to be shouted at no matter how frustrating the situation had become. He knew the risks and he knew them better than most. I know. Then be patient and try not to spook the kid. Naomasa advised him. You don't want him having any questions about where to go if his situation gets worse. You're a hero. You have a lot more options if the kid comes to you for help. That, unfortunately, would never happen. Toshinori had met people more stubborn and self-sufficient than young Midoriya, but not many. Naomasa left at the next stop to switch trains, but Toshinori rode on in unhappy silence until his stop was announced. He didn't usually stay on long past the point where his boy got off. It was a habit left over from his childhood, which had been defined by loneliness and parsimony up until he met Nana-sensei. If he could walk, or jump, Then he did so. Today he wanted some quiet to go with his dark thoughts. Once he approached Yue, then he'd need to be on. Usually his 5 minutes of a shared commute with Midoriya, being treated like a normal person and trusted adult, acted as a restorative, but not today. It had been a year since Izuku had come into Toshinori's life, and while he would not exchange that connection for anything, he had also acquired a new and deadly nemesis, one he couldn't just punch into the stratosphere no matter how much he'd like to. He'd only met Hisashi once in person, but that would have been enough on its own. On that day when he'd saved 2 young boys from the sludge villain and thought his search had come to an end, Toshinori hadn't been the only person waiting for young Midoriya on the street outside his apartment. There was a sort of sixth sense you developed if you worked in villain apprehension long enough. Toshinori's intuition was better than most, and that inner feeling had gone off like a car alarm the first moment he set eyes on Midoriya Hisashi. At first Toshinori hadn't realized that Izuku was related to the man at all. Hisashi was tall and compact, handsome maybe, but not in any inviting way. He had black hair with a similar texture to his son and dense freckles covering his skin anywhere it was exposed to the light. Hisashi had the eyes of an alligator, both literally and figuratively. They'd been flat and disinterested until he was moved into sudden animalistic fury. Toshinori hadn't been able to speak to Izuku at all, but rather had been forced to watch the boy's father drag him down the street by the arm. He'd been concerned at the time, but not actually afraid for the boy's safety. The sludge villain had ended up on a breaking news segment. Toshinori's phone had blown up with push notifications about local villain activity. Midoriya's face had featured prominently in at least 2 of them. Any reasonable parent would have been out of their mind with worry. Toshinori had still followed them back to their apartment and listened closely for any sounds of a disturbance just in case, but there had been nothing. He'd left then, hoping that the boy had just been grounded or given a lecture. Except the next time Toshinori had managed to lay eyes on Midoriya, he had a very prominent split lip and a shadowy bruise at the corner of his mouth to go with it. That wasn't the last time he found damage on Midoriya that had to have come from adult hands, but the boy wouldn't identify his abuser and Toshinori had yet to catch Hisashi in the act. Toshinori exited the train with a heavy heart and the start of a headache. There weren't as many reporters at the school entrance as there had been on the day of that break-in, and that was a small mercy. None of them cared about sickly-looking and cranky Yagi Toshinori anyway, and he was able to get into work with a minimum of fuss. Maybe the rest of the week would be better after this? In retrospect, Aizawa Shoyuda was glad he'd found a private place to take the call. The faculty crash room was small, private, and soundproofed. He was going to need all of that for the next 20 minutes until he got himself back into order, maybe longer. The news was going to kill Hisashi and he wouldn't go quietly. They'd been so close. He stared at his phone and the red characters reading, "Call ended," until the screen went back to sleep, leaving a black mirror reflecting the flat expression of his own face. Shoyuda tossed it onto the couch next to him and let himself fall onto his side. This would be the 3rd adoption that fell through on them at the last minute. It had been a little girl, Hiragawa Haru, age 8, illusionist quirk, nonverbal, distressingly cute, this time. They'd gotten through their supervised visits, a weekend sleepover, and had their final home check scheduled. Shoyuda had just about been ready to let himself get used to the idea, except it seemed her estranged maternal grandparents and their lawyers finally crawled out of whatever hole they'd been hiding in during the year since Hataru's parents had died. Her social worker hadn't been able to give him all the details, just that they would have to start over again with a new child. Hisashi was the one who wanted a kid, and Shoyuda wasn't opposed to the idea, exactly. He'd just known that getting a kid through the foster system as a pro-hero was going to be a total meat grinder. It wasn't easy on civilian families, but being a family with at least one high-profile hero in it added another unwelcome dimension to the process. There were thousands of kids in the system who needed homes, but because Shoyuda and Hisashi were pros, the social workers they worked with tried to cherry-pick kids with the least trauma and the best quirks for potential hero work even after they were told not to. Hisashi didn't care about whether or not they got a good kid or an easy kid, and Shoyuda knew those kids needed help the least. The so-called good kids didn't stay in the system long. They almost always had family somewhere that wanted them or would suddenly decide that they did. Shoyuta had not been considered one of the good kids, and a secret, selfish part of him wanted to save his help for where it would do the most good. He couldn't edit his own past, but he'd hoped to have the opportunity to prevent it from repeating for someone else. By this point though, he just wanted them to have a kid, any kid, before Hisashi ended up breaking his heart over it. His phone lit up with a text from Hisashi. "I have a missed call from Goro. Did she call you? Do I need to call her back?" Shuda shut his eyes and reluctantly picked up the phone to share the bad news with his husband. Izuku knew his mediocre day was about to get worse when he realized all the lights in the apartment were on when he got home. There was a line of unfamiliar shoes in the entryway when he got inside, and Izuku stomped on the little coil of apprehension in his stomach at the sight of them. His dad didn't like guests, but he'd been having people over more often. Izuku wasn't invited to join, but it would be his job to clean up the empty glasses and full ashtrays tomorrow morning. The only good thing about having company over was the fact that his dad canceled evening training on those nights. Izuku slunk inside and made straight for his bedroom, ignoring the sound of low voices from the living room. Worryingly, he didn't recognize any of the voices. He hadn't been introduced to any of his dad's associates, but he'd gotten familiar with their shoes and their quiet, respectful voices. The people in the living room were neither. It was quieter in his room, and he took his time changing out of his uniform. He'd have to go out into the kitchen one more time, but after that he'd be on his own for the night. Luck wasn't with him. There was someone already in the kitchen helping themselves to a beer when Izuku made his quiet way there. It was a person of some kind. Izuku was going to guess it was a masculine identifying person going by the sling-cut trousers and waistcoat, but they had a morphological quirk that made them look like swirling black mist anywhere their clothes didn't contain them, and they had two bright slashes for eyes. Midoriya the Younger, I presume. The person didn't speak with much inflection. "Ah." Izuku wheezed and stumbled backwards only to bump into someone's chest. He looked over his shoulder and was greeted with his dad's usual flat expression, but for once it was turned on someone other than him. "Kurogiri, you've been missed in the other room," Hisashi told their guest. "I see." The person, Kurogiri, acknowledged Hisashi, but didn't make any gestures towards leaving the kitchen. "Your child is older than I thought, given your description of him. Sensei would." Izuku felt his dad's broad hand land on his shoulder as he cut Kurogiri off. "Shigaraki has plenty of playmates. My son has other duties to occupy him." Hisashi didn't sound upset, but his fingers bit into the meat of Izuku's shoulder. "Perhaps." Unconcerned, Kurogiri collected 3 more bottles of beer from the counter and made his way out of the kitchen. Hisashi waited until Kurogiri was gone to release Izuku. "Get something to eat, then go back to your room and lock the door. Text me if anyone knocks, but do not answer." "Okay." Izuku didn't move until his dad was gone. That had been a villain. Izuku found something in the fridge, but didn't pay much attention to what. It didn't matter. His stomach flat out refused the prospect of food. He just wanted to get back to the safety of his bedroom because his dad had brought villains into the house. He'd suspected that something was wrong with his dad for a while now. Hisashi had never been a great father or person. He could do the minimum. Izuku always had food, shelter, clothes, and some money of his own, but there was a very good reason why Izuku's mom spent most of her time out of the country after the divorce. Hisashi had never hit him just for the sake of hitting. If he got hurt in training, then it happened, but as his dad's temper got less and less predictable, Izuku could see the day coming when that could change. Hisashi never seemed to go to work anymore, but somehow all the bills were still getting paid. Groceries showed up in the fridge without fail, and Izuku's allowance still got deposited into his account every Friday. He'd known something was wrong. He hadn't expected this. There was breaking the law, and then there was hanging around supervillains. You could come back from one, but the other could destroy the future of entire families for generations. Izuku managed to keep a lid on his bubbling emotions until he was back in his room. Dinner turned out to be some nibitashi he'd made earlier in the week, and he ate it without tasting much. He was too busy trying to figure out if he knew any local villains who could conceivably be him. His distressed web surfing was interrupted after a while by a text. It was from his dad. "Get ready. Training tonight once they're gone." It took hours before the others left and Izuku had managed to get a bare-bones semblance of control over himself. He'd done his warm-ups and his homework. He'd even managed a brief and inefficient nap. He was as close to normal as he was likely to ever be again. His dad worked with villains? Or worse, he was a villain. That was the new normal. The apartment was quiet and Izuku couldn't tell if the visitors had left or were just too quiet for him to notice. He was too deep in the house to hear the door open or shut, and any other ways he had of checking things out were off the table unless his dad was around to supervise. A text lit up his phone just as he was trying to sublimate some of his stress by cruising HeroNet. Basement. The practice area in the basement was supposed to have been a shared storage space with the other units in their building, but in practice no one else tried to use it anymore. Hisashi kept some tools and conditioning equipment down there, but the rest of it had been lined in mismatched rubber mats. Hisashi was already down there warming up with sharp, irritated movements when Izuku made it down there. "We're doing a skills test tonight." Hisashi didn't look up when he spoke. Most of his focus was turned inward and he didn't have a lot to spare for Izuku. "Stretches and then I want you to build a card house. Time it. Where the BLNDFLD." Card houses weren't hard, but Hisashi didn't mean for him to use his hands at any point in the process. This was a force exercise. He'd started with alphabet blocks when he was a toddler, just moving them around. Izuku's grandfather had still been alive then and had directed the first stages of his force training. Force manipulation started with just lifting single objects, light things, heavy things, whatever. From there the exercises had gotten more complex. He learned to control multiple objects and to do it without relying on his eyes. At this point he was focusing on precision, and more often than not that meant he built card houses. The cards weren't where he'd left them. Of course. That would be too easy. Izuku found a spot out of his father's way and sat down with his legs crossed. He let out his breath, closed his eyes, and reached out with his inner senses to map out his surroundings. The force always felt like water to him, omnipresent and constantly in motion. It didn't really lend itself well to locating inanimate objects, but Izuku had figured out that the air itself had a presence within the force, and if he made himself very still and quiet then he could use it to see places his eyes could never reach. Inside the storage closet, for example. There weren't a lot of easily accessible hiding places in the basement. He started with the most obvious and worked his way through until Izuku found the cards stashed behind a crate of assorted cables left over from electronics they didn't own anymore. He lifted the box up through the force, brought it over to the mat behind his back, and got to work. His best time so far was 40 seconds. Given the state of his nerves though, the timer read 45 seconds when he triggered the stop button. To his surprise, Hisashi didn't make any comments. He just pointed at the rack of practice swords along the wall furthest from the stairs. Izuku knew he'd made a mistake as soon as he turned his back on his dad. Past experience as much as his force-enhanced senses informed him of the incoming strike. He dropped and rolled forward. One of the shin ace on the rack flew into his hand and he got a block up just in time to stop his dad's follow-up. He was already on his back, so he kicked out with both feet with a sharp burst of irritation. Could they not do this just once? He caught his dad in the shin, followed it with an upward wave of force energy, and staggered him enough for Izuku to get the breathing space he needed to find his feet again. Izuku popped up, ready to go, but Hisashi had already dropped his stance and was just watching him with a thoughtful expression. "You've come along well," he said at last, which threw Izuku more than the abbreviated session. Was that it? They'd hardly done anything and Hisashi had only tested him on the most basic stuff. Izuku had never gotten away with so little. "Thank you, sir." Izuku tried not to dwell on the bad feeling in his stomach. It felt like his usual anxiety, but it only intensified when he tried to compartmentalize it like it was resisting his attempt to push through. "I've seen what I need to see. There's no point in wearing yourself out tonight. I need you fresh in the morning. Go back upstairs and try to get some sleep." Hisashi paused and held up a hand. "Wait." That yawning pit in Izuku's gut opened wider as he watched his dad unlock the storage cage where they kept some of the stuff Hisashi had inherited from Izuku's grandparents. He rooted around until he came up with a brown paper parcel that he tossed to Izuku. "Go try that on," he ordered. I'll be up in a second to look you over. Izuku counted backwards from 100 as he ran upstairs. The package had been closed with a wax seal that flaked apart under Izuku's touch. He winced and was glad he'd paused to take a picture of the emblem in the wax before trying to pry it up. It wasn't one he recognized, and he was familiar with most of the seals his family had used over the years. A pair of wings inside a circle that framed a sort of spike with a starburst in the center. Was it something his dad used? The paper was old and delicate, so it tore despite the care he took opening the parcel. The contents turned out to be a set of robes like the stuff Izuku's grandpa had taken to wearing during the last days of his final illness. A loose, layered shirt sort of like an asymmetrical GI in undyed cotton and dark gray trousers that belted at the waist with a broad sash. There was a long hooded gray robe underneath the shirt and trousers. Bad feeling confirmed. Izuku already had a set of robes for the rare annual ceremonies that he and his dad actually observed. They'd been a gift from his grandmother and they still fit, but that set was done in shades of brown and cream. The gray set smelled a little bit like the damp and had been made for someone with longer legs than him, but it fit sorta if Izuku cuffed the pants and tucked them into the top of his high tops. He stared at his reflection in the mirror and chewed on his lip. There weren't a lot of innocent reasons why his dad would give him a sinister-looking costume, and those explanations dwindled further when the door to his bedroom swung inwards to admit Hisashi. Not bad. He decided out loud and then tossed something at Izuku. Put that on and pull your hood up. The thing turned out to be a heroics-grade respirator Izuku had bought in a fit of optimism back when he'd still believed there was even a slight chance that his dad would let him take the UA entrance exam. He'd been planning on using it as a mask because the mouthpiece looked a bit like a grinning mouth, and he'd been going for this happy, helpful bunny theme with his aspirational costume ideas. Izuku's reflection was unrecognizable with the hood up and the respirator on except for his red sneakers. He looked like a villain at best and a crazed extra on the set of Mad Max at worst. Close. Hisashi nodded to himself. Alright, get that stuff off and hang it up so the wrinkles fall out, then I want you in bed. Set out your black boots too. I don't want you wearing those sneakers. We've got work tomorrow. Work? Izuku hunched his shoulders when his dad turned a cool look his way that promised consequences if Izuku kept asking dumb questions. It's just tomorrow is a school day, he said weakly. Hisashi shook his head. Not anymore. He turned and left. Get to bed. The house was uncharacteristically quiet when Shoyuta got home from patrol with a bag of to-go dinners from the corner store. Hisashi usually had music going as he graded or did chores, but not tonight. The main level was dark except for a lamp just beyond the entryway. He found his spouse in the basement studio staring down at a partially disassembled audio mixer without really seeming to see it. Shoyuta recognized it as the one Hisashi had bought second-hand years ago with the intention of fixing it up, although he'd never really gotten around to. Hisashi jerked as Shoyuta opened the door and stepped into the studio. He pulled off his headphones and turned around. Hey Sho, you're home early. Sorry, I meant to have dinner ready and, he paused. That I got distracted, I guess. Let me put this up an aisle? I got food. Come upstairs and eat. Shoyuta wasn't good at this, offering comfort, but he'd gotten more experience with it than he'd ever wanted in the past year. Hisashi had taken it mostly in stride the first time things had fallen through. The first kid had been an 11-year-old boy named Honda Ayam who had a flight quirk. They'd only met him once or twice before his estranged maternal aunt came for him. The second match, a 10-year-old set of telepathic twins, had been harder. Both of the girls had bonded with Hisashi on first sight and he with them. They had ended up being returned to their father and stepmother when he successfully sued for custody. Shoyuta had seen some cracks in Hisashi's demeanor that time, and he'd known that a third rejection would be a hard storm to weather. What would I do without you? Hisashi pressed a kiss against Shuta's cheek, but didn't pull away after. He leaned in and let Shoyuta take his weight, and, as ever, the implicit trust implied in the gesture made it hard for Shoyuta to form words. You'd manage. Good for you that I don't want to. Hisashi sighed and Shoyuta quietly agreed. It was a very good thing for him. What did you get? Carriage and some puddings. They didn't have many comfort foods between them aside from Shuta's reliance on calorie mates to get through the day, But fried chicken was what Hisashi wanted whenever he felt down. I got you a melon green tea too. Hisashi tucked his face into Shuta's shoulder and chuckled. It sounded more genuine than his forced good cheer from before, and some of the tense dread drained out of Shuta's stomach. Yeah, I'm definitely keeping you around. They were going to be all right. Suffice to say, Izuku did not sleep. He didn't even manage to close his eyes. He lay in his bed running circles in his head about what the morning would bring. Around midnight Izuku came to a realization, and he blamed his wrecked nerves on the fact that it took him that long. Whatever his dad had planned, Izuku wanted nothing to do with it. He'd considered running away in the past, especially after his grandparents passed and his mom had been driven off. The logistics of the thing had always intimidated him too much to get past that initial impulse. Izuku knew that he had no way of supporting himself, and anyone he ran to wouldn't be able to keep him. Not to mention his forced training. Leaving meant giving up on all that unless he took the journals and practical manuals his ancestors had passed down through the generations with him. If he did that, then he would never get away. His dad would hunt him wherever he went. This was too much. The apartment was dark and empty when Izuku crept out of his bedroom. With a bag containing everything he could carry, but far too little to start a new life. He didn't know what he was going to do about money or food or shelter. Those were questions he'd have to answer later. His dad wasn't in the master bedroom when Izuku peeked in through the door. Wherever he was and whatever he was doing, Izuku was alone for the moment. After thinking long and hard, he'd come to the conclusion that there was only one of the family teaching materials he could afford to take with him. The journals were too old and fragile to come with him on the run. Midoriya Hisashi was many things, but gifted at hiding his valuables wasn't one of them. All of the Midoriya family heirlooms and important documents lived in an unlocked fireproof safe under his bed. Izuku slid the safe out and started to empty it. He was pleased to find some cash hidden in the safe, but the other contents weren't much if you didn't know what you were looking at. Izuku's grandfather's lightsaber went into the backpack along with his own birth certificate. The last thing he took was an unassuming cube of glass and bronzy-looking metal, which he carefully wrapped in a shirt and nestled into his backpack. The holocron was old but less delicate than it looked. It would travel better than the journals. If he had to take just one training aid, then it had to be that one. The pre-dawn sky was just beginning to blush along the horizon when he snuck out the back door. There was no yard attached to the apartment, so the door led out onto a fenced-in square where the garbage bins waited for pickup day. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as he unlatched the gate to let himself out. A tentative plan was coming together in his head. He'd get on the train and call Yagi-san. He had the hero's personal number for emergencies, and if ever there had been an emergency in Izuku's short existence, this was it. Izuku got 5 steps into the service alley when the floor vanished underneath him and he was dumped onto another, cleaner concrete floor. Ow! He groaned and blinked at the polished shoes of the person standing over him. He looked up and recognized Kurojiri, who was holding his backpack. How unfortunate! The villain murmured, half to himself. I had so hoped to be wrong about you. They were in a room made of poured cement. Izuku looked around, trying to get his bearings. There were no windows, just harsh bars of fluorescent lights over shelves of assorted liquor bottles. It was cold enough that he thought they might be underground, maybe in a basement? You may feel free to look for an exit. Kurojiri continued, unconcerned by Izuku's lack of attentiveness. I had the stairwell filled in a long time ago. The only way in or out is through my warp gate. You will wait here until I return to collect you. In the meantime, do try not to bother your fellow inmate. My what? Kurojiri pointed, and Izuku realized there was something very large on the other side of a freestanding shelf of sake bottles. He hadn't noticed the quiet sound of its breathing until Kurojiri had pointed it out. Numu has very little brain activity on a good day, so I doubt it will notice you. Kurojiri paused thoughtfully. Then again, no one has been foolish enough to try and irritate it. Who knows what it will do? A black circle trimmed in twisted dark energy appeared behind Kurojiri and he stepped backwards into it. It vanished with a flicker and Izuku clapped both hands over his mouth to keep from screaming. There was a door, but Kurojiri hadn't been lying. Izuku could tell that it had been sealed shut. It was warped in the frame and hardened concrete welled up through the spots where there'd once been weather stripping. He tried pulling on it anyway in case there was some kind of trick, but he had no luck. I don't want to be a villain, Izuku hissed to himself as he paced. Numu made a grumpy noise and he froze misstep. The hulking shape just barely visible through the gaps in the shelf rustled and then settled again, as though it were getting comfortable. Curious now, Izuku crept over to the end of the sake shelf. At first he'd thought that Numu was a person with another morphological quirk like Kurogiri, but Kurogiri had called Numu in it. Numu's back was facing Izuku when he got enough courage together to peek around the shelf. It was big for sure, but mostly human-shaped. Its skin was a deep shade of blue-black, but its face. It turned in response to some noise Izuku must have made, and he got a look at its long, sharp beak, wide mad eyes, and above all that, Numu's exposed brain pulsing and exposed to the open air. Izuku should have been afraid, and he was on some level because his situation was terrifying, but Kurogiri had been right about one thing. Izuku had instinctively reached out to touch the top surface of the creature's mind when it spotted him and found absolutely nothing going on under its horrific exterior. It had some brief instinctive reactions to outside stimuli. If it heard a noise, then it would look in that direction, but nothing more. That didn't mean he planned on getting within arm's reach. The odd whooshing sound of Kurogiri's warp gate filled the room again, but he did not appear. Instead, a stack of folded clothes, Izuku's lightsaber, his mask, and his black hiking boots dropped down from a gate hovering about a foot above the floor, and Kurogiri's voice followed them. "Your father requests that you change now." Toshinori had never been more tempted to play hooky from work in his life. The morning had started out at a normal level of frustration. The hot water in his apartment had never been all that reliable, but the taps had all run icy cold when he'd gone to wash his face. He could hear the couple next door, who were usually great and loving people, get into a fight over breakfast that put his already frayed nerves on edge. He could have dealt with that and usually would have sublimated his bad mood into a little hero work on his way to school, but he was worried about Midoriya after he'd run off the train the day before. Spending some time with the boy would be nice too, assuming he was forgiven. Toshinori had genuinely liked Midoriya to begin with. That feeling had only grown the more he had to deal with other teenagers and developed a basis for comparison. Except, Midoriya hadn't been on the train. If it had been anyone else, then Toshinori would have assumed the boy was homesick and probably asleep. He wasn't answering texts either, which was very unlike him if school wasn't in session. He'd been upset more often of late. Now granted, Midoriya was one big jangling nerve on a good day, but it had been different in the past few weeks. Bad enough so that Toshinori had felt moved to involve Naomasa for all the good it had done anyone. Toshinori could hear Naomasa's advice in the back of his head as he left the train station and found a private place to change over to the form better suited to serious business. It was probably nothing and he didn't have any business checking on the child. But what if it wasn't? In the end, Toshinori knew he only ever really regretted the things he hadn't done and went to Midoriya's apartment. It was a modest ground-level unit and he'd only ever been there once before to note the location. The windows were all dark, but the curtains in the living room window weren't quite drawn. Toshinori took a quick peek inside and breathed a sigh of relief. The boy's bright yellow backpack was on the floor leaning against a black couch next to his discarded sneakers. Moreover, a phone in a silicone all-M case that Toshinori recognized, and was regularly mortified by, lay face down on the small end table nearest to the window. Toshinori backed up to a more appropriate distance with mixed embarrassment and relief. The boy was just sick and he'd been worried over nothing. He'd ended up running late, so late in fact that he hadn't been able to travel at street level and had to take much longer, more powerful jumps in order to touch down on the UA campus in time to be waiting by the bus when Aizawa brought his homeroom class out. At least he'd be starting the school day with most of the time still on his clock for the field trip, and in retrospect he was glad events had worked out the way they did. He probably wouldn't have to sneak off before the exercise was over for once. That was something he'd promised himself he'd get better at, and he was going to need every second he had just for the lecture portion of the day. 13 was an amazing rescue hero, but when they got to talking they could go on for quite a while. It had been hours since Kurogiri had shown up to take away Izuku's discarded clothes. He'd also confiscated Izuku's phone at that time, not that there was any signal to be had in a cement box, but as time wore on and boredom set in, Izuku wished he at least had something to read. He'd been examining Numu through the Force in lieu of anything else to do. It was definitely in it. Its exterior appearance was masculine, but other than that it was biologically neutral. Someone had put pants on it, so maybe it had privacy to protect. Izuku suspected it didn't. Izuku wasn't actually all that sure it had even been born naturally. Its interior processes were inefficient in some ways and non-functional in others. It could move and vocalize a little, but that was it. Izuku was pretty sure if left alone it would die in a few weeks. He closed his eyes as he heard a warp gate open somewhere in the basement. "Numu, go through the gate." Someone said. "Where's the other one?" Izuku didn't recognize the new voice, but he recognized Kurogyari when he replied. "The apprentice will stay here until his master calls for him, Shigaraki," he said. "He and sensei are setting up some sort of practical lesson. I didn't inquire about the details. Sensei can have whatever he wants, but they had better not interfere with my raid." Shigaraki muttered. "We should be done with the recruitment quests by now." "Perhaps." Kurogyari sounded unconcerned. "After you." The hum of the gate faded and Izuku dropped his face down onto his knees. So he was the apprentice. At least they weren't using his name. That gave him a slight chance to get through the day without getting a criminal record. He waited, curled up in a ball, for another half-hour or so until Kurogyari finally returned. By then Izuku was tired and hungry, having burned through whatever reserves he had left after his terrible morning. A stranger dressed all in black preceded Kurogyari through the warp gate. He was tall and wore a full black mask under a hooded robe that almost looked like... Izuku felt the touch of a familiar mind against his. "Sir." He swallowed on the lump in his throat as he recognized both aspects of the villain in front of him. Dragon wasn't on the news much. Izuku only knew him from some of the crazier spotter blogs. He was less of a street villain and more of a growing kingpin type. He didn't operate in Aldera, but his territory comprised several of the nearby districts. Izuku had once thought that was due to the hero presence in Aldera, but apparently that was because his dad knew better than to cause a mess where he slept. "Get up now." His dad's mask had some kind of voice modulator built into it. It made him sound flat and robotic, but looked like it could hinge open at the jaw, probably to let his dad use his quirk. "Put on your mask and do not speak until I give you permission. If you must speak, address me as Master or Sir. You will follow my orders and only my orders. Understood?" Izuku started to say yes, but thought better of it and just nodded. "Good." It was hard to read tone through a modulator, but his dad seemed almost relieved. "We will discuss what happened this morning later. Now, follow me." Izuku wanted out of the basement bad enough to do just about anything, so he followed. His dad through the gate and out into a forest? He looked up and realized there was a translucent dome overhead visible through the tree cover with artificial lights built into it. They were on a rocky slope. Was it supposed to be some kind of mountain scene? "This is a training ground for heroes," his dad explained as they walked. "The unforeseen simulation joint. Our new friends have an operation going on here and have been kind enough to let us participate." The trees began to show signs of damage as they walked, scorched bark and torn branches. It looked like someone had been fighting here and recently. There is a rescue workshop in session right now, or was. I would have planned this differently were it my operation. Murdering an entire class of student heroes seems overly theatrical, but I wasn't consulted. Hisashi added. On the bright side, this tragedy has given me an opportunity to correct a deficiency in your training. Izuku stopped. He had to have heard that wrong. Hisashi kept walking. You've always been a kind child and prioritized the needs of others above yourself. I've had no complaints with your socialization for the most part. He didn't sound like he had an opinion on the matter, good or bad. Easy forgiveness is a commendable attitude and has served you well for the most part, but not always. You need to learn self-interest. They entered a smallish clearing that had been utterly wrecked. Trees lay fallen all around them and some were still smoldering. In the center of the clearing were two boys imprisoned with these sort of scaffolding restraints made out of twisted rebar that looked like it had been pulled straight out of a horror movie. Izuku didn't recognize the redhead, but the other boy. Kaken. Izuku yelped and started to run only to hit an invisible barrier a few feet away from his childhood friend. He dug his feet into the ground and only succeeded in leaving two ruts in the soft earth as his father pulled him back with the force. I didn't expect you'd manage to follow all the rules I gave you, but you did try. That will have to suffice for now. Hisashi sighed. He turned Izuku to face him. You're still concerned for that boy. Why? Stop it. Izuku bit into his own lip as he felt a foreign presence enter his mind. He struggled against it and it hurt. Get out. No, I want to understand why you think that Brad is your friend. Hisashi touched a gloved hand to Izuku's forehead. The invasion became stronger until suddenly it retreated, leaving behind an echo of Kaken's voice. Take a swan dive off the school roof. Hisashi dusted off his palms with distaste. I'm not too familiar with the normal behavior between friends, but I'm certain that's not it. He held up his hand and Izuku's lightsaber flew into his palm. You always want to live for others, and that is an insidious weakness. You give what you can't spare. You forgive when no one apologized. Your mercy will consume you, so I've arranged this. Lesson. He turned Izuku to face Kaken and pressed the lightsaber into Izuku's trembling hand. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Hisashi quoted a poem from one of the oldest journals they had, and Izuku felt sick laughter bubble up inside him. Was he seriously quoting the crazy cultists who'd persecuted their ancestors? Was that really happening? Through passion, you will gain strength. Through strength, power. Through power, victory. Through victory, your chains will be broken. Hisashi pointed at Kaken. Look at that boy and for once let yourself feel your hate. The air in the mountain district was unnaturally still. Aside from the dome overheard, it was the only hint you couldn't ignore that you were standing in an artificial environment. Izuku's throat clenched as he met Kaken's furious gaze. Izuku's saber didn't ignite until halfway through the swing, flying harmlessly past Kaken's pale face. He threw himself into the motion, turning on his heel and pivoting back to slam into Hisashi's unprotected side. Dot or not unprotected. Izuku's wild strike bit deep into his father's upper arm, but Hisashi's reflexes were too good. He staggered, but got his saber up to deflect just at the last moment. Izuku's lightsaber crackled dangerously and the blade shorted out. Hisashi gestured and threw Izuku back with a shockwave of energy. Izuku slid back several feet and managed to keep his footing, but only just barely. You, Hisashi stumbled backwards, his face was already ashy gray. His arm was hanging on by 3 grotesque inches of muscle. The stump bled sluggishly, being mostly cauterized, but there was this smell in the air like a barbecue in the distance. Izuku swallowed hard to keep his stomach from rising up. He could see his dad's bones. He didn't get to finish saying what he'd do. Kurogyri had been hanging back, popping in and out as he oversaw the rest of the battlefield, but now he took action. Black smoke enveloped Hisashi and swallowed up both him and his shriek of rage when he realized what was happening. Izuku scrambled for a plan. He had a minute at most before Kurogyri was ready to teleport someone again. Hisashi had thrown him free of Kaken, but that other kid was in reach. Obviously, he didn't seem thrilled when Izuku approached. I'm cutting you free. Izuku hissed as the kid thrashed. Ha! The red-haired kid gulped. Okay. The rebar was already fatigued from whatever Hisashi had done to acquire it. There were still bits of concrete attached, although there were none of those fake ruins around nearby. It cut easier than hardened steel would have normally, which meant he had an ally free faster. Izuku didn't like what that implied. His dad had been planning this far enough in advance that he had all his materials lined up ahead of time. How long had he been planning this? Why had he been planning it at all? Red-haired kid was pretty strong, and once Izuku got him room to maneuver, he was able to bend some of the bars away on his own. He bounced on his toes a few times once he was loose and nodded to nobody in particular. I'm good. Help my bro next. Izuku gulped. He wasn't sure how he felt about Kaken having a friend already, a nice friend too. Kaken had barely liked his own henchman in middle school and was famous for slapping down any hand extended to him until the only people who'd hang around him were the other class bullies and desperate idiots like Izuku. How had he managed to turn that around? Izuku didn't have time to dwell on it fortunately, or he knew he'd end up chasing his own metaphorical tail for hours. Okay, keep an eye out for Kurogyri. Are you serious? Kaken snarled. His hands weren't sparking anymore, but his color was awful and Izuku wondered if he'd even be able to leave the area by himself. You know that fucker's name? I need you to keep still, Kaken. Izuku ignored the way the red-haired kid echoed, Kaken, to himself with inappropriate delight, considering their circumstances and his job as lookout. Maybe he was just too dumb to realize Kaken didn't do friendship, or stubborn enough to just ignore it. Dad's been having people over a lot. I wasn't allowed to listen, but they were probably planning this attack. I ran into him once. Since when is your dad a FING villain? Kaken didn't stop shouting or demanding answers to his questions, but he did hold it briefly whenever Izuku got too close to him with the saber. He was more tightly penned in than his classmate, but that was probably due to his quirk. Izuku didn't know what the other kid could do, but it probably wasn't an emitter quirk. And what the F is that thing? I don't know. He's been weird for a while now, but not like this. Izuku beckoned to the red-haired kid. Hey you, sorry, I don't know your name. See, can you hold him up? If I cut these last two pieces, then he might fall on the stuff sticking up out of the ground. The red-haired kid didn't hesitate and got himself under Kaken's midsection. I got you. He paused and added, and it's Kirishima. Nice to meet you. Wish the circumstances were better. Izuku cut the last sections of rebar and Kaken fell heavily onto Kirishima, who started to buckle but managed to keep his feet under him. You're telling me? Kirishima got Kaken away from the rebar trap and set him down. Okay, we need to check you over. Kaken bristled. I'm fine, a-hole. Izuku decided Kirishima was probably too good for Kaken, but maybe he'd be a good influence on him. He reached out with his senses just to verify Kaken's assessment and exhaled in relief. Kaken's legs looked like they'd lost circulation for a bit, but not long enough to give him anything worse than pins and needles. He had what looked like bruising along his torso and his legs where the bars had been holding most of his weight, but nothing like what anyone else would have suffered after being on the business end of his. Explosions. Come on, bro. Kirishima insisted. Don't be a baby about this. Kaken's resistant to his own quirk. If he can walk, then he's probably okay. Izuku interjected hastily before he could give in to his own slightly hysterical laughter and earned himself a nasty look from Kaken, but they all flinched as a guttural howl spread through the UF. Well, I think I know where the party got moved to. Kirishima was the first to recover. We'd better move before that mist guy comes back. Sounded like it came from the central area where the bus is. Kaken got himself upright. He was looking better already, which was good because Izuku knew the day wasn't over. Who else is here? Izuku scanned the area. I was locked in a basement before Kurogyri brought me here. I don't really know what's going on except for what my dad tried to do. Oh, bullshit dash. Kirishima cut Kaken off. He looked like it was something he had gotten used to doing and Izuku felt for him. We were here to do rescue training. There were 3 teachers with us and one of them is All Might, but they said they'd come here specifically to kill him. There's a dozen villains here easy, but some of them looked like they were just small fry. I didn't get a great look before the mist guy split us up. Okay. Izuku heard himself start to wheeze and slapped his cheeks, trying to force down the panic. Yagi-san was here and Izuku was part of a group trying to kill him. I'll follow you guys. He wheezed. Kirishima didn't seem convinced. Hey, I know you saved us and all, but you don't look so good. Izuku's throat clenched. I almost cut off my dad's arm just now, okay? He's awful, but he could still smell it. Oh man, that was you, Dad? Hey, Kirishima looked at Kaken for help, but Izuku could have told him that was a bad idea. Kaken couldn't handle other people's emotions, not even when they were kids, and he'd been marginally less of AD-. He either froze up or said something awful to deflect the situation. This time there was a miracle and Kaken shouldered his way in between Izuku and Kirishima. We need to move, assholes. Braid each other's hair later. He was right to. Izuku shoved his emotions down as far as they would go and got up to follow. The mountain region was smaller than he would have guessed. They didn't encounter any more villains until they hit the landslide zone and found a bunch of them all encased in ice. Looks like Todoroki's been through here. Kirishima commented as they skirted around the frozen villains. Fucking show off. Kaken muttered. That had been done by a student? That was the class of person accepted at UA? Izuku wondered if maybe everyone had been right and he had been an unrealistic dreamer to think he could cut it as a hero without a quirk. He had his force abilities, but those weren't for using. They were for the preservation of knowledge. He'd promised his grandfather on his deathbed to keep the family secrets. Could he have held all that back while attending the most prestigious and competitive school in the nation? One of the domes visible in the distance shattered then. A big black something punched through the shell and shot into the sky. Izuku suspected he knew what it was and had to bite his lip to keep from saying anything. Yagi-san was okay. As terrible as everything was at the moment, he had something he could hold on to. The villains had come for All Might, but they hadn't succeeded in taking him down. There. That's where your teachers are, right? Izuku pointed and the others nodded. Yeah, there was a big bird-faced villain like that. Kirishima confirmed. Bet you All Might just handed him his own butt. They ran. Izuku could see other students now and they were all converging on the central plaza. At some point someone had blasted another hole in the dome, but this one was lower to the ground so they were able to get in even though the main doors were sealed. All Might was facing off against another villain, a lean guy covered in dismembered hands. Kurogyri was present as an amorphous cloud, but he didn't seem to be interfering. That's Aizawa-sensei. Kirishima hissed, pointing to a crumbled man in black a short distance away from All Might. He was laying face down in a small pool of his own blood. Shit, that looks bad. 13 is down too. Kaken nodded in the direction of a person in a padded suit. The back of their suit was shredded, but there wasn't visible blood assuming. Instead there was just inky darkness showing through the ragged gaps in the hero's costume. Izuku didn't recognize the name Aizawa, but he knew about 13. They specialized in disaster relief, which explained what they were doing at the USJ. If they'd been doing rescue training, then 13 was the person to learn from. Both teachers were still alive, but their presence in the force was guttering low. Of the two of them, Aizawa had taken the most damage, but he was closer. The hand's villain was agile, and when he caught himself on a chunk of rubble, the stone disintegrated under his touch. He didn't even seem to notice, which meant his quirk was passive. That was a bad matchup. He was a bad type to get into close combat with, and All Might already seemed winded. Izuku had no idea how much of his time he'd used that day. He needed help. Izuku wet his lips. Hey, Kirishima. I think I can get one of your teachers back on their feet. It was going to SCK, but the way things were going weren't good. Something needed to change, and Izuku was pretty sure he knew how Yagi-san would feel about two of his students wading into a bad fight, especially with that guy. Who can help the most? Kaken was the one who answered. Aizawa. No hesitation. No shouting. Izuku had forgotten what Kaken was like when he got focused on an objective. It was reassuring, especially when Izuku felt like he was teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Was holding the entire group off before and has a nullifier quirk. You positive about this, Deku? Why? Just get me over there and cover me. I'm probably gonna pass out after. Great. Kaken muttered, but he grabbed Izuku by the back of the shirt and hauled him to his feet. Let's go. No one was paying them any mind. All Might made too good of a distraction. Izuku skidded to his knees at the fallen teacher's side. This close-up he realized he did know who Aizawa was, Eraserhead. Eraserhead worked in Izuku's neighborhood sometimes and was recognizable by his big yellow goggles. Izuku had seen his face a few times too. He posed as a homeless person a lot, which was pretty good urban camouflage. Even people who knew that was one of his favorite disguises still fell for it until they tried to give him money or something. He was in bad shape right at that moment though, especially his head. Some of the damage was old and probably leftover from his active duty hours as a hero. Still, it wasn't anything Izuku couldn't fix. Traumatic injuries didn't require any skill when it came to healing. The body knew its baseline configuration. All Izuku had to do was feed it energy and tell it to put itself back together. The only problem was that Eraserhead's body had nothing left to give, so any energy was going to have to come from Izuku's own reserves. As a Force adept, he had more to give than most. His personal reserve was not limitless though. Obasan could have done it without even getting winded, but Obasan wasn't around anymore. Izuku was going to have to be enough. He cupped the fallen hero's head and tried to focus his attention on the man's skull. That was the worst, there in his back. It looked like something had been crouched on his back and slamming his face into the ground, probably Numu. Eraserhead's system soaked up everything Izuku poured into it like water on thirsty soil. Black clouds coiled around him briefly when Kurogyari noticed them, but retreated under Kaken's explosive onslaught. Someone was shouting. Lots of people were shouting, actually. Izuku couldn't break his focus though. His head was starting to hurt and his breath felt short, like he wasn't getting enough air. His last sight before he keeled over was his patient's red eyes just starting to open. Izuku came out of his brief swoon handcuffed to a gurney. He squinted around in the bright light until he figured out that he was still in the central plaza of the USJ. There were more heroes around now, but also a battalion of first responders. A bunch of kids his age in hero costumes were sitting in a cluster off to one side of the plaza in shock blankets. He couldn't see Kirishima or Kaken, but he could feel Kaken's presence somewhere nearby. He seemed okay, but his emotions felt dull and flat, which was upsetting all on its own. Izuku didn't know Kirishima well enough to find him in the force and hoped he was doing better. Izuku's gurney was in a small tent. And to his surprise, he wasn't alone. 13 occupied a cot next to him, although they weren't restrained. 2 paramedics were working on the hero's back, but their presence was much stronger than it had been, and Izuku was pretty sure they'd make a full recovery. "Hey, look who's awake." A third paramedic leaned over him and Izuku blinked at them, unable to form words. "How are you feeling?" "Feel free to make a face if you're not feeling verbal." Izuku grimaced and shrugged as best he could. "I'm tired," he croaked. "Yeah, you've got a nasty case of quirk exhaustion from what I hear." The paramedic agreed. "I've got an emergency gel packet here that should help if you think you can drink it without issues. Sorry about the restraints, but I have to leave them in place until a police officer can interview you. Don't be scared though. One of the kids vouched for you. You're not in trouble." "Okay. Okay." Izuku knew he should be worried, but his eyes felt like lead weights. He really just wanted to sleep for the next 10 million years. The paramedic adjusted his gurney so he was sitting more upright, then held a pouch to his mouth. "See if you can SCK that down. It'll keep you from feeling worse down the road." It was guava flavored, which was a small mercy in an otherwise awful day. Izuku managed to get the whole thing down, but could not face the idea of a second when he was offered one. "That's fine. We can try again later." The food did help, but Izuku was still groggy and disoriented. He slumped back against the thin padding of the gurney and tried not to think about just how much worse things were about to get. His dad was gone. Izuku probably was not going to be able to go back to the apartment. His mom just had a port stay and wasn't due for another for weeks yet. Her program might be able to get a message out to her, but it would depend on where they were out in the ice pack. Even then, it would take forever for her to find a way back. And that assumed Izuku wasn't headed straight for jail. Even if he wasn't, his dad was not going to forget or forgive his betrayal. Izuku's entire body started to tremble as reality set in. Hisashi was going to kill him for what he'd done. That was no exaggeration. He could feel his dad's anger distantly in the force. Hisashi wasn't anywhere nearby, but he was alive and he was furious. One of the paramedics noticed his shaking and hurried over. "Hey, are you all right?" she asked. Izuku could only shake his head. Hot tears were spilling down his face. He's gonna," he gasped. "Hey, I need oxygen over here. The kid is hyperventilating." Anyone in the tent who wasn't busy with 13 converged on him. Izuku tried not to fight, but his thoughts were scattering away from him. He wanted his mom. He wanted this day to have never happened. He wanted. A tall shadow blocked out the light streaming in through the open front of the tent, and Izuku's wild gaze met Yagi-san's wide blue. Midoriya? He looked back and forth between the paramedics for an explanation. What? Why is he in HNDCFFS? Things got very fragmented after that. Almighty, let the paramedics work. Someone overturned a tray of metallic objects that clattered onto the ground. Someone else shouted. Izuku passed out for the second time. This time he didn't wake up for a long while. 3 days later. Yamada Hisashi didn't often dislike anything enough to hate it, but appearing in court came very close. At least this time he'd only come to act as a witness for the prosecution in a civil suit. The last few times before that he'd been the defendant. It happened to every pro-hero eventually, and that was why every agency worth having a name on the door kept full-time lawyers on staff. He wasn't thrilled with his performance on the stand this time though. The last week had been tough. First they'd lost Hataru-chan and then Sho landed in the hospital. He was having trouble keeping his present mic persona on. He kept backsliding into Yamada Hisashi, and right now the only thing he wanted was to head to the hospital and catch a nap in Sho's room. Hisashi had been in the Mizudafu Municipal Courthouse often enough that he could navigate it blindfolded, but sometimes his feet took him places when he wasn't minding his surroundings. That was how he ended up in the area usually reserved for family court. He and Shoyuda had already been there several times during the long and thankless process of getting approved as candidates for foster adoption. He stopped in the middle of the hall with a grimace and would have turned around to go back except he spotted a lone figure sitting on a bench outside one of the smaller meeting rooms. Not every case in family court came before a judge. Smaller cases were often settled by assistant district representatives in rooms much like that. Bakugo! Hisashi got a little closer and that was one of his students there sitting outside a courtroom staring a hole into the tiled floor at his feet. Last Hisashi had heard, Bakugo's home situation was fine. Everyone in the heroics program underwent a background check as part of their admission. They'd had domestic violence incidents come to light during an admissions investigation before, but Bakugo Katsuki's family life was surprisingly okay considering all his personality defects. He had loving parents with creative jobs and a stable relationship that made time for him and supported his career ambitions. He had no business being where he was. Time to get nosy. Hey there, little listener. Hisashi got about the expression he expected from the boy as he announced himself. Everything all right in there? He nodded at the closed door. Bakugo jerked his attention away from Hisashi and explained with surprising venom. It's some bullshit going on. He paused and added, nothing to do with me. It's somebody else. My old hag is their emergency guardian and he's in police custody, but they won't release him even though he ain't being charged with a crime. Police custody? Hisashi's eyes widened as he remembered the 10 million after-action meetings the UA staff had been through following the USJ incident. Granted, his attention had largely been elsewhere considering Shuda's injuries, but he vaguely recalled that the Bakugo and Midoriya families went back a ways. The connection must have been closer than anyone realized if Bakugo's parents were in there fighting for Midoriya's kid, despite what Midoriya had planned for theirs. Are we talking about the villain kid from the USJ? He asked and got some fireworks out of Bakugo in response. It was nothing compared to what he knew the kid was capable of, just some sparks and a show of aggression. He ain't a fucking. The kid actually managed to rein himself in, which is something Hisashi didn't think he'd ever get to see. His interest in the situation grew. Yeah, that's him. His mom's out of the country right now and nobody can reach her. He's supposed to go to my ma if anything happens to his dad, but the old beach in there says we can't be in the same house because of the investigation. Bakugo threw himself back onto the bench with a theatrical snort and crossed his arms. Hisashi heard a woman's voice hit a strident note audible through the closed door. Odd. He mused. I would have guessed that All Might would have been first in line to take the boy in. They seemed close. Close was actually putting it mildly. Yagi had been about ready to fight the paramedics when he found Midoriya Jr. restrained and in the process of passing out in the aid tent. Nemuri had been forced to gas him, otherwise he might well have. Bakugo shook his head. They already shot him down. I don't know why. As weird as the idea of anyone telling the symbol of peace, no, was, Hisashi could guess at their reasoning. He'd just been through it himself, after all. All Might was single and a full-time pro with a second job. On top of that, he was an immigrant with no family anyone knew about, so he had no personal support network that could extend to cover a child. The district rep had probably laughed him out of the courtroom, assuming they'd let him in at all. He could provide security that the Bakugos couldn't, but not the supervision a stressed and displaced teen needed. Meanwhile, the Bakugos could provide Izuku with supervision and support, but they couldn't protect him from reprisal from his villain father. An idea was forming in the back of his mind. An awful idea, a wonderful awful idea. Shoyuta was in the hospital because of the villain assault on 13th's rescue workshop, but thanks to that kid he was only there for observation and to recover from some rhinoplasty when the surgical team in charge of him had been anticipating needing to rebuild part of his skull. Given the external damage, they'd even been talking about permanent damage to his eyesight and the potential reduction of his quirk, but whatever the kid had done to get Sho back on his feet and into the fight had still been going by the time the doctors had put Shoyuta into a CAT scan. They'd watched in amazement as the little hairline fractures remaining in Sho's orbital floor closed before their eyes. Any lingering damage was strictly cosmetic. Hisashi wet his lips. Sho would kill him if he did the thing he was maybe absolutely about to do. Probably. Sho would probably kill him, but hell would also freeze over before either of them turned away a displaced child. That kid had saved his husband's career, if not his life. There wasn't much difference between the two really for Eraserhead. Hisashi got out his phone and texted Shoyuta. Hisashi, about to do something stupid and impulsive. Love you. Shuta's half-joking response was almost instantaneous, which was concerning considering he wasn't supposed to be on his phone in the hospital room. Sho, love. The extension for my room is 213 if you end up needing bail. Hisashi bit down on his smile and all the feelings of affection that came with it. Hisashi, will do. He replied and shoved his phone in his pocket before Sho could reply, which he did at once and continued to do -1 alarm text after another, as Hisashi led himself into the closed courtroom. Izuku sat stiff and miserable between two bailiffs as Aunt Mitsuki hit her stride. You have no reason to keep holding him. She snarled. I'll put in any security measures in my home you think are necessary, but Izuku-kun isn't a criminal. You can't just stick him in prison for saving someone's life and say it's for his own good. The district rep overseeing his case, a middle-aged woman with a set of 6 mismatched wings currently mantled up in irritation, smiled tightly. That is not the purpose of this hearing, Bakugo-sen. She replied. While Midoriya-kun is not being charged with a crime at this point, the police are still investigating the USJ assault. I personally find it unlikely that they will find him to be complicit in his father's actions, but I do have to account for the possibility. Your son was a primary target of the League of Villains alongside All Might. No other person involved was so singled out. He and Midoriya-kun cannot have unsupervised contact until Midoriya has been cleared of all suspicion. That can't happen if they are living in the same house. They'd been arguing this point for a while now, and the representative had so far refused to budge. It was a testament to Aunt Mitsuki's tenacity that they were even meeting face to face. All Might's application for temporary custody had been rejected over the phone. Izuku could see the writing on the wall. He was going back to jail. He'd spent that first night after the USJ incident in a hospital bed, which wouldn't have been bad except for the restraints. Nurses had come by every hour or so with a high-calorie, high-density meal replacements until his doctor was confident that Izuku wouldn't burn through any more of his body fat. Every night since then had been spent in a jail cell at the Muzutafu Juvenile Detention Center, an environment which had managed to do the impossible and made him homesick for the hospital. The catheter hadn't been so bad in retrospect. His room was in the area reserved for the inmates with good behavior and minor offenses, but his door still locked on the outside, and at night the halls echoed with people shouting and sometimes crying. Excuse me? Izuku looked up as someone spoke up from just inside the door to the meeting room he'd been trapped in for the last 2 hours. He hadn't heard the door open, so the man must have been there for a while listening to Aunt Mitsuki wrangle with the district rep. He was tall and rail-thin, wearing studded black leather with tinted sunglasses. Izuku knew who he was, of course. Of the current top 20 heroes, present Mic had the best brand recognition considering he doubled as a hero, musician, and radio personality. The representative was not amused. "This is a closed session, sir. Please leave." Present Mic did not leave. "Dear listeners, I think I can help." A muscle ticked in the representative's jaw, but she didn't set the bailiffs on him, so apparently no one was immune to star power. "Do tell," she said at last. "If I heard correctly, you can't release the little listener here," he gestured to Izuku. "To a family who can't guarantee both his good behavior and his safety." "Correct." In essence. The representative rocked back on her heels with her arms crossed, looking thoughtful. "Are you offering an alternative?" "Yes." Mic blushed and rubbed the back of his head in a boyish gesture that actually managed to thaw out his audience a little. "My husband and I are already an approved foster family. We haven't been matched with a child yet, so we have a room going spare. I think 2 pro heroes could provide the environment you're looking for. We both teach at UA, so we have experience with kids in his age group, and there's 2 of us. We can arrange our schedules so he won't go unsupervised." The rep reached for her laptop. "You've been through the onboarding process for new foster parents?" "Yes, ma'am. We've completed all the basic courses and my husband has done extra workshops in parenting traumatized children. We've been through the background checks and have passed all our home inspections. I see you in the database." She paused, frowning as she reviewed the profile page open on her screen. "Your husband is Eraserhead? Wasn't he involved in the USJ incident?" Izuku's burgeoning hope was snuffed out. If he couldn't stay with the Bakugos because of Kaken, then they wouldn't let him stay with another victim of the attack. Eraserhead had actually gotten hurt. "Yes." Present Mic didn't seem concerned though. It would be different than placing the little guy in a home with one of the students. He was given a single target under duress and wasn't involved with the wider assault. Eraserhead is an adult, and I'm sure the investigative team working the little listener's case would prefer to have him in a calmer environment than juvie. You aren't wrong, and I am reluctant to return him to protective custody. It serves his immediate safety needs, but I am not indifferent to the long-term effects prolonged incarceration would have on the boy. The rep considered the man standing before her with flat, black eyes that gave away nothing as she came to her decision. "Present Mic, I want you to be aware that this would not be a short-term placement," she said at last. "Midoriya Izuku's mother is out of contact and has been denied custody several times in the past. The records of those hearings are vague though and fail to establish the court's reasonings for those denials, so I find them suspect considering her ex-husband's extra-legal activities. If she reapplies, this court would grant her the opportunity to make her case. That being said, she would need to re-establish residence in the country and provide proof of local employment before I could even consider returning the boy to her care. In the meantime, Midoriya Izuku will require constant supervision until he's officially cleared by the police. As his guardian, you would be responsible for making sure he continues his schooling and also clearing up some irregularities with his personal documentation. He was registered as Quirkless, which is clearly no longer the case. That will need to be resolved immediately." "It won't be a problem," Present Mic promised. Then he caught Izuku's eye and gave him a tiny little wave. A hero, not just any hero, Present Mic, was waving at him. His fanboy heart could not take it, but he managed to wave back without dying. "Midoriya Izuku, is this an acceptable option for you?" The rep addressed Izuku for the first time since they'd entered the room. Her wings were tucked now, and she felt a lot calmer to Izuku's senses than she had been when it had been Aunt Mitsuki arguing with her. "You don't have to go anywhere you don't want." Aunt Mitsuki broke in, trying to sound reassuring, but her expression looked pinched. She couldn't win and she knew it. If Izuku rejected Present Mic's offer, then he was going back to the detention center. "And no, I'm actually a big fan of your show." Izuku found a tremulous smile somewhere. "If you don't mind and Eraserhead is okay with it, then it's a done deal." Present Mic beamed and inserted himself between Izuku and one of the bailiffs. The guy bristled, but backed off in the face of Mic's megawatt smile. Izuku was more crowded than ever, but Present Mic's presence was less oppressive than the bailiffs and he felt like he could breathe. That wasn't the end of it, of course. There was a small mountain of paperwork to complete and a ton of questions for present Mike to answer about the circumstances in which he planned to keep Izuku. They were probably cutting a lot of corners given the fact that Eraserhead wasn't around to agree to any of the things his husband was apparently signing them up for. The voice hero endured it all with grace until finally the representative gave them her blessings and left the room with the bailiffs trailing after her. "We're gonna have a blast, little listener." Present Mike pulled Izuku into a sideways hug that made his brain short out a little. He hadn't quite realized until that moment that this was real and he was going to move in with the personality behind 70% of his favorite media. Just Izuku is fine. Izuku wheezed as present Mike led him over to Aunt Mitsuki. "You can call me Mike in that case." The hero shot him a softer smile than he'd seen before. "We generally use professional names outside of the house, but I don't think you need to use the whole title." Aunt Mitsuki pulled Izuku into another hug. That crossed the line into more non-violent physical contact than he'd had since his mom left, and he was pretty sure his whole body was about to dissolve into a puddle of overstimulated goo. "You're giving me gray hairs, kid." She rocked him from side to side. "That's Katsuki's job." "Sorry, Auntie." Izuku relaxed into the embrace. It was fine. He didn't mind being goo. "Thank you." She smoothed his hair down. "Of course, kiddo. I'd have done it even if I hadn't promised your mom that I'd look after you. We'll do dinner once the police clear you to see Katsuki again. Your guardians can come too, I guess." She added, giving Mike a dubious look. "We'll look forward to it." Mike whipped his phone out. "Mind exchanging contacts? I'd like to be able to get in contact with you in the case of an emergency." "Oh, sure." Auntie Mitsuki thought a little further as they swapped texts. "Are you two going to be all right? I need to collect the brat before he goes off on someone. I've probably left it too long already." I think we're fine." Izuku looked at his new guardian for confirmation. "My stuff is still at the detention center, but All Might offered to bring his truck around if we needed to go get it." "Then we'll do that first." Mike promised. "Do you have a phone? Or does someone need to call him?" "I have one, but it's been disconnected." They hit the hallway about then, and Kaken looked up from where he'd been glaring at the wall. He flipped through the entire gamut of emotions too quick for Izuku to get a read on any of them. He settled on a gruff, disinterested expression that did not at all reflect everything he had going on under the surface. That was pretty normal for Kaken though. It almost made Izuku feel like things were back to the usual. "You coming home with us, nerd?" he asked. "No. I'm going to be staying with present Mike and his family." Kaken squinted. "He's married?" He looked at Mike. "Someone married you?" Whoops, it looked like Mike wasn't out at work. Izuku bit his tongue and hoped Kaken wouldn't press. "Sure did, little listener." Mike didn't seem offended. "It surprises me sometimes too. Izuku, we should probably get a move on. I want to make sure we can get your things before it starts getting dark." Yagi-san showed up suspiciously fast after Mike called him, but Izuku was too glad to see the man to question it. Collecting his belongings from the center was predictably awful. He didn't have anything in his cell, aside from a few changes of clothing. All his other belongings had gone into the property room, and it took an hour for the clerk on duty to find everything. Some of his more valuable limited edition posters ended up lost, but the important stuff, the family journals and the holocron, was all there. If Izuku had ever spent any time wondering about the kind of place where present Mike would live, and he hadn't, he would have guessed that it would be some incredible modern apartment with walls of brushed steel, gold albums and guitars on the wall for art, and maybe a private recording studio in there somewhere. People on the internet who knew about Eraserhead also speculated extensively about where and what conditions he lived in, but their guesses did not often include anywhere indoors. The truth was somewhere in the middle, a reasonably sized family house in the same district as UA with a tall brick privacy wall. There was a little yard too, about as much as anyone could afford in a Japanese metropolitan area without being a millionaire. At least Izuku had a little bit of green to look forward to. He probably wouldn't be allowed to run in the park again until his dad was out of the picture for good. Neither present Mike nor Eraserhead had a car, but they had a private driveway, so All Might didn't have to park his truck on the street. Home sweet home. Mike told Izuku. He'd been in an effervescent mood ever since they'd left the courthouse. Your room is on the second floor. The house is disarmed right now, so you can go on in. I'll get your biometrics added to the security system as soon as we've got your things inside. The police hadn't let Izuku take too much from the house, just his personal belongings and any old family heirlooms that he couldn't risk his dad taking or wrecking. The apartment would be under police protection until it wasn't considered a crime scene anymore, but the detective working his dad's case didn't even try to convince him that nothing would end up disappearing. Everything Izuku had now fit into 2 rolling suitcases, a backpack, and 3 boxes. None of them were heavy, but Mike only let him have the box with some of his collectibles and bedding in it. He was a narrow-looking person, but able to lift both suitcases without appreciable effort. Yagi-san was a reassuring presence at Izuku's side as they followed Mike inside. He was a little sad that he wouldn't be able to stay with his mentor, but at the same time he couldn't even wrap his head around what that would even look like. All Might didn't have any properties in Yuzurifu that anyone knew about. To the best of his knowledge, the closest thing to a house that All Might owned was Might Tower in New York, and Izuku's poor little fanboy heart wouldn't be able to take that. This is only temporary anyway, Izuku told himself. His mom would get access to her mail soon, or her program director would be able to raise her on the satellite phone. Once that happened, he knew she'd be on the first flight she could physically get to. It would be weeks, maybe even a month, but she would come for him. Only, Izuku wasn't sure that was a good thing, because coming back to Japan would put her back into Hisashi's sights, and as an outed villain, he didn't have to avoid negative attention anymore. He tried to murder a bunch of school kids. There wasn't any coming back from that, and if he got to take a shot at his annoying ex-wife, then Izuku had no assurance that he wouldn't say no. Izuku was so caught up in his thoughts that he didn't notice Mike stop just inside his own entryway until he bumped his nose into the space between his new guardian's shoulder blades. There was someone in the living room ahead of them already, tall, lean, and wearing all black. Izuku's stomach clenched until he realized the man had halted halfway through the process of angrily pulling on a familiar collar made of scarves. Eraserhead was looking a lot better than he had the last time Izuku had seen him, albeit still set off. His face was a mottled quilt of bruises and his nose was in a splint, but his cheek was no longer caved in. Izuku didn't know if he'd done that or if it had been a hospital healer, but he was glad the man hadn't been permanently disfigured. He had a shiny red scar under his eye where his cheekbone had been broken, but that wasn't the worst facial injury Izuku had ever seen on a hero. "Sho!" Mike squawked. "Did you break out of the hospital?" "Hisashi." Eraserhead's tone sounded like death incarnate. "Why were you ignoring my calls? What the hell did you do?" Mike startled and set down the suitcases to get at the phone in his back pocket. Sorry. I forgot to turn it back on." He flicked the screen on and Izuku could see a notification on the screen announcing 20 new text messages, 12 missed calls, and 5 unheard voicemails. "Oh man, I can explain." At that point, Eraserhead noticed Izuku standing behind Mike and his expression went flat. "Who?" he asked without breaking eye contact with Izuku. "Is that?" Mike cleared his throat and stepped to one side, bringing Izuku forward. "Babe, this is Izuku. He needs a place to stay for a while. I thought, given the circumstances, that he could come live with us." There was a teenager in Shuta's house. Granted, the kid looked like he was 12 at the most, with enormous green eyes, a tousled mop of dark green curls, and a white t-shirt that read All M across the chest. He held a box in front of him with "Police Evidence" printed on the side and crossed out with a marker. It was open at the top with rolled-up posters poking out and the top edge of what looked like a quilt. He stared at the kid and the kid stared right back. The more he looked, though, the more convinced he became that he'd seen that face somewhere before. He just couldn't place quite where. The kid wasn't his student, and Shoyudo was positive he wasn't in any of the UA programs, which was the only place where he met people in that age bracket who weren't the victims of violent crimes. The weirdness only intensified when Yagi Fanji Tashinori stuck his enormous head in through the door and asked, "Is there a problem?" in a mild tone that still managed to suggest there had better not be a problem. He'd gotten so used to thinking of the man as a not very talented junior instructor that he'd forgotten that All Might could also be absolutely terrifying when the spirit moved him. "Everything is fine. Shoyuta left the hospital AMA. Hisashi called over his shoulder. So, introductions are getting moved up a little. Shoyuta pulled in the ends of his capture weapon and stepped back, suddenly feeling unsure. Had Hisashi actually found them a kid? That would explain the alarming text message he'd gotten before his husband dropped out of contact. If Hisashi had seen an opportunity, then of course he was going to go for it with both hands and no second thoughts. That didn't explain why the big blonde nuisance was involved, but all things in due time. Give me one of those. Shoyuta reached for one of the suitcases Hisashi had brought in with him, only to have his husband pull it out of reach. No, go sit on the couch and come up with a compelling argument as to why I shouldn't get All Might to take you back to the hospital. Hisashi pointed at their beat-up leather sofa for emphasis. Then his expression shifted. Or you could go upstairs with Izuku and help him set up his room. Maybe get him settled? I just realized we don't have enough of anything in the house to feed 3 people. Fine. Shoyuta agreed, mostly to get out of grocery shopping, assuming Hisashi would even let him go. He hated going to the store. He used to live off lime flavor calorie mates and hadn't seen any problem with it before moving in with Hisashi, who had different ideas about nutrition. Do you know what the kid eats? Hisashi looked stricken. Sheet? No. He cast a look at Izuku, who was still hovering near the door. Hey, little listener. I've got to run to the shops and get some dinner. Is there anything you don't eat? The kid shook his head and then flinched. My dad kept us vegetarian. He ventured. I'm not invested in it though, but I don't really know if there is any kind of meat I don't like. I don't think I've had any outside summer camp curry. We can start slow. Hisashi promised, which would be easy since they didn't eat a lot of meat either. They could afford it, but neither of them were very inspired cooks and hated to waste good ingredients. Can you do fish or eggs? Izuku nodded and made Hisashi's day in the process. That's great. Hisashi gave him the full thumbs-up treatment. He paused and looked at All Might. Do you want to stay for dinner? Make sure Izuku gets settled. All Might shook his head. I'm afraid I can't. I have some appointments this evening and also a stack of grading I've had to put off. I'd be happy to drop you off somewhere. Izuku drooped at that, but rallied as soon as he sensed eyes on him. Thank you for helping, sir. He let All Might settle one enormous hand on his head. I'm sorry things didn't work out. So am I. All Might ruffled the boy's hair, looking sad. You have my number and I'll work on getting your phone reconnected. In the meantime, I'm sure Yamada or Aizawa won't mind passing messages. Contact me whenever you need to. That netted him a nod and a suspiciously damp sniffle. Shoyuta had to wonder if they'd just gotten custody of All Might's secret love child or something. He'd put up with it if that were the case. He'd put up with a lot if it got Hisashi the kid he'd wanted his entire adult life, even co-parenting with a walking, talking spotlight. It took Hisashi a little bit to get himself to go. He carried all Izuku's tiny collection of belongings upstairs himself and spent another 15 minutes or so trying to tease dietary preferences out of the kid before All Might gently herded him outside to a waiting truck. Izuku had yet to move from his spot by the door, although Hisashi had gotten his box away from him. He was watching Shoyuta now with a look of wariness mixed with something else not as easily identified. Shoyuta put up with it for a bit until he lost his patience. Come on, I'll give you a tour of the house and then you can get your bedroom set up. The kid had no response, but followed Shoyuta when he took off. It wasn't an extensive tour. The house had room, but most of the living space on the main floor flowed together in an open format. The basement and upper level were more broken up. Bedrooms and the main bath upstairs, offices and home gym downstairs. You can use anything in the gym you want so long as you wipe it down after. Shoyuta explained as he showed Izuku where the cleaning supplies were. The only rules are not to lift without someone to spot you and no quirk use without supervision. Izuku made a distressed little noise at that, but his expression actively discouraged questions, so Shoyuta made a note to circle back to the topic once he'd had a chance to look over whatever paperwork had arrived with Izuku. Shoyuta intended to show him the upstairs next, park him in his room, and then go get a handle on himself in another part of the house until Hisashi got back to be the emotionally available adult in the house, except they didn't make it there. Izuku stopped halfway through the living room just short of the stairs. Shoyuta had to stop and turn around to see what the holdup was. "You don't remember me, do you?" the kid asked. He didn't seem mad about it exactly, just apprehensive. Shoyuta wasn't sure if that was better or worse than mad. "Sorry kid. I don't," he admitted, hoping this wasn't someone he'd either saved or busted during his active duty hours in the past week or so. "Your face looks a little familiar, but I've had a head injury recently. My short-term memory surrounding the incident is going to be a little patchy for a while." I know." The kid looked pained. "I was there." In that moment Shoyuta realized just where he'd seen those eyes before. The kid had been wearing a hood and a filtration mask covering the lower half of his face, but Shoyuta had gotten a good look at those huge green eyes before they'd rolled back into his skull and the kid had passed out, hitting the ground right beside him on the dusty, broken ground of the USJ Central Plaza. He managed not to say any of the first 3 or 4 things that sprang to mind. "Ah." He settled on a neutral reply at last. "That's where I know you from." Hisashi wasn't too surprised to find his husband lurking in the entryway and ready to attack when he got home with a big canvas tote bag of dinner components. Sho propelled him right back outside and shut the door behind him so softly that Hisashi barely heard the latch engage. "How the hell did you get U.S. custody of the USJ kid?" Shuta's irises were rimmed in red. Whether it was because he was having trouble with his quirk while in the grip of an emotion or if he was prepared to squash any volume slip on Hisashi's part was not immediately clear. "I was deposed in court and I happened to walk by while All Might and the kid's emergency guardian were trying to get him released from police custody." Hisashi tamped down his memory of their brief visit to the Mizudafu Juvenile Detention Center. They'd been keeping Izuku in with the non-violent offenders since he hadn't been charged, but he still had to eat and exercise with the general population. Up until that moment Hisashi had still been questioning his own sanity, but not after he'd seen and smelled the cold, windowless steel box Izuku had been living in. It had contained a bed, a sink, and a toilet in just enough space to stand up in. The air was heavy with the impossible combination of bleach and acrid sweat. The police wouldn't release him, Sho, and he didn't do anything wrong. Hisashi wet his lips. "I couldn't just leave him there being punished for doing the right thing. No one can get a hold of his mom either, so he was stuck." Shoyuta exhaled sharply and, yeah, that had been pretty weak. Of course Sho hadn't bought it. "Hisashi." "I know." Hisashi dropped his tone after it spiraled upward. "I know, all right. It's just we've got a real chance. I'm positive of it. If he's got family then they'll take him away sooner or later." Shoyuta took the canvas bag from him and set it down before caging Hisashi up against the tiny nook just under their eaves. "You're going to get attached." "No, look, I've got it worked out." Hisashi shook his head. Izuku doesn't have an extended family left aside from his mother, and she's a deep-sea researcher in some underwater rift station where the employees can't have dependents. She's been passed over for custody before and it's going to take a lot of work for her to get him back, but not if we make a private agreement to share custody. She gets to keep her career and see her kid. We keep him during the school year and maybe half the breaks. Everybody goes home happy. Hisashi. Shoyuta had that look. Hisashi hated that look. Plan B is we pay her off. He continued. I have an emergency fund I am willing to cash out. Shoyuta closed his eyes and sighed. You're going to end up breaking your big dumb heart. Oh, probably. Hisashi petted his husband's chest, glad that the fight seemed to be over. I wasn't counting on him being that precious. He admitted. He jumps like a bunny, hard to believe he's in high school. A bunny that nearly took a guy's arm off. Shoyuta huffed and backed up. I'm going to have to find out how he did that. Wait, did you say that kid is in high school? He looked appalled. I thought he was a middle schooler. I know, right? Hisashi picked up the groceries and let himself back into the house. He's a first year at Manean Prep. Izuku wasn't in the living room, but someone had the lights on upstairs and Hisashi could hear someone moving around. He was probably unpacking. He'd been waiting years to hear the sounds of a third person in the house, and it was every bit as sweet as he'd hoped. Waking up in a strange place wasn't Izuku's favorite, but Mic and Eraserhead's house was a big step up from where he'd been waking up recently. His new room was a little bigger than the old one and had a floor-to-ceiling window that looked out onto the variegated rooftops of his new guardian's sloping neighborhood. There was even a little sliver of beach and open water visible in the far distance. Izuku sat on his bed watching the night sky lighten for a while until he couldn't sit still any longer. No one else was around as he made his way downstairs, but he could hear snoring coming from the master bedroom. A big digital clock in the kitchen read 4 o'clock in bright red numbers. Ugh, that was just too early, but Izuku was too awake to try and go back to sleep. Dad wasn't around to make him train anymore, but his body felt itchy and restless, so maybe he was just stuck with the habit now. A little run would help calm him down anyway. Then he could get some breakfast and see if his phone was back in order. Mike had set him up with the Wi-Fi password, so at minimum he'd be able to check his email and send his mom an update. He ended up doing weights and some kata in addition to running. There wasn't anything in the gym that he could easily use to practice his other skills, but he could work that out later. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that he'd have to keep up practice on his own. Dad's temper wasn't a storm he had the luxury of waiting out anymore. The next time Izuku saw his father, he'd probably be fighting for his life. Not sure what I'm going to do about saber practice, he thought as he let the treadmill kick him off. Mike and Aizawa were both skilled fighters, but they relied on their quirks or support items. In fact, there weren't many heroes who even used swords. Heroes preferred non-lethal weapons. Even if someone caught him, could a prison even hold his father? There was just so much he had to figure out. Time for breakfast. Izuku started to leave the gym, but ended up walking straight into Aizawa, who had taken up a spot just inside the door. Izuku had been so deep in his own head that he hadn't even noticed. That was bad. He couldn't afford that kind of inattention. Aizawa was wearing his Eraserhead costume, but Izuku couldn't tell if he was going out or just getting back in. Hopefully neither, or Mike was going to be upset. Sorry. Izuku stumbled back and was glad that he hadn't been working on any of his telekinesis drills. Were you going to use the gym? I wiped down all the equipment. I saw. Aizawa looked him over. That's an interesting routine. Izuku felt like he was about to step into a trap. Thanks. Do you do that every morning? Definitely a trap. More or less. I usually run more and have some other exercises, but it's been a weird week, so I skipped a bunch. Weirdly, Aizawa just nodded. He didn't seem to emote all that much, so Izuku thought that maybe he shouldn't have been surprised. Mike had mentioned they were both instructors at UA, but he hadn't said what either of them taught. UA academics were legendarily weird, so it could have been anything. Cut yourself some slack while you get settled in. Aizawa nodded at the stairs. Go clean up and get breakfast for now. Your school's further away and will need to get in early so I can talk to your school about the new situation and still make it to my own classes on time. You're coming with me? Izuku hadn't been expecting that. In retrospect, that was dumb. He was on a supervillain's sheet list. Worse, it was his dad. Of course he'd need someone to walk him to class. Maybe he should have been more surprised that they were even letting him go. It'll be me or Zashi for now. Aizawa pointed at the stairs. We'll talk more later. Go eat. Shoyuta watched the kid take off with a mumbled, "Yes, sir," and waited until he was sure Midoriya was out of earshot before dragging a hand through his hair and sighing. He'd known the kid was going to be work, but he hadn't been ready for it to start so soon. Or so early. The motion alarm woke him when the kid had gotten up, and Shoyuta had been prepared to foil an escape attempt, which was the only reason he could possibly fathom why anyone would want to be awake at 4 in the FING morning. Hizashi had taken his hearing aids out before bed and got to sleep through it all. Midoriya surprised him by dragging himself downstairs to the gym with reluctance written in every line of his small body. Shoyuta could empathize with that, but he didn't understand why the kid didn't just go back to bed. He was tempted to do that himself when he saw the kid start doing some basic stretches and realized Midoriya really was just getting in a morning workout. Unfortunately for Shoyuta, he was curious by that point and hung back to watch what turned out to be a pretty grueling conditioning session. The whole thing had taken 2 straight hours, and the kid said that was a light day for him in the tone of someone who thought they were being perfectly reasonable. Sheesh. Something was going to have to change. Shoyuta believed in the pursuit of excellence, But that wasn't an appropriate workout for anyone who wasn't a professional athlete in training for an event, and even then never for a teenager. It had been easy to miss before, considering all the layers he wore, but Midoriya looked like he was close to peak condition for his age and weight class. Shoyuta had top-tier students in the heroics program who weren't that fit. That didn't happen overnight and suggested that Midoriya's father had been grooming him for villainy a lot longer than anyone had supposed. The smell of toast greeted Shoyuta at the top of the stairs. Midoriya looked up from what he was doing at the stove, frying eggs, and gave him a hesitant little wave. "Do you want anything?" he asked. "Or Mike?" "Nothing for me, and whatever you're making for yourself is fine for Zashi." Shoyuta watched him work for a while without any real sign of hesitancy or nerves. He was used to fending for himself then. If anything seemed to bother him, it was the fact that he had an audience. Maybe it was just nerves and things would settle down once Midoriya got comfortable with them, but Shoyuta wasn't so sure. Food smells did what the silent alarm couldn't and lured Hizashi out of the bedroom in a pair of pajama pants with his hair down around his face and the big pair of tinted grandpa glasses he wore around the house perched on top of his head. He padded down the stairs and blinked at Shoyuta, clearly confused by the aroma of edible food being made in their house by someone other than himself. "Who's in the kitchen?" he signed. "You picked out a morning person." Shoyuta signed back. He ran 6 miles on the treadmill too. "Oh no, your natural enemy." Hizashi grinned and rounded the corner. "Hey, is that toast I smell?" he called out. "Yeah, it looked like you guys eat Western breakfasts." Izuku didn't duck when Hizashi ruffled his hair, and Shoyuta had to forgive him for the early morning when he saw how happy it made Hizashi. "It's easy and neither of us are great cooks." Hizashi got into the pantry and threw Shoyuta a calorie mate. "There's some sausages in the fridge too. Do you want to try one?" Shoyuta evacuated while he still could. With Hizashi occupied downstairs, he had an opportunity to get his class material together and stashed in a bag for later. Chio wanted him off duty for the rest of the week, but none of the substitute agencies in town would take Nedzu's calls anymore, so no one would send him home if he made it all the way onto campus. Hizashi and Midoriya were at the table by the time Shoyuta made it back downstairs. They'd made the sausages, but Midoriya didn't seem sold on it, going by the fact that he'd taken one bite out of his and left the rest. He was more absorbed in his phone, which was the most teenager-like behavior he'd exhibited yet, and seeing it came as an honest relief. Shoyuta knew how to turn teenagers into heroes. He didn't know how to teach them to be children. "Coffee's ready," Hizashi said by way of a greeting and gestured at a mug already filled, doctored with cream, and gently steaming in front of Shuta's usual spot at the table. "Thanks." He took a welcome sip as he slid into his chair. He paused and checked the clock, then looked at Midoriya. "Kid, you should probably get in the shower soon if you're done eating. We've still got to talk to your teachers." Midoriya looked up from his phone, eyes blank. He passed his phone over to Hizashi with the screen unlocked. Hizashi accepted it with a frown, flipped his glasses back down over his eyes, and read whatever Midoriya had passed him. His expression darkened as his gaze flicked down. "You have got to be kidding me," he hissed and sprang up from the table. "Where is my phone? I need to call somebody about this." "It's on the coffee table." Shoyuta used his scarves to get Midoriya's phone away from Hizashi before his husband could stomp off with it. "Do you mind if I read this too?" he asked Midoriya, but the kid was staring into the middle distance and muttering to himself. That would have to do for permission. The phone was open on an official-looking email from the central office of Minayan College Preparatory High School, Aldera campus. Shoyuta scanned it and let his eyes linger on the key phrases: consecutive unexcused absences, falsified quirk registration, association with a known villain, and the kicker. As of this notice, you are no longer considered a student of Minayan Preparatory Academy. Minayan had heard about the USJ somehow, and they'd washed their hands of the situation. Hizashi wandered back into the kitchen. He looked madder than Shoyuta could remember ever seeing him while off duty. That is part of an ongoing investigation. He was in protective custody, and the lead detective alerted you to the situation so his absences would be excused, not so you could build a case against him. He paused as the other person spoke, and his cheeks puffed up with indignation at whatever it was they had to say. Izuku isn't liable for that. Quirk registration was the responsibility of his former guardian and obviously will be having him re-evaluated. No. No, that is discrimination. You know that is discrimination, and I don't care if it's part of your school's code of conduct. It's illegal. His jaw dropped in shocked outrage and then snapped shut as his cheeks went bright red. That's the case, then I hope you enjoy talking to lawyers because you'll be hearing from mine. Midoriya made a noise, a high, thin wheeze that had shown Yuta out of his chair and shoving the boy's head between his knees before he could really think about what he was doing. Try and breathe, kid. He tried to remember the doctrine for treating a panic attack in the field. He didn't often encounter victims who stuck around long enough to need calming. Midoriya's breathing sounded shaky, but still regular. His eyes had been glassy though. Was he trying to pass out? Shoyuta remembered the files saying something about him having a couple episodes recently. They'd both been attributed to quirk exhaustion, but what if the medics had been wrong? Get him on the floor and his calves on the chair so they're above his head. Hisashi tossed his phone at the table. I am okay. Midoriya batted at their hands. I've got it. We're going to give you a little space now, but if you feel dizzy then you need to try and let us know even if you don't feel like you can talk. Hisashi put out an arm and nudged Shoyuta back. I'm okay. The kid insisted and he did sound better. I'm okay now. It was just upsetting. He scrubbed at his face. Shoyuta was pretty sure he saw tears through Midoriya's fingers. I don't know what I'm going to tell him. She was really proud that I got in. We'll get you into another school. Hisashi promised. An even better school. It'll be okay. We will make it okay. Could they though? Shoyuta wasn't so sure. This was just the first bump they'd hit as it had a family and there was sure to be more on the way. Focus on the immediate problem. He told himself. Midoriya had to be in school. It was one of the conditions placed on his release. He wasn't on probation, but Shoyuta didn't doubt there'd be at least one spot check by whatever social worker ended up with his case. If he wasn't in school then the reasons for keeping him out of police custody were less compelling. Shoyuta and Hisashi could homeschool Midoriya in the absolute worst-case scenario, but they couldn't leave him unattended at home. He rocked back on his heels and let himself chew over the idea. The dependents of UA faculty had automatic admission to the Gen Ed program. Midoriya wasn't their adopted child, but Netsu might make an exception for a foster situation. He wasn't familiar with Minayan as a school, but if it was a college prep institution then Midoriya should be able to keep up with the kids at UA. That email had made them look pretty high in the instep even if it was just by civilian standards. If he couldn't then they could get him whatever tutoring he needed to get up to speed. Zashi, I'm going to make a call. He went largely ignored. Hisashi and Midoriya were talking in quiet voices and handling the emotional fallout of the situation. Shoyuta would deal with the practical fallout. Izuku ended up on the couch with a damp washcloth over his eyes. Mike was still hovering a bit, but he was also texting furiously with someone as he leaned against the back and paused every once in a while to see if Izuku was still breathing. If this was a normal level of parental concern then he finally understood why Kaken always acted like a wet cat whenever his mom was feeling protective. Hey kiddo. Hisashi stowed his phone. I think we need to talk to somebody about these fainting spells. Izuku pulled the cloth off his eyes. What about them? You've been under a lot of stress so I know these aren't normal circumstances, but I'm worried. Have you had any other incidents before this? Not really. I did when I was really little and I got too upset or scared, but my mom gets them too sometimes so maybe it runs in the family. Izuku could remember some terrifying events from when he was little. At some point before the divorce, Hisashi had figured out how to trigger his wife into a swoon and wasn't afraid to use that knowledge to his advantage. All but one of the times I've blacked out recently has been because I got too wound up and people started crowding me. I'm not really okay, but I don't think I'm sick. Mike didn't seem convinced. Well, you're going to have to come into work with us today. If it's okay with you then I'd like to have our school nurse look you over. She's been wanting to meet you anyway. If you've got a healing quirk then you couldn't ask for a better instructor. But Izuku stopped himself from saying, I don't have a quirk. He'd healed Aizawa in front of people. As far as the world was concerned, he had a quirk. No one was going to believe him if he suddenly pretended he didn't. I guess it can't hurt. That's the spirit. Mike circled around the couch and held out a hand to help Izuku up. I want you to try and get up. Take it slowly, but if you still feel okay afterwards, then you need to hop in the shower while I get ready. Chio wants to see you and show Yuta before classes start too. Getting up wasn't an issue. The bad moment was over and Izuku was able to get himself ready for, well, not school, but the day at least. In retrospect, he was glad he'd had the early morning to himself. He only wished he'd spent more time meditating. He just hadn't wanted to open himself up to contact from his dad just yet. He wasn't sure what to bring beyond his phone and himself, so he packed his usual school supplies with the exception of his old books from Minan. He didn't think about food until almost the last minute and darted downstairs, hoping his new guardians had something he could use for a lunchbox. Mike and Aizawa came back downstairs just as Izuku finished up. He'd found some old bento boxes collecting dust in the back of one of the cupboards, and Mick's freezer was a cornucopia of frozen ready-to-eat meal components. He hadn't had time to make any rice, but the important part was that nobody was going hungry. He'd even made one for Aizawa, although he suspected it would be ignored in favor of another calorie mate. It didn't seem right leaving him out though. Izuku knew that feeling, and it isigi. Mike didn't bother trying to hide his reaction to getting a semi-homemade lunchbox. He was over the moon about it, and Izuku was starting to realize that was just what the man was like all day, every day. His emotions were just out there for public consumption and he didn't care. Izuku would never have to guess at what Mike was feeling, and that was kind of nice. It was different, certainly. Aizawa, though, caught him as they started out the door. He didn't look or feel mad, just concerned. Aizawa had been consistently concerned since they'd met, and that too seemed to be his baseline. It wasn't a condescending type of worry, but Aizawa just seemed to be high alert at all times. Maybe that was why he looked so tired, if he was always ready to head off whatever bad thing was going to happen next. You don't have to earn your keep here. Thank you for this. He held up his bento, but it's our job to take care of you. I'm used to taking care of myself. Izuku winced because that had sounded ungrateful even to him. So he tried again. It's going to take some getting used to? That seemed to be the right answer because Aizawa switched his focus to getting Mike out the door with all his stuff. They took the train to UA, which was an experience by itself. People gawked openly even though Mike said they often took that same train. Students in gray and green started to fill the car as they got closer to the UA campus. Some of them greeted Mike. Most ignored Aizawa or watched him warily. Izuku didn't get that much attention beside one or two of the UA students looking his uniform over with curiosity. Minan was in the opposite direction, so they likely hadn't seen a uniform like his before. UA itself towered over them as they got off at the school's dedicated rail station. Izuku's heart started to pound again. He'd spent most of his formative years dreaming of walking through those gates, but not like this. Everything good? Mike asked him quietly. Izuku just confused himself by trying to nod and shake his head at the same time. He didn't see anybody he recognized, but they didn't go in the front entrance. The teachers had multiple entrances depending on how they got to work. Mike and Aizawa used a ground-level side entrance near a small parking lot. Snipe pulled up on a lowrider as they went in. "Morning, partners." He tipped his hat as they passed. "Got a sidekick today, I see." Snipe's tone was so friendly that Izuku knew he hadn't been recognized. Midoriya will be auditing classes with Mike or I for the time being. Aizawa placed a hand on Izuku's back, encouraging him to go faster. "Well, congratulations." Snipe clapped Mike on the back and staggered him a little. He seemed to know better than to try with Aizawa. "I know y'all have been trying for a while. I'm glad something finally worked out." But Izuku remembered Mike saying they'd been trying for a foster adoption before. That must be what Snipe thought had happened. "We'll talk more later," was all Aizawa said. The school infirmary was surprisingly mundane looking, except for the fact that the school nurse was actually Recovery Girl, one of the few healers to ever go into frontline heroics. She was well into her 90s if Izuku remembered right, but still terrifying. Aizawa was bullied into enough bandages to turn him into a mummy, but he seemed sanguine about it and even seemed a little anticipatory. He was looking forward to something anyway. Izuku suspected it was the opportunity to scare his students. All right, Scoot. Recovery Girl made shooing motions at both Izuku's guardians. Nedzu wants him after we're done. I'll let you know when we're done here. Mike wasn't happy about that, but Aizawa dragged him off. Recovery Girl waited until they were gone and then checked the camera feed on her computer to make sure they really had left. Well, I'm sorry, sonny boy. I told them a little fib. The principal wants to see you first, but Eraserhead would have insisted on staying if he'd known that, and Nedzu says he has some questions that you might not be comfortable answering in front of your guardians. That wasn't ominous or anything. I would like to see a demonstration of your quirk at some point, but I don't think that would be wise now. I know the signs of quirk exhaustion and you look fine to me, but I don't care to push your limits. Try not to heal anyone for another week or so just in case. Recover Girl hopped down out of her chair. It's very rare for a healer to be able to fuel healing themselves. Usually we're dependent on the patient's own energy reserves. Your way is dangerous for you, yes, but safer when treating someone whose condition is already borderline. And my grandmother could do something similar. Izuku chose his words with care. She'd come to force training late in life, but his grandmother had already been a doctor for years when she'd met her eventual husband. That background had informed a lot of what she eventually did with her force abilities. Right now what I do is like a 1-to-1 ratio of energy expended to damage healed. Oba-san could do more with less, but she said it took a lot of practice. Most worthwhile things do. She agreed. Well, if you keep hanging around this place then I can offer you all the practice your heart can take. Come this way. Nedzu has been all but climbing the walls this morning. Principal Nedzu's office was in the exact middle of UA's odd main building. Izuku had known going in that Nedzu was not actually a human with a morphological quirk, but after meeting the man he had trouble identifying what he could be instead, some kind of mammal for sure, but beyond that Izuku couldn't tell. He was short with sleek white fur and stubby paws. His eyes were small and bright shiny black. He walked upright, but Izuku got the impression he could get around on all. For just fine. Midoriya Izuku. We meet at last. Nedzu thanked Recovery Girl and guided Izuku into his office, shutting the door behind them. He showed him a chair and offered tea, one of which Izuku accepted and the other he declined. Nedzu's emotions weren't quite what Izuku was accustomed to. Reading other people in the Force was more of an art of empathy than anything else. They thought in pictures and feelings, which Izuku had learned to interpret over time even though other people's feelings didn't always map to his own experiences. Nedzu was like that, only more so and faster, with additional sense memories threaded through like smell and whiskers, maybe? He didn't feel afraid, but he was on high alert. The alertness wasn't stressful, however. If anything, Nedzu seemed relaxed and comfortable in his space. It was odd to Izuku, but maybe that too was Nedzu's normal. I'll get straight to the point. Nedzu hopped up into his chair, which automatically adjusted him to Izuku's eye level. Aizawa-kun called me this morning to tell me about your school situation with Minean Prep. Izuku's shoulders turtled up with shame. I'm very sorry to hear about what happened. You deserved better treatment in a time of crisis. Nedzu opened a laptop and a loaded file folder on his desk. Not many people know about this, but UA faculty can enroll their dependents in the Gen Ed course without an entrance exam. We usually have a bit more warning than this, but fortunately I had already been looking into your background before this morning. I had already requested a copy of your transcripts from Minean, and after reviewing them I don't think you'll have much trouble transitioning the course load here. You will be slightly ahead in mathematics, but a bit behind in English and Japanese literature. What? Izuku croaked. You want to let me into UA? But I defended 2 of my students at great personal risk and saved the life of a dear friend of mine. Nedzu's black eyes gleamed. Oh yes. In all honesty, I had plans to poach you from Minean anyway, if only so Chio-san would have a chance to work with you. It's a bad habit of mine. I can't stand to see good talent working for other people. He spread his paws in a little, what can you do? Gesture. If you want a slot in the Gen Ed program then it's yours, no questions asked. He paused for effect. If that is what you want. It wasn't what he wanted, but neither was Minean. It had just been the best of what he could have. Izuku forced himself to stay quiet, not trusting his voice. Thanks to my quirk, I have an excellent memory. Nedzu continued, seemingly satisfied with Izuku's frozen silence. When I first heard your name, I thought it sounded familiar. That is the other reason I chose to look into your background. Imagine my surprise when I found an application for this year's entrance exam for the Heroics program with your name on it. We don't have many Quirkless applicants, even though we do accept anyone who can pass our exam. Now, I know that you didn't actually take the exam, and that too is very rare. UA is not an institution people apply to carelessly. Even our exam seats have limited availability. Then it occurred to me that Minean Prep is the highest-ranked school in this region that does not also offer a hero course. Given what happened, I feel confident in guessing that your father did not approve of your professional aspirations. And no. Izuku swallowed. That had been a bad fight when Hisashi had intercepted Izuku's exam ticket in the mail. It had been the first time when he'd thought his dad might actually hurt him, not just land a few heavy blows during practice and leave the marks to heal naturally. I will be blunt then. Nedzu steepled his paw pads before him. There are 2 slots in the hero classes that will be coming open soon. I can't give you preference because it is a tradition among the Gen Ed students that anyone who excels at their studies there has a chance of being moved up, especially if their quirk put them at a disadvantage in the entrance exam, and there are several students I know of who plan on doing so. What do I need to do? Nedzu smiled. I can give you 3 weeks to prepare. He said, I will assign you a self-study course to help bring you in line academically with your peers. Given your scores on the mock exams, I don't expect you to struggle much. You'll come to campus with your guardians and do your work in the staff room in order to satisfy the terms of your release. I believe that you will be cleared of suspicion within that time frame, freeing you up to use the more public facilities here such as the gymnasiums, training grounds, and library. I'm afraid you will not be permitted to participate in the sports festival this year. I'm not comfortable with broadcasting your location on national television when you're still a person of interest to a prominent villain. Instead, there will be an additional event after the festival for you and any other Gen Ed students who distinguish themselves in the festival. Can I ask what kind of event? Izuku's brain was kicking into overdrive. You may not, but good try. Nedzu smiled. If you're looking for advice, then I would make good use of the resources available to you at home. Eraserhead and Present Mic are excellent teachers. Recovery Girl will also be a valuable mentor for you. But everyone still thought he was a healer. What if I'm not cleared by then? Izuku had to ask. It was the biggest stumbling block in front of him. You will be. Nedzu was still smiling, but something about the shift in his mood chilled Izuku's bones. I would not have let you set foot on my campus if there were any doubt about your innocence. Izuku dropped his gaze and wrangled with the churning feelings of shame and gratitude in him. I only ever wanted to be a hero. He confessed. Since I was a kid, that was what I wanted most. Well, I'm pleased to offer you an opportunity to start your career here at UA. Nedzu got off his chair and walked across his desk to pat Izuku's bowed head. But, in all sincerity, please do tell Yamada and Aizawa about your aspirations. The competition here is cutthroat and your quirk will put you at a disadvantage. I want you as a student, but if it comes to a choice between settling for Gen Ed here or pursuing heroics elsewhere, then I hope you will choose to put your dream first. Your guardians are well connected in the hero community. They can create whatever opportunity you need. Someone chose that moment to kick Nedzu's door open. Ah, Eraserhead is here to collect you. Right on time. Nedzu caught Izuku's eye with a wink. I sent him a message informing him of the terms of your admission. Izuku gaped at him. But you just said I should. I do say things. Nedzu agreed. I also like to hedge my bets. Have a good afternoon, Midoriya-kun. I'll be in touch regarding those self-study plans. Think about what we discussed. Aizawa got Izuku by the back of the shirt. He put Izuku behind him and leveled a finger in front of Nedzu's snout. You do not meet with my kid unless Hisashi or I are present. He growled. I am not tolerating any of your bullshit mind games right now, Nedzu. I will absolutely respect that boundary now that you've set it. Nedzu's eyes twinkled with unsuppressed merriment, although his tone was perfectly contrite. Aizawa hauled Izuku into the corridor, and it was so different than the way his dad had manhandled him. He had never realized there could be context in that kind of contact, but he wasn't scared. That was the big thing. Aizawa was shoving him around to get him away from a perceived threat. They didn't slow down until they were on a totally different floor, and Aizawa seemed to realize he'd been dragging Izuku by his clothes. He stopped in the middle of the hall and shoved his hair out of his eyes. "The next time Nedzu tries to get you alone, I expect you to come looking for me," he said gruffly. Nedzu is a good person, but he plays long games with people and doesn't always remember that his ends cannot justify his means. He didn't say anything mean. Izuku made himself not flinch at the look Aizawa gave him. He didn't. "It'll be a couple of days before any of us figure out what he was up to. You'll understand then." Aizawa jerked a thumb towards the intersection ahead of them. "You're coming with me to the staff room. Midnight has my first PRD for the rest of the hour, and she's welcome to them. Zashi has his last class at 2, and then we're going to make a break for it." Izuku didn't want to fight, so he followed in silence. He had plenty to mull over anyway. The staff room was pretty similar to what he remembered from middle school. Several banks of desks pushed together so the teachers worked side by side and facing each other. He even recognized some of the faculty members present: Ectoplasm, Power Loader, and Snipe. "Hello again, partner." Snipe's greeting wasn't as enthusiastic as it had been earlier, so someone must have read him in on Izuku's situation. "Sorry I didn't recognize you earlier." I'm okay." Izuku scratched the back of his head. "That was a really weird day and I had a mask." "That's fair." Snipe sighed. "You alright? I heard some of what happened in the mountain zone. Ain't easy to tell your pano like that." That wasn't really a thought he wanted to confront at the moment. It was okay to have a bad moment in the privacy of Aizawa and Mick's living room, but this morning had taught him that he was going to have to be careful. Even in the safety of the house, he sometimes caught the phantom scent of burnt meat. He didn't even want to contemplate having an episode out in the open, even in the relative quiet of the staff room. "I'm not really okay talking about that. Maybe later." Aizawa walked up behind Snipe and brought the spine of a grade book down on his head. There was a loud thunk noise as it encountered some kind of armored shell underneath his hat. What part of "do not discuss the USJ incident" was unclear. "Snipe?" he asked in a deceptively bland tone. Fine. Snipe held up one hand for an abbreviated bow. "Sorry, kid. Wasn't thinking." "It's okay," Izuku murmured, looking at the floor. Aizawa got him set up with an empty desk and access to the school Wi-Fi. He spent some time not thinking by catching up on HeroNet and getting into some fights in the comment section. Once he felt more like himself, he started looking up pro-hero healers to give himself an idea of what options he had available to him. Most of them were support heroes, and some had clearly only gotten their pro license in order to use their quirks outside of a hospital setting. They often worked as part of a team too, so they never showed up in the annual rankings either. If they got merch, then they were usually in the background of a group shot or worse, creepy medical FTSH pawn. No thank you. He didn't think he'd be good at that, hanging back in a fight to boost up the frontline fighters. Plus, force healing was incredibly dangerous. What he'd done for Aizawa had been a calculated risk, and while it had paid off, Izuku still only had the bare minimum of instruction in the non-combative arts from his dad and what he'd learned from Obasan before her mind started slipping away. Could you start a hero career on such a flimsy foundation? For one brief moment, Izuku considered just showing people what he could do. The world was so different than it had been when his ancestors first came to Japan. There hadn't been quirks then. Technology hadn't been nearly so advanced either. Telekinesis and laser swords didn't seem so weird in a society where people breathed fire and had functional space flight. Guilt swept over him a minute later. It wasn't the same, and he knew it. His dad had always chafed against the restrictions Grandpa had placed on the family, but that didn't mean Grandpa was wrong. They probably didn't have to worry about evil cultists anymore, but Izuku wanted to be a hero and live his life freely. He didn't know if that could happen if the wrong people found out non-quirk superpowers were real. Almost all the first generation of Quirk users had spent the majority of their lives in a lab. Would Izuku be treated any differently? Izuku was asleep with his head on an open desk when Hisashi finally got free of his classes. Someone had put a jacket over his shoulders and it was too cute for him not to take a picture. Unfortunately, he forgot to mute his phone, so the camera shutter noise woke his target up. Mike. He scrubbed at his eyes, looking unbearably cute. Hisashi snapped another photo while he could. It's me. Hisashi agreed. Eraserhead is going to meet us at home. 2 of the hero students got into a fight, so he got stuck overseeing detention. Anybody I know? Izuku yawned, stretched, and popped his shoulders. I don't think so. Izuku and Bakugo knew each other, but beyond that Hisashi doubted he knew anyone else in the program. Hopefully, anyway. Minoma-kun was a naturally talented boy, but he was also a total a-hole. He had some kind of superiority complex that had been exacerbated by getting placed in Class 1A. There'd already been some minor incidents involving him and students from the other programs, but he'd finally worn through his classmates' patience and one of them had decided to throw down. It was a shame they both had to get in trouble. Kirishima-kun was usually a pretty chill kid. Let's head home. I want to hear about your meeting with Nezu. K. Izuku seemed subdued as he collected his things, which wasn't what Hisashi had expected after Sho had told him Nezu had given him a conditional acceptance to the top school in Japan. Shoyuta had been livid when they'd touched base during a passing PRD, but hadn't been able to share much. That probably meant Nezu had turned Izuku's acceptance into a game. Shoyuta didn't like being manipulated at the best of times, and he definitely would not like anyone messing with his new and vulnerable dependent. Hisashi didn't regret taking Izuku in, but things at home were unsettled, so Sho's tolerance for Nezu being Nezu would have been at the absolute nadir. They didn't talk right away and instead rode the train in silence. Hisashi wasn't a quiet person, but this wasn't an uncomfortable quiet. They stopped at the corner store for dinner supplies and that got Izuku out of turtle mode. He had opinions about food and it was nice not to be the only one for once. We're going to have to set some chore boundaries though. Hisashi noted. He would not have a teenager taking over cooking for the whole house. Self-sufficiency was great and all, but there was already one control freak in the house. Hisashi loved him, but he did not need 2 shouldas. You ready to talk about this morning? Hisashi asked as they turned onto the road home. Izuku glanced at him. We can. He looked away. I think Aizawa is angry with me though. I seriously doubt that. Hisashi could see Sho being mad at Nezu. Whether Izuku knew the difference between someone being mad at him and mad for him was the more relevant question. Why do you think so? Principal Nezu had Recovery Girl bring me up to talk to him without either of you around. Nezu sent him a message partway through. He was really angry when he showed up in the principal's office and for the rest of the day. Actually, Hisashi wasn't super thrilled to hear that either, but he probably wouldn't have spent the whole day stomping around over it. Shoyuta was more upset about the Minean thing than he'd let on. That would do it. He sighed. Although I can tell you for sure now that he's not mad at you. It's just a really bad day for this to have happened. Izuku looked skeptical. No, really. Here's the thing. Hisashi chose his words with care. You probably can't tell if Shoyuta likes you or not. Right? I guess he does. Izuku didn't sound very convinced and Hisashi's heart went out to him. He'd been there. I couldn't either when we first met. Hisashi laughed at the look Izuku gave him for that. No, really. He's hard to read unless you've known him as long as I have. I know I get attached to people pretty easily. Sho would never admit it, but he's twice as bad and he does not like feeling out of control. At all. Not to mention vulnerable teenagers who didn't fit the usual hero mold were Shuda's kryptonite. I got that second part. Izuku let them into the house and put his grocery bag on the counter while Hisashi locked up behind them. I don't know about the first. You'll be able to tell once you know the signs. Hisashi chuckled. He'd already noted the symptoms. Sho won't treat you any differently face to face, but he'll find excuses just to hang around and pretend it's a total coincidence that he's in the same room as you 70% of the time. That'd a laugh out of the kid and he seemed to relax. He was waiting outside the gym when I finished up this morning. He admitted. Yup, sounds on brand. I was the one to start the conversation about having kids, but Sho has taken all the extra classes that the foster family program offers. You have to watch what he does. Hisashi began to unpack the groceries. They'd gone heavy on the raw ingredients because Izuku had some specific things he wanted to make for lunches for the week and didn't really seem to comprehend the idea of going to the cafeteria with money his guardians would happily provide for him. Hisashi had indulged him this time because it would be hard for a teacher to accompany him there, but in general the kid needed another regular responsibility like he needed a hole in his head. Have you heard of love languages? It's a book, right? Right. Hisashi paused to look around and make sure Shoyuta hadn't snuck home somehow. If Sho has a love language, then it's making sure nothing upsetting ever happens to his people. He'll try and head off trouble before you even see it. Then he'll pretend it didn't happen so you can't thank him. Does that make sense? I guess. Izuku leaned back against the counter, tugging on his lower lip. Principal Nedzu said he'd asked to enroll me in the Gen Ed program at UA. Oh. Staying calm and casual right then was the hardest thing Hisashi had ever done. Getting Izuku into UA would solve a lot of their daytime security issues. Are you in? If I want, was not the answer he'd expected, and Izuku hurried to explain. I get what you're saying and I think I do understand. Aizawa was protecting me because of what my old school did. He swallowed and seemed to struggle with that concept for a minute. Maybe it was hard. From what he'd seen of the kids so far, Izuku didn't really seem to grasp the idea that the adults should be the ones protecting and providing for him. I think Nedzu was trying to do the same thing, he said at last. He just came at it from a different angle. Hisashi stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Izuku, both eyebrows up high. Izuku blushed and turtled up a little again. He said he'd let me into the Gen Ed program, no questions asked if that's what I wanted, but he wanted to make sure I had other options. He explained. I think he was worried that maybe Aizawa was taking the decision away from me. He wanted me to talk to you too about my career goals too. They'd f'd up already. That was basic parenting, right? Getting your kid into the school and career they picked. Hisashi hadn't even thought to ask. He'd just known where Izuku had been attending school before and made assumptions, which was dumb. It was so dumb. His father already had a documented history of controlling behavior. Why would he have let Izuku have any say in where he went to school? I mean, that wasn't really fair of him either. Everything happened so quickly. There wasn't time to talk about it this morning, and you guys wouldn't have any way to know I applied to take the UA Heroics exam. Nedzu only knew because he's been doing background research on me. A metaphorical record in Hisashi's head scratched hard. You what? Izuku blinked. I signed up to take the Heroics exam at UA, but I wasn't allowed to sit for it at the time because of, well, that my dad. Nedzu found me on the exam roster and offered me a shot at a late start entrance after the sports festival. Assuming I can bring myself up to speed with the coursework through self-study and I get cleared by the police before then. Hisashi dropped down on one of the bar stools that lived at the end of the kitchen counter. Hang on, I need a second. He wheezed as a lot of things rearranged themselves inside his head. He'd developed a kind of vision over the past 48 hours of what parenthood would look like if he got his way and they were able to keep Izuku. Most of it had involved working around his 3 careers to raise and support a relatively normal civilian-type person. Izuku was such a nervous, gentle little guy that Hisashi had actually forgotten about the fact that he had not just refused to commit a murder, he'd also been the one to remove his villainous father from play. Hisashi got up and went to grasp Izuku by both shoulders and was only just able to keep his quirk on lock. That is fantastic. That which was apparently not the reaction Izuku had been braced for. He blinked hard over and over again, eyes shimmering with an oncoming rush of tears. Why, you're okay with it? Hell yes. He pulled his kid. This had to be some kind of sign. Into a hug. I don't know anything about normal people. I was going to do my best, but this is something I can actually help with. You'd make a great hero. Slowly, very slowly, a pair of smaller hands crept up to return the embrace, and Hisashi realized that Izuku had transitioned from almost crying to definitely crying. He pressed his hot face into Hisashi's shoulder and just shook. Hisashi patted his back and let Izuku cry it out. He'd had a rough week, but this was the first real emotional release he'd seen out of the boy aside from a brief wobbly lip. Getting released from prison? No big deal. Adjusting to a whole new house and caretakers? Bring it on. Even getting kicked out of school had only resulted in some sniffles, aside from his near swoon. It figured that a little basic encouragement was the thing that pushed him over the edge. Poor little guy. Hisashi wondered how much of his life had been spent swimming upstream. Sorry. Izuku choked out. I'm not used to hearing people say that. All Might was the only one before you. A flicker of motion caught his eye and he turned his head in time to catch Sho stepping quickly around the corner leading downstairs. I knew he'd find a way to beat us home. Hisashi thought, but let him escape for the moment. Another morning and another silent wake-up call. This time Shoyuta stayed under the covers and just got his tablet off the nightstand. He turned off the alarm and brought up the security camera feed. Sure enough, it was Midoriya up for his 4 a.m. workout. Shoyuta put the tablet in its docking station and let the video stream play while he catnapped. He'd been down in the gym for another hour before bed. Shoyuta hadn't realized what was up until Midoriya staggered out around midnight. Exercise addiction was a common problem in prospective UA students. Shoyuta knew the warning signs and Midoriya was starting to ping his radar. Hisashi rolled over on him at some point and woke up enough to notice what was going on. He groped around the shelf that served them as a headboard until Shoyuta lost his patience, grabbed Hisashi's hearing aids, and handed them over. He's a little big for a baby monitor. Hisashi commented as he put them in. I don't trust him not to hurt himself. Shoyuta grumbled. But he's not going to trust me enough. Yet to tell me about his routine if I just ask. So you do know you messed up yesterday? Hisashi winced. We messed up. Shoyuta grunted and did not elaborate the multitude of ways he'd effed up the day before, from making assumptions, to losing his temper, to getting physical with an abuse victim. He did not care to go into it, but he was going to have to do better. Especially if, God have mercy, Midoriya ended up in the hero course as one of his 20 other headaches. They'd been parents for less than 3 days and it felt like Shoyuta had spent all of them running from fire to fire. He thought he'd been prepared to deal with a small human, but they were barely managing a reasonably self-sufficient teenager. Maybe it was a good thing none of their earlier matches had panned out. Hisashi watched the stream for a bit with his pointy chin digging into Shuta's shoulder. Sho, hasn't that been going on for a little long? Shoyuta looked over to the stream. Midoriya had blindfolded himself for some reason and was standing on his head. Yoga? His form wasn't too bad actually, but he was holding the pose for an awful long time. 30 seconds passed. Then a minute. Then 2 minutes. Shoyuta kicked off the blankets at the 3-minute mark when the only change Midoriya made was to switch to one hand. No wonder the little BSD kept passing out if he was FNG with his blood pressure like that. The kid was still inverted when they made it to the bottom of the stairs. His breathing was deep and peaceful. There was low music playing in the background. For a moment Shoyuta wondered if he'd gotten upset over nothing, then Midoriya cartwheeled upright and peeled off the BLNDFLD. Good morning. Did I wake you up? Was the music too loud? Not exactly. Hisashi put a hand on Shuta's shoulder. We just meant to talk to you yesterday about something and forgot about it in all the excitement. Do you feel okay skipping the workout today? Oh, I wasn't. Izuku caught himself about to lie to their faces and tried again, which Shoyuta appreciated. Sure. Hisashi nodded. Good, great. Let's go upstairs and have a little chat. Izuku looked about as enthusiastic as any kid headed into a little chat with their parents, but didn't make a fuss. He let Hisashi sit him down on the couch and make tea. Shoyuta took a spot on the armrest of the sofa. So, Izuku, first off, I want you to know that it's good that you have a fitness routine and can stick to it by yourself. Hisashi set a mug down in front of Izuku that Shoyuta didn't recognize. It had a big toothy smile with All Might's bangs over it. Had it come with the kid? Would he notice if it vanished? We're worried that it's too intense. You were in the gym for 3 hours yesterday. Normally you'd take a day off afterwards. I don't think you're getting enough sleep either. Shoyuta asked the question Hizashi clearly wanted to. Who came up with your regimen? He was sure he could guess. Izuku flinched. Well, my dad, mostly, but he didn't really come up with it. He just has me doing the same routine he had as a kid. He shrugged, looking shifty. It's a family thing. Hizashi and Shoyuta exchanged a look. Can you tell us a bit more about that? Hizashi pressed. What kind of family thing? I'm not really supposed to talk about it. Izuku took a long pull from his tea mug as his gaze turned inwards. It's sort of like martial arts with a philosophical aspect. I learned from my grandpa until he got too sick and then my dad took over. Today was a meditation day, so it was sort of like a day off. Meditation done in a handstand counted as a day off. Shoyuta closed his eyes and counted until he felt less like gearing up and going hunting. It didn't really work, but he got to a place where he could remember that he'd do this problem child more good with his presence than his absence. The good news was that his opinion of his own parenting potential had gone up. Midoriya had been raised by wolves and dust bunnies, apparently. Shoyuta and Hizashi's quality of oversight could only be an improvement. Okay, I won't press too much, but I want Sho to re-evaluate your physical conditioning. Hizashi looked to Shoyuta for confirmation and he nodded. They were absolutely overhauling that. You aren't your dad and his routine might not be what serves you best. Overtraining can lead to injuries you cannot risk if you want to be a hero. The kid nodded slowly. He looked conflicted. I've got one more question. Hizashi wasn't quite frowning. Your family thing. Is there anything involved that might hurt you? Shoyuta had been trying really hard not to think about the cult activity he'd witnessed before in his career. Sometimes they were just members of a happy commune and the worst thing they did was grow their own pharmaceuticals. More often they were gearing up for mass murder or suicide. Izuku froze. He swallowed. Not exactly? Shoyuta did not like that tone. What does that mean? If things were normal then no. I'd be fine. It's a peaceful religion, meditation and the preservation of knowledge. Izuku hunkered in on himself and started pulling on his lip, turtle mode. He did not seem to notice that he'd admitted he was part of a generational cult. Shoyuta made a note to pass that tip along to Detective Tsukachi. It would help exonerate the kid. So far the main sticking point for that had been Midoriya Sr.'s lack of a motive in singling out Bakugo. Weird cult nonsense was as good a reason as they'd found so far. My dad though. He's not doing it right anymore. You're not supposed to hurt people and it's his job to train up the next generation. I think that was why he tried to make me hurt Kaken. He wanted me to see things like he does so he could keep having his way and still fulfill his purpose. I didn't. So now I don't know if he'll try and take me back for another try or if he'll decide to, replace me. He whispered the last. Somehow Shoyuta doubted that letting his former heir live would play a part in any of Midoriya Sr.'s potential plans to replace Izuku. Hopefully the son of a beach had died of circulatory shock, but Shuta's luck was rarely that good. Maybe necrosis would get him. The League had gone in with an awful lot of cannon fodder, which suggested they'd been trying to protect a few key players from injury. They probably didn't have a healer. That sounded nicely agonizing. We won't let that happen. Shoyuta surprised himself. He'd planned on letting Hizashi take point on the emotional stuff as usual. Your job right now is to focus on yourself. Our job is to keep you safe so you can do that. And to help him unlearn self-destructive behavior, apparently. Shoyuta kept that part to himself. It wouldn't be welcome at the moment. We'd also like it if you went back to bed. I know you were up late last night. Sleep is important and Nedzu will probably have some assignments for you already. Hizashi moved over to the couch and somehow intuited that Midoriya would be okay with a one-armed hug. We're also going to work up a chore rota. You don't need to do all the cooking or clean up after everybody. Everybody contributes. See, can I get out of dishes if I cook? Izuku ventured. Bargaining. Shoyuta was familiar with that tactic. Unfortunately, so was Hizashi. We'll talk about that too, but I was serious about bed. You don't have to sleep if you can't. Give it a try anyway. You can come back down after 6 and we'll eat. Fine. Izuku went obligingly boneless into Hizashi's side and let the man ruffle up his hair. A picture of teenaged capitulation. He probably would not admit it out loud, but when Shoyuta looked at his husband right then he didn't see the loud, ridiculous muppet he'd married. He saw a father and that something. To Shoyuta, it was a pleasant pressure in his chest. Izuku's stay had been nothing but one crisis after another, but this part wasn't so bad, actually. He was having trouble remembering what was so bad about the rest. Shoyuta looked away. It was getting harder and harder to remember that they weren't going to get to keep him. Izuku did not win everything he wanted in the great chore debate that followed breakfast that day. He got out of dishes and Mike awarded him lunchbox duty because Aizawa not only ate his, but also allegedly had a lot of fun using it to F with his students. Izuku still got to cook, but he and Mike were going to trade off nights. Those were the wins. His big loss was ending up with bathroom cleaning duty every week, which was very annoying when he couldn't risk using telekinesis to deal with the stuff he didn't want to touch. Otherwise he was responsible for his own messes. Aizawa did not forget about Izuku's fitness program, but they didn't engage with it right away either. He was given a mandatory break from the gym for the rest of the week and Aizawa made him write down a list of everything he used to do. He'd also made Izuku write a page about what he wanted to get out of his new routine. Izuku tried not to read too much into that and he didn't have much opportunity to. A lot of the following week was absorbed by school work courtesy of Nedzu, ordering uniforms, and generally settling in after those first stressful few days. He figured out things about his new guardians he would not have learned from HeroNet. Mike was almost deaf so both he and Aizawa were fluent in JSL and would have conversations in it if they didn't want to be overheard so Izuku had a new language to learn on top of everything else. Aizawa patrolled 4 nights a week in random areas of town if he didn't have an active target so he had no problems catnapping in a sleeping bag during slow moments in the day wherever he happened to be, which Izuku had already kind of known. He just thought it was more deliberate than that. Aizawa was also kind of a SDST. Namuri-sen Midnight had been the one to tell Izuku more about the elaborate prank Aizawa had been pulling on his homeroom class. They'd seen him with that first lunchbox and, fascinated by the idea that their teacher had a home life and possibly a home, had been trying to figure out who was making them ever since then. The idea that Aizawa was making them himself was right out. If anyone asked him a direct question he ignored it, but Aizawa kept the game going by periodically letting them catch glimpses of his lunchboxes, just not enough to see the contents. It seemed kind of tame for a prank, but apparently it was driving his students nuts so Aizawa was in JRK heaven. Other than that, school was kind of lonely. Mike and Aizawa hovered when they could and pretended they weren't, but they were also at work so they couldn't do it much. He didn't get to see much of the other students even while he was on campus and that was for the best. Yagi-san spent a lot of time with him in the staff room since he only taught foundational hero studies in the afternoons and not always then. That did a lot to calm Izuku's frazzled nerves. By Thursday Izuku's phone was working again, although he had nobody to call. He had to get a new number, which he immediately sent out to his mom and all her contacts. His emails to her hadn't been read yet, but he hadn't expected them to be. She'd be able to catch up once she got into a port and would probably have a heart attack, but at least she would be up to date when they were able to talk again. He could feel his dad in the force sometimes and knew Hisashi was looking for him. It was just sometimes and he was never nearby. Izuku kept himself tightly confined in his own skull even though he knew it was nearly impossible to physically locate someone that way even through their blood connection. He didn't want his dad to reach out to him in other ways. By the time the weekend rolled around, he almost felt normal so of course that was when Aizawa finally called him down to the gym. It was deeply surreal to see the man in regular workout clothes. He'd changed out of his usual at-home black V-neck and slacks combo and into a gray t-shirt and a pair of gym shorts he'd clearly stolen from Mike. They were lime green and red Iowa in yellow down the wide black side panels, but Izuku had gotten comfortable enough that he didn't even try to hide his chuckle. Yes, very amusing. Aizawa agreed. Get in here and stretch then I want you to wrap your hands. We're going to spar so I can get an idea of how much work we have to do. Izuku didn't need telling twice and apparently Aizawa didn't have any issue with his warm-ups because he didn't make any comment until Izuku popped back up to his feet. Then he just nodded. We'll start with physical combat. That family style of yours, is it armed or unarmed? Both, sir. Izuku had given a lot of thought to this answer because he'd known the question was coming. There's 3 forms, unarmed and 2 sword styles. I should have asked if you needed any gear. We'll address that later. Right now, tell me what you can about this unarmed style. It's mostly ritualistic combat and there's 3 tiers of mastership. Izuku didn't think the basic details would get him into too much trouble. Plus, he was sure that Aizawa wasn't looking for a detailed breakdown of the philosophy of Ekini combat. The idea is to control the kinetic energy and motion of your opponent. It's a grappling style, basically. I'm at the intermediate level. Alright, we'll start with dodging. Try and keep me from touching you. Aizawa backed up a little further and Izuku could feel the air grow heavy with violent intent. Punches or taps? He asked quickly. Aizawa pet his head in a show of thought. Taps for now. That was all the warning he got. Izuku bobbed backwards and then down to avoid an open-handed slap from Aizawa. It was hard because the man was fast, precise, and lethal, but Izuku managed to keep from getting tapped more than a few times. It was frustrating though because he knew Aizawa wasn't going as hard as he could. Dodging was Izuku's best skill, and though he saw a few openings on Aizawa, he kept to the purpose of the session and did not try to attack. They kept going for about 5 minutes before Aizawa called a break. Not bad, he said. Now you attack me. I won't fight back, just defend. Go. This part was harder because Aizawa turned into a greased eel. Izuku wasn't really used to attacking without a weapon or even attacking PRD, and it showed. He got in one single tap before Aizawa called a halt. Izuku was a sweaty, dripping mess and his opponent wasn't even breathing hard. So that was fighting a pro hero was like. It was weird. Izuku kind of felt like he was going to die, but at the same time he wanted this to keep going all day. He'd never felt like that during training before. Aizawa caught him looking. You look like you have something to say. I kind of want my dad to run into you one day. Izuku panted. You're faster than he is and a little more agile. He'd hate it so much. Aizawa didn't respond, exactly, but he felt kind of happy when Izuku checked in with his emotional state. Izuku wasn't positive. No one felt just one way about anything ever. Overall Aizawa was pleased, but there was a dark undercurrent to it that made Izuku shiver. Maybe Aizawa was hoping he'd run into Izuku's dad too. Get something to drink. Aizawa nodded at a pair of water bottles sitting by the weight machine. Then we're going to both attack and defend. Oh boy. Combined sparring was both easier and worse than the first 2 rounds. Izuku was a little tired and his vision was blurry, but that made it easier to not rely on his eyes too much, so his reaction time improved and he took fewer taps. Ekini martial arts were incredibly formal and that made things even weirder. Every Ekini-style duel was supposed to be a spiritual conversation between opponents and Aizawa only spoke brutal gibberish. Still, they kept it up until Mike called down the stairs for breakfast. Shower first. Aizawa was finally sweating at that point. I'll use the one down here. You can use the one upstairs. We'll talk over food. Food sounded amazing, but Izuku was willing to sluice off first. Mike was drinking coffee and messing around on his tablet when they joined him at the table. Did you two have fun? Aizawa kicked me around the gym for a while. It was okay. Izuku flopped into his chair and attacked his food. He was starving. His appetite had died down a little lately with nerves and his general lack of exertion, but it had come back with a vengeance. Fortunately, Mike knew a thing or two about teenagers and training and had loaded Izuku's plate down. Okay is an adequate description of your performance. Aizawa commented as he came up the stairs. You weren't kidding about that being a ritualized combat art. You were anticipating specific responses from me and it slowed you down. Sort of? There's a lot of duel etiquette involved in what I was taught, especially in teaching bouts. Izuku shrugged. It's supposed to be a way for people to know each other, true communication stripped of all artifice or something like that. It's complicated. Interesting. Aizawa seemed to actually mean that. Well, conversation through punching and backflips did sound like something he'd be all in favor of. Is it the same for the armed styles you mentioned? Not really, no. Those are meant for actual combat. Izuku was starting to feel prickly even though he'd already made the decision to talk about his non-force related training. The police had never confiscated his saber, but it didn't really look like a weapon when it was powered down and there'd been a lot going on. Izuku might have given the officer interviewing him a little nudge through the force as well. Still, he couldn't imagine that there was no security footage of what he'd done to his father. Like his healing ability, it had gotten out there and there was no point in trying to close the door behind it. That didn't mean he wasn't struggling with the habit of secrecy. He had to take a breath and remind himself that Mic and Aizawa were on his side. Tell us about it? Mic got up to pour himself more coffee and took Aizawa's mug without needing to ask. There's a defensive form and a dueling form, Sorisu and Makashi. Well, there's 3 but Saicho is the training form. The motions are less efficient. Izuku fiddled with his food as his appetite suddenly waned. The oldest journals hinted at the existence of other forms, but his ancestors had only been able to preserve records of the first 3. He didn't really like thinking about everything his ancestors hadn't been able to pass along. What sort of things would slip through his fingers? I prefer Sorisu. My dad is more of a duelist. Aizawa hummed in thought. Why do you prefer defense? The main reason was that Sorisu was more effective against guns, and even though they were illegal, Izuku knew he had a much larger chance of encountering a villain with projectile weapons than someone with both a sword and the knowledge to use it effectively. Telling Aizawa that would be pushing the bounds of credulity though. It's not strictly defensive. Izuku admitted. The point is to outlast your opponent until they start to make mistakes and the attacks are meant to incapacitate, deflect, or disarm. It seemed more useful for any situation I was ever going to be in. That's good thinking. Mic returned with 2 mugs of coffee. His was a lot darker than the one he put down in front of Aizawa, but Izuku had figured out that Aizawa preferred to drink his calories when possible. His quirk probably demanded more fat and sugar than the average person too. Brain stuff usually did. Mic, on the other hand, wanted maximum caffeination. Heroes arrest villains. Not even the guys in the top 10 can really get away with killing a villain unless it's someone who can't be detained or stopped otherwise. There's value in a decisive attack. Aizawa took a pull on his mug and his eyes slipped shut for a second. Outlasting an opponent is acceptable when there's no bystanders or hostages in play, which almost never happens. It'll depend on what kind of hero you become. Daytime patrollers need to be able to put their targets down hard and fast since they're usually dealing with crimes of opportunity, but underground and nighttime patrollers have specific cases so they have more control over where their takedowns happen. I don't know how much help I can be with rounding out your weapon skills. My capture weapon is very different. We'll have to look into finding you a tutor. Internships will be coming up right after the festival. That might be a good opportunity. Mic reached for his tablet. You won't be able to get any draft picks since you're not competing, but the school usually approaches specific agencies on the behalf of kids who didn't attract any offers. That might work out better in your favor. He paused and made a face. The guys who recruit from the sports festival are sometimes a little He waggled his hand in a hit or miss gesture. A lot of UA first years put their all into placing well in the festival and end up getting an internship that is a complete waste of their time. It would happen less if they spent any time researching their options before accepting an offer. Aizawa grumbled. You can still get a dud that way. Don't underestimate the power of the propaganda machine. I don't. That was why I stayed underground and boring. Izuku smiled into his mug of tea as his guardians snipped at each other. Mic and Aizawa's relationship reminded him of his grandparents. They'd loved to bicker, but it had rarely ever gotten heated. Just a comfortable back and forth. He rubbed his chest, feeling for the spot that always got sore when he thought of his grandparents. It had been months since he'd been able to think of them without it hurting, but today it was okay. Mic paused his side of the debate about media in the role of heroics to check his phone. Toshinori says he's coming over and that he's a few minutes out. Nice of him to wait on an invitation. Aizawa sighed and got up to clear the table. Midoriya, go crack a window in the kitchen to let the room air out. I wonder if it's about the investigation? Mic mused out loud and went to refill the electric kettle. One can only hope. Izuku checked his phone and did not see any messages from Yagi-san, so it probably was about the investigation. Yagi-san and Detective Tsukachi acted like they knew each other pretty well, so he was more likely than most to get extra details about what the police were up to. The door rang just as Aizawa finished loading the dishwasher. Yagi-san hadn't been kidding about being close. Izuku retreated downstairs. Thanks to Aizawa's security protocols, he wasn't allowed to be in view when anyone answered the door or talk when Aizawa or Mike were on the phone with a stranger. They didn't leave him down there long. Mike came and got him within a few minutes. "Good morning, my boy." Yagi-san clapped him on the shoulder and Izuku hid his wince. Even in his smaller form, Yagi was still very strong. "I'm glad to see you looking so well. Are you all settled in here?" "Yes, sir. Mike-san and Aizawa-san have been really nice." "That's good. That's good." Yagi-san looked nervous even though he seemed to be trying to hide it. "Let's sit for a moment if you don't mind. There's something I'd like to talk to you about." "Oh no." Izuku was starting to hate the couch. No one ever seemed to use it unless they were giving him bad news or talking about feelings. If Izuku had twigged right away to Yagi-san's odd mood, Aizawa had scented it like a shark with blood. Mike didn't seem entirely happy either, but neither did he seem to know what was going on. Yagi-san sat on the couch with both hands braced on his knees as he stared straight ahead and at no one in particular. "I visited my doctors this morning," he announced. "Is there something you would like to tell me, young man?" Izuku blinked. Not really?" That got Yagi-san to look his way. "Nothing at all?" He tried to think of anything he might have to do with, that. Izuku felt his face turn red. Actually. That got the attention of his guardians too. Aizawa in particular looked like he was considering going over the coffee table. "In my defense, I forgot." Izuku gulped as Yajisan's unsettling eyes narrowed at him. He covered his face with one hand. "When did you even find time to do it, kid?" Yagi groaned. "I've been racking my brain ever since I left the imaging lab, but I can't think of a time when you'd have had an opportunity, and how did you not hurt yourself?" "Wait, what's going on?" Mike stood up, agitated. "Izuku, an explanation would be good now because my imagination isn't doing me any favors. I went in for my regular examination today and found out I'd put on a little weight." Yagi-san explained, and Izuku could actually see that, especially around his face. "Eating hasn't been as awful as usual. I also thought I should have lost some time off my clock after fighting that Numu, so my medical team opted to do a CT scan. Imagine how surprised we all were to find that most of my stomach and part of my missing lung decided to grow back since I got scanned last year. That was actually surprising. Izuku hadn't really been trying to repair or replace anything. In theory that was possible, but he'd never done anything except freeform healing. He'd just been trying to bolster Yagi-san's failing system. Oh. Izuku wilted further as the looks centered on him intensified. "Good. I appreciate what you did, but you cannot use your quirk on people without permission." Yagi-san frowned. It looked more sad than anything, especially after what happened at the USJ. "Did you really think I'd appreciate you hurting yourself for my sake?" "I didn't." Izuku could tell right away that no one in the room believed him. Aizawa in particular looked like he could have been carved out of a very unhappy stone. "It was before that when we used to meet up on the train, back when I couldn't talk about my quirk." "The train?" That seemed to throw him. Yagi-san sat back and frowned thoughtfully. "That's not possible. Organ reconstruction takes hours of concentrated effort when it's even possible. Healers around the globe have tried to rebuild what I lost and all failed. I wasn't trying to replace anything." Izuku felt like the room was a little less frigid, but it was hard to tell, and everyone was feeling so much that he couldn't read any of it except to say they were upset and alarmed. "You were in the beginning stages of organ failure. I was just stabilizing you a little so you weren't spitting blood all the time. It was palliative care. My grandmother taught me how, and it's what we did to treat Jizan's pain when the hospital sent him home for the last time. I didn't give you anything I couldn't spare and, not enough to replace your stomach." He paused and added, "I think." "You think?" Aizawa echoed. "His quirk is weird." Izuku held up his hands. "It moves around, kind of. It got active sometimes when I gave him a boost like it was trying to help." Yagi-san's gaze flicked up to something over Izuku's shoulders and a muscle in his jaw ticked. Izuku knew one for all wasn't like other quirks, but Yagi-san's explanation hadn't quite covered the true extent of it. Sometimes he'd almost felt like it was watching him while he worked. It hadn't seemed malicious and Izuku hadn't been all that sure he wasn't imagining things. He was starting to have doubts about that. "I see," he said as his eyes tracked something Izuku couldn't see or sense. "That does make some sense. I can't discuss the matter too much, but my quirk has surprised me before." He reached out and settled his hand on Izuku's head. "Thank you, my boy, but please don't do it again. I'd rather not see you in another hospital bed." That was a really different circumstance, but all right. Izuku dropped his gaze. "I promise." "How?" That was Mike. He wasn't happy and Izuku knew he was going to get it once Yagi-san wasn't around. "If it's different then you're going to need to help us understand." That was mostly a difference of scale? I worked on Yagi-san in really small increments over a year. Izuku couldn't even look at Aizawa or Mike. Intellectually speaking, he knew nobody was going to hit him or shout at him. His old instincts were still telling him to get out of sight for a while. He knew that was the worst option he could pick, but at the same time he didn't know what punishment in this house would look like, and that was bothering him more with every passing minute. With Aizawa I had to fix a lot of damage in much less time and he needed to be able to fight afterwards. I probably wouldn't have passed out, but I didn't get to eat that morning and I'd been too freaked out to eat much at dinner. Then I had a panic attack, I guess, after I woke up and someone sedated me. It was just a lot all at once. The living room fell quiet when Izuku stopped talking and he looked down at his hands. Mike found his voice first. "Hey, Izuku, do you mind going up to your room for a little bit?" he asked. "I think Sho and I need to sort some stuff out here before we talk, okay?" Izuku flinched, but nodded. He'd kind of known things would end up going this way. "Okay," he said softly. He didn't hear voices start up until his door closed behind his back. They were talking too quietly for him to really understand, but he could guess what they were talking about. He didn't think Mike or Aizawa would send him back to the detention center, but he also knew that he was a lot to take on a good day and there hadn't been a lot of good days for him lately. Mike had seemed to like him, or an idea of him, from the get-go, but they hadn't really known each other. Aizawa was harder to understand. He'd called Izuku his kid, in front of Nedzu, but in the end he'd had a teenager dumped in his lap without warning. How well could anyone take that? How much trouble could Izuku cause before it got to be too much? The springs in his mattress complained as he flopped over onto the bed and curled up around his pillow. He liked Mike and Aizawa was the thing. He wanted them to like him. If he couldn't be with his mom or Yagi-san then he wanted to stay here. The idea that he might have endangered that had him spiraling again. That feeling was back, the one he'd had when he passed out on the gurney and had felt his head fracture into 1,000 pieces all floating away in different directions. The mattress dipped behind him and Izuku froze. He hadn't heard anyone come in. A gloved hand settled on his hair. "Breathe," Hisashi told him quietly. That was what he always said when Izuku got too upset and overwhelmed as a kid. "Breathe through it." Izuku lurched out of the bed, but his feet tangled in the blankets and he fell face first into and then through his father's chest. He hit the floor, rolled, and scrambled backwards until his back hit the wall. Izuku squeaked. Hisashi knelt down in front of him. "You're calmer now. Good." He held up a hand to hover just in front of Izuku's face. He felt the touch of his father's mind flick feather-like across the surface of his thoughts and feelings. "This is the third time I've felt you have an attack like this since we were separated. Where are you? Go away." Izuku didn't actually manage to do more than form the words in the back of his throat. That wasn't his father, he realized. It was just a projection. Hisashi wouldn't be able to hold it for long. It was a costly technique, one of the few force abilities he knew of that could actually kill the practitioner. Hisashi ignored him and looked towards the door. "The people downstairs." His lips thinned with displeasure. "Are those the people who took you? Go away." Izuku had more luck with the second try. Too much luck. He heard someone call his name from downstairs. "This is enough." Hisashi looked back at Izuku. His emotions were no more available to Izuku than they'd ever been, but there was something about the tightness around his eyes. Come home. Home. Izuku echoed, suddenly furious. Where's home? Home is gone. Because of you. Do you think they understand you? Would you be feeling this way if they ever could? Hisashi asked icily, rising up as the bedroom door flew open. I am your home. He turned his head to regard Mic and Aizawa standing in the hallway with a flat, reptilian gaze. So you are the ones who abducted my son. He said with insincere cordiality. I'm so pleased to make your acquaintance at last. Hisashi was the one who noticed the thud from upstairs. Normally you wouldn't credit the deaf guy with having the best hearing in the room, but his hearing aids were really sophisticated and had been designed for hero work. They were his most subtle support items. One of their functions was to isolate and highlight certain ambient noises for him, like distressed voices and people moving around in other rooms. Yagi and Shoyuta were, well, they were fighting in a very low, controlled volume and pretending it was a discussion. Shoyuta didn't like Yagi in general, and considering the fact that it was clear that Yagi would pick Midoriya up and carry him off in his pocket the first chance he got, that dislike had gone from passive to active. Hisashi had seen it coming, and the reason he'd sent Izuku upstairs was so he wouldn't have to sit through it. Now he was kind of considering hiding up there himself. It's not that he couldn't understand why Shoyuta was upset. They'd been having a really good morning when Yagi had shown up. Sho would never admit it, but that's what he was mad about, and not something Izuku had done months before they'd ever met him. There weren't many subjects that would make Izuku disappear into his shell, but his quirk was first and foremost among them, followed by anything about his past home life. Hisashi had been putting off talking to him about it. Chiyo had benched Izuku from using his quirk, and the quirk registry office kept rejecting Hisashi's requests for a new evaluation session, so he didn't see a point in pushing the issue until Izuku was more comfortable with them. So, of course, that was what Yagi showed up to talk about. All the progress they'd made over the past week had just disappeared in a puff of smoke and disappointment. Izuku had emerged from his shell enough over the past few days to share a little about himself. Training had softened him up a little more, and Hisashi had gotten a glimpse of this enthusiastic rambly little kid he really wanted to know better. Aside from a very slight stammer, Izuku was passionate and articulate when he got into a subject. Granted, the subject had been his family's creepy religion. So what? It was a start. Hisashi was willing to take what he could get though, and it had involved fighting, which was going to get Shoyuta involved every time. No matter what Yagi or Shoyuta had to say, Hisashi didn't have any intention of punishing Izuku for providing comfort to a dying man. He was pretty sure Sho was on the same page. They were going to work out some more ground rules, sure. Izuku's quirk scared him a little because he could see the kid hurting himself with it, but that was the danger with every strong quirk. Hisashi knew that better than most. His entire family had lost their hearing by the time he was 2 because of his. Yagi, meanwhile, was probably just as scared and had been scared for Izuku longer than they had. Hisashi understood that too. He was pretty sure Yagi hadn't really talked to anyone about the USJ incident. He'd been an irritable mess for days afterwards and obviously furious with himself. Unlike Hisashi and Shoyuta, he didn't have an agency breathing down his neck and making him go to emergency therapy sessions. That didn't make the current situation any easier to bear though. Really, he was this close to just kicking Yagi out so they could go upstairs and start fixing things again. Hisashi frowned as he caught the tail end of Izuku's voice saying something that sounded equal parts defiant and scared. He stood up, nerves tingling. Izuku! He called up the stairs. Everything okay up there? He didn't actually wait for a response, taking the steps 2 at a time. There was a man's voice coming from Izuku's room. Enough. He said. Come home. Nope. No way. No way in hell was that man in Hisashi's house. He was not having it. Home. Izuku hissed, and he'd never heard the little guy sound so set off. Where's home? Home is gone. Because of you. Do you think they understand you? Would you be feeling this way if they ever could? That son of a. Hisashi rounded the corner, humming low in his throat to build up a sonic blast. It took him longer without his speaker, but he had never lost the habit from school. He threw open Izuku's door, ready to throw down. I am your home. Izuku was on the floor, back the wall, and standing over him was a man Hisashi had only ever seen in fuzzy security camera stills. He was taller than Izuku was likely to ever be, with slicked back hair that curled at the nape, and he dressed in all black, black button front shirt open at the throat, black creased slacks, black wingtip shoes, and black leather gloves. He tilted his gaze in Hisashi's direction, and his eyes were the only part of his face where he could find the slightest trace of Izuku. The man's eyes were a deep yellow-green with long, thin pupils. "So you are the ones who abducted my son." His comment was almost pleasant, like he was discussing the weather. "I'm so pleased to make your acquaintance at last." Hisashi let the shout he'd been building up loose in a guttural out that should have punched the intruder through the wall behind him, and maybe the one behind that. Hisashi was that mad. It was a tighter, narrower cone of effect than he was capable of with his support gear. The good news was that he was a lot more precise like this and kept Izuku out of his target zone. The concussive force passed harmless through the man's body with a slight ripple of blue energy. It took out the picture window behind him, pulverized the balcony railing, and dented the thick privacy wall outside. The man gave him a fraction of a bow with a narrow, sharp-toothed smile of mockery. Hisashi felt Shura's touch against his side and moved. Shura's scarves flew past him and wrapped around Izuku's shoulders and hips. The boy yelped in alarm as he flew forward and landed in Shura's arms. He shoved Izuku back towards Yagi without breaking momentum. "Go!" he hissed. "There's a safe room in the basement." The man in Izuku's room winked out of existence with an amused snort. Was he a teleporter? That couldn't be right. Hisashi had read through Izuku's police interviews. Hadn't he said his dad was a fire breather? "There's an accomplice," Hisashi shouted as he slammed Izuku's door. Teleporters usually needed line of sight to work. He needed to cut off visual access to the inside of the house. "House locked down now. High alert." A bell chimed through the speakers hidden through their home, and the ambient light dimmed as military-grade shutters dropped over every window and possible entrance, or the hole where one used to be in the case of Izuku's bedroom. Hisashi pelted after Yagi. Shoyuta vaulted over the banister to get ahead the group and checked the stairs for more intruders. The safe room was a narrow armored space located underneath the stairs and was nearly impossible to spot unless you knew it was there. Shoyuta cleared the basement and stood guard while Hisashi thumbed the lock. He waved Yagi and Izuku in ahead and dragged Shoyuta inside by the back of his shirt before locking the room. "We're sealed in from projection quirks here." Hisashi panted and rubbed his throat. He forgot sometimes how much the directional speaker protected his voice. "The house will have sent alerts to the local hero agencies when I triggered the shutdown. A team should be by a few seconds to check the area." He looked around until he found Izuku, wide-eyed, trembling, and wedged into the corner furthest from the door. Hey now." Hisashi slid in next to him and held up one arm in a mute offer of a hug that Izuku threw himself into. He squeezed the kid as tightly as he dared. "It's safe. You're safe. We're all okay." Shoyuta wiggled past Yagi to kneel in front of them. "Are you all right?" Izuku nodded. "He just talked." He paused to sniff. "He wanted me to." "I heard." Shoyuta looked at Hisashi. "Did you hear anything from before we were on the stairs?" Bullshit was what Hisashi had heard. He ran his free hand down Shura's back to make himself feel better. It was going to be a while before he felt safe in the house again. "I don't think so." "Izuku," he said. Izuku took a breath and the tremors racking his narrow shoulders began to subside. "He was trying to say you weren't taking care of me. What would he know about it?" He added bitterly. He was looking for a button to push. Shoyuta caught Hisashi's eye. He wanted Izuku to leave the house by himself. There was probably a pickup vehicle outside. They know where the house is. Maybe not. Hisashi remembered the look on his face when Hisashi's shout had passed through him. If he could have counterattacked, then Hisashi was sure he would have. He hadn't. He also hadn't really interacted with anything so far as Hisashi had seen. He just talked and loomed. Projection quirks were usually line of sight, but not always. He'd shown up directly in Izuku's sealed room. The kid kept the windows shuttered even during the day, so there was no way to look in except from inside the house. So either Dragon had somehow gotten past 3 irritable and paranoid pro-heroes, or his accomplice's quirk vector wasn't line of sight. Hisashi had heard of quirks using blood or hair as a targeting mechanism before, so the idea wasn't all that ridiculous. I think he was fishing for Izuku's location. I don't think he got it. Perhaps. Shoyuta stood and pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with the number for the MT Lady Agency. Going by the male voice, it was, thank heaven, not MT Lady herself, because Hisashi and Shoyuta were already persona non grata with their quiet, elderly, and conservative neighbors. Attracting a hero with gigantism to the neighborhood might have resulted in a mob with pitchforks instead of cameras. Shoyuta answered the call and turned away to give a quick report for the incident. He hung on the line for another minute or so before stowing his phone again. MT Ladies teamed up with Kamui Wood and Death Arms to do recon around the area. They haven't spotted anyone. Oh well, maybe she would be her normal size when she showed up. Those 3 again? Izuku hunched his shoulders as Hisashi and Shoyuta looked his way with curiosity. He had a run-in with them once before. Nothing official. Yagi interceded on Izuku's behalf. It would probably be best if they didn't see young Midoriya. They'd likely recognize him, and they're all young people still. They might not remember to keep quiet about it. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't remember me. Izuku covered his face with both hands. That was forever ago. Perhaps. Yagi allowed. They might not, but people tend to remember if I get involved. This happened around the time I met young Midoriya. This sounds like a story I need to hear. Hisashi ruffled Izuku's hair as he tried to roll himself up into a little ball of shame. The story was a lot less amusing than he'd hoped, and did something to explain how Izuku's general caution around authority figures came to be reinforced by adults outside his home. Shoyuta started pinching the bridge of his nose about halfway through. Hisashi himself got the impression that Izuku was leaving some bits out as well. For example, he didn't mention how he ended up at the second attack site or how the sludge villain got loose. If All Might was involved, it was probably classified or private. Yagi volunteered some parts that Izuku hadn't been present for, namely the 3 young heroes getting a loud and public dressing down from the local station police chief afterwards. I think Yagi's correct. Shoyuta commented. They'll remember that if nothing else. Hisashi knew how his husband's mind worked. Izuku and I will stay in the safe room when you get the all clear. I'll stay. Yagi volunteered. It's unlikely that I'll be recognized, but it might attract notice if Yamada doesn't come out. Shoyuta shrugged, and as much as Hisashi wanted to stay in the safe room like a dragon with his tiny wide-eyed horde, he also absolutely did not want Shoyuta outside alone. He knew he could trust Izuku with all might, and so when Shuta's phone buzzed a second time, he followed his husband upstairs to greet the recon team. Yagi-san was quiet as the armored door slid shut behind Mic and Aizawa. Izuku missed Mic's arm around his shoulder almost at once. He didn't often get hugs unless his mom was around, but Mic was incredibly tactile, and Izuku had been taking hesitant advantage of that. Without his guardians around to distract him, his thoughts turned inwards again, towards his dad and his dad's casual use of the Force in front of strangers. He almost didn't want to believe it. If there was anything he'd thought his dad held sacrosanct, it was the Midoriya family's sacred traditions. Yes, he'd become a villain, but he had a combat quirk. Izuku had somehow thought that would be enough. He'd used his telekinesis at the USJ, but he hadn't planned on leaving any witnesses either. This was getting too deep. If he was projecting himself across town, then what else was he doing? He was already courting the dark side, had maybe given himself over to the dark side. Where would he stop? Would he stop at all? Yagi-san. Izuku's mentor turned to him. Yes. How do you know when to stop keeping a secret? Even asking the question felt like too much, but Izuku's dad could have hurt someone just now. If he had been strong enough, he would have. Izuku was pretty sure it hadn't happened because Hisashi was still hurt, but that wouldn't be the case next time. Yagi-san regarded him thoughtfully. Are you keeping a secret, young Midoriya? He asked, and Izuku nodded slowly. I see. May I ask why? I promised someone. Izuku pulled his knees to his chest, which was pretty uncomfortable on the narrow bench. Someone really important to me. Will that person be hurt if you tell? Was Yagi-san's next gentle question. No. He's dead. That hurt to admit for some reason. Hadn't he been feeling better about it just that morning? He died last year. Will anyone else be hurt if you keep quiet? I think maybe. Izuku stole a glance in Yagi's direction. He didn't look or feel mad, just sad and maybe tired. Izuku looked away. I didn't before, but now. Last question, my boy. Yagi-san looked at him, and that quiet, tired sorrow changed into something else that Izuku didn't quite have the vocabulary to describe. It was like anger, but not angry. Will you be hurt if you speak up? Izuku turned his face into his knees. That was the question he'd been trying not to ask himself because he already knew the answer. I'm going to get hurt no matter what. He whispered. I see. Yagi-san fell into thoughtful silence for a little bit. Then, hesitantly, he said, I have lived with the secret of one for all for most of my adult life. There are people who I've had to reveal myself to, but I was fortunate enough to start with one adult who I could talk to without holding anything back. He's an awful old man, but having an outside perspective helped when nothing else did. If you're willing, then I would be happy to hear you out and offer whatever advice I can. His mouth quirked in a mirthless smile. You know I can keep a secret at least. Izuku's throat closed up and his eyes burned. Yagi-san had been a bad choice, he realized, because it meant he was going to have to explain everything. You're going to be mad. He croaked. And disappointed in me. Well, now, I can tell you that's not true. A broad hand settled on his back. I know your heart is good and whatever you've done or said to stay safe won't change that. Even if I lied to you? Yagi-san didn't answer right away. Even then, my boy. He said at last, soft and sincere. It was so much harder than Izuku had thought it would be to open his mouth after that. He felt small and repulsive. He hadn't ever actually said the words, I have a quirk, but he'd let people believe it. He hadn't had a choice and he knew he hadn't, but that didn't change the way he felt when he heard the words, your quirk, coming out of someone's mouth. He took a breath. I don't actually have a quirk. I'm booking a hotel room. Hizashi signed to show Yuta from across the room where he was standing over Death Arm's shoulder. They were reviewing the house security footage, but Hizashi had his phone out and was apparently getting them a room for the night. There weren't any cameras in the bedrooms, but there was one in the hall outside Izuku's bedroom and it could see inside a little bit. They'd reviewed the footage before letting the junior heroes see it. Izuku didn't appear on the recording, but the place where Dragon had been standing would. One room. Show you to sign back. 2 beds. High security suite. Already picked one out. I may never be able to let Problem Child out of my sight again. Wasn't that the truth? Shoyuta was not looking forward to leaving Izuku in the staff room come Monday morning. The kid was a lightning rod. It wasn't his fault. Heroes usually were, and all heroes had been kids at one point. It was just frustrating to be present for this stage in the development of one and not being able to punch trouble in its condescending face. Hizashi pointed at the screen. He was there. I'm not seeing anything on thermal filter. Death Arms frowned. You're right. It was a remote projection. I'll touch base with one of my police contacts and see if they're willing to do a quirk registry search. We'll see what comes up. We appreciate it. Hizashi was a lot more gracious about it than Shoyuta would have been, but that's why he was the one who did the talking in their house. Congrats, by the way. MD Lady added, looking up from the after-action form she'd been filling out on their behalf. The circumstances SCK, but it's always great to see a pro pushing back against the misanthropic bachelor stereotype. She meant present Mike, not Eraserhead. None of these headaches recognized Shoyuta and he was glad. The downside was that they all thought he was Hizashi's civilian spouse. Kamui let himself in through the front door. So I have good news and bad news. He came over to look over Empty Lady's shoulder. I didn't find any evidence of surveillance outside, no footprints or spy cameras. Whatever vector your stalker's quirk relies on, it's not line of sight. There's a good chance that they are working blind. They probably had something belonging to their target to use as a focus. Foci can't be reused. Lady mused. And they can expire if you don't use it right away. I don't remember what the psychic decay rate is off the top of my head, but if you relocate for a bit to a dummy site, then that could keep your primary residence from being discovered. It's a day or so for blood depending on the level of contamination, hours for a physical object, and I think a week for hair with a follicle attached. Death Arms lumbered over to join their conversation, and Shoyuta was officially in hell, fenced in on all sides by 3 feetses trying to tell him his own job, and he couldn't kick any of them. Thank F for Hizashi. Hizashi had perfected the art of getting people to back off Shoyuta without letting them realize what he'd done, mostly by being outrageous. It was some combination of big gestures, volume, and blinding smiles that almost never failed. This time he inserted himself between Death Arms and Shoyuta and swept his arms out like a game show host. Bingo! We'll be getting a room for tonight. Do you need an escort? Kemi asked. In case they make another attempt. That won't be necessary. Hizashi smiled, thumbing the dial on his speaker, and it wasn't his usual friendly smile. It was the one he used to F with villains and prospective students at the heroics exam. He leaned in towards Kamui, who backed right up, and Shoyuta felt his mood lift. I welcome their best effort. That's very good, sir. Kamui looked at his friends for help. We'll stick around the area while you pack. Shoot one of us a message when you get ready to leave. Sure thing. Hizashi kept his grin in place until the door closed and sealed after them, then he dropped it and rubbed his temples. They're nice people. He sounded like he was reminding himself more than Shoyuta. I shouldn't be mad at them because they were mean to my kid once. You're a parent now. You don't need to be fair. Shoyuta advised. He sure wasn't, but then again he never had seen the point of niceties in the first place. Hizashi bumped shoulders with him with a more genuine smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I'll go get Yagi and Izuku. We've got a reservation through Bolthole. I forwarded you the address. Bolthole was a small hero-centric app equivalent to Airbnb that rented out safe houses in the metropolitan areas in and around Tokyo. Shoyuta had had mixed experiences with the actual accommodations, but the app's cybersecurity made it very difficult to trace the location of their guests. Would do. The upstairs was dark without any of the house's usual natural light. The state of Izuku's room made him wince. His belongings were untouched for the most part. The window was gone and its casing was fractured and warped so that pinpricks of light peeked around the perimeter of the shutter. They'd have to replace the entire thing along with the balcony. Something else was bothering him about the dark little space, and he paused, trying to chase down exactly what. He and Hizashi had stayed out of Izuku's room as a general rule. The kid was tidy enough so he didn't need help picking up after himself, and they'd agreed that he needed to feel safe and private. It was clean aside from the property damage and some discarded shoes in one corner, almost too clean, and the problem hit him then. It was the walls. Shoyuta remembered Izuku arriving with a box full of hero merch, including an All Might bed throw. He'd had posters, a few plushies, and other little knickknacks. Shoyuta had seen a box that was just books, old journals, and some beat-up composition books. The bookshelves were empty except for some school-provided reference materials. Where were they? Following a hunch, he opened the closet and found every box Izuku had arrived with was lined up neatly on the floor underneath Izuku's hanging uniforms. The kid had never unpacked. Shoyuta struggled with a sudden, unwelcome sense of uncertainty. It had just been a week. It felt like longer, but they really had only had Izuku for a week. Settling in took a while. That wasn't abnormal, was it? He looked at the plain blue comforter on the bed, the same one he'd put there himself 6 months ago. Shoyuta? Hizashi voice came filtering up the stairs, and something about his tone put Shoyuta immediately on edge. Can you come down for a sec? Everyone was in the living room again when he arrived downstairs. The source of Hizashi's concern was obvious. Izuku had his back almost pressed into Yagi. He was bone-white, trembling, and wringing his hands to the point where his knuckles were bright red. Is there a problem? Shoyuta couldn't help the chill in his voice. They'd left Yagi alone with Izuku for less than an hour. How had he already set off a new crisis? No problem. Yagi patted Izuku on the shoulder. Midoriya has something he'd like to talk to you about. It has to do with today's incident. That got Shuta's attention. He shared a look with Hizashi, who shook his head. He didn't want another emotional conversation right now either. Meanwhile, Izuku looked like he was about to keel over and his own emotions felt scraped raw. Can it wait until we're at the safe house? Shoyuta asked in an attempt to delay. We're exposed here. And no, we're not. Izuku had his hands fisted in the hem of his t-shirt. He won't be able to do that again anytime soon. He stayed too long and did too much. Maybe start at the beginning. Yagi coached him. Tell them what you told me. The kid gulped and went even paler somehow. He looked terrified. Tell them. Did I? All right, that was enough. No confession or information was worth whatever was going on in that kid's head. Shoyuta and Hisashi started forward at the some moment. Shoyuta had some half-formed plan of kicking Yagi out and Hisashi might have been going in to take Izuku away, but they were both brought up short when Izuku managed to spit out what he'd been trying to say. I don't have a quirk. His hands flew up to cover his mouth and he squeezed his eyes shut. He cracked one eye open to watch them warily. Izuku, buddy. Hisashi was visibly searching for strength. That's not true. You've got a great quirk and I don't care what that man told. Yagi stopped him. Hear Midoriya out please. I don't have a quirk. Izuku's trembling eased now that the big thing seemed to be out of the way. The registry office is refusing to re-evaluate me, right? What? Well, ease. Hisashi rubbed the back of his neck, taken aback and guilty. He shot a glance in Shuta's direction and then looked away. I wasn't going to say anything, but it's just a temporary setback. Izuku shook his head. No. See, they don't just give out quirkless status if you can't prove you have a quirk. You get labeled as having an unverifiable quirk, then. He explained. The Quirk Registry Department is tracking the rate of population conversion in Japan. I had to get a bunch of X-rays and genetic testing done to verify that I'm quirkless. I'm part of the 4th generation post-quirk emergence. My chances of being born quirkless were less than 0.001%. Statistically, I was more likely to get hit by lightning while being eaten by a shark than I was to not get a quirk. Shoyuta frowned. His memory of the USJ incident had been jumbled right afterwards, but he'd gotten most of it back. He could even sort of remember the healing session, 2 warm, chapped palms cupping his face and a rush of sensation that was neither hot nor cold. The feeling had been too unique for him to have dreamed it. What was that if not a quirk? What I did for Aizawa and Yagi-san was different. It's part of a different ability. Most everyone in my family has had it. It's hereditary like a quirk, sort of, but you can be force-sensitive and also have a quirk like my dad. He took a breath. I heard you talking. There's no accomplice. He did all that on his own. It's really dangerous and kinda stupid, but it's possible. Okay. Hisashi wet his lips. That is, it's a lot and I may not be following. Are you saying your father has multiple quirks? No, force sensitivity is different. It's more like... Izuku searched for words and Yagi seemed comfortable taking a step back then. That it's more like a capacity than an ability. Most people have an innate understanding of how to activate their quirk, right? A force sensitive without training is just a normal person. They might have better intuition than most, but that's about it. My dad though, he's had a lot of training and he is very powerful. Why are we just hearing about this now? Shoyuta had no way to describe what he was feeling. Was he angry? Was he confused? Was he betrayed? I made a promise. Izuku dropped his gaze to his shoes. I told you my family has a religion? This is it. One of my ancestors was a refugee that ended up settling in Japan. I don't really know where she came from, but her journal talks about these religious purges that she ran away from. She had kids here and passed on what she knew in secret. We're not supposed to talk about it to outsiders and I don't understand why Dad suddenly changed his mind about that, but he did and that means you need to know. Even though I promised. Weird cult nonsense, he'd said not too long ago. Shoyuta could have slapped himself for not investigating more closely, but would Izuku have told him if he'd asked? Would he have shared that much of himself? He hadn't even unpacked his books. You don't believe me? Izuku was looking straight at Shoyuta and he felt flayed in ways that didn't quite make sense. I can prove it. Yagi coughed and interjected. Maybe not the way you showed me, please," he said quietly, and Izuku blushed. "I didn't have anything else." He objected and cleared his throat, peeking back in Shuta's direction. "You can erase quirks, right?" Shoyuta limited himself to a nod. Hizashi reached out to touch his sleeve, and Shoyuta covered his grip with one hand. Izuku nodded to himself. "Okay." He took a breath and then another before closing his eyes. There was a little table just inside the entranceway where Shoyuta and Hizashi tended to toss the mail. They kept the rest of their stationery there too, just so it was all in one place. The ceramic cup of pencils shimmied in place as all the pens and pencils rose up and swooped through the air like slender paper planes towards Izuku's still form. He held out his hands and the pens settled into a lazy circuit over his open palms. That was pure telekinesis. It was one of the rarest categories of quirks and was almost always too weak to be of any use. Even powerful telekinetics tended to be limited in the type of thing they could move. Izuku was handling multiple objects, even 15 of them easily. That, on top of a healing ability, 2 of the most demanding quirks. What was this kid? Izuku opened his eyes and spread his arms open wide. The cloud of writing utensils separated into 2 separate loops, one over each of his hands. "Okay," he repeated. "Erase my quirk." For a second, Izuku thought that Aizawa wouldn't do it. He'd been in a state of high agitation since he went upstairs. Izuku's confession had only made things worse. Mike wasn't happy either, but Aizawa was the one having the worst reaction. Yagi had promised him that they'd understand, but he hadn't said it would be easy. Aizawa abruptly hauled down on his capture scarves as his hair rose up and his eyes flashed red. Part of Izuku expected to feel the effect of Aizawa's quirk, but he didn't feel anything. That was almost as startling as feeling it would have been. DS-Pin kept the pens in orbit over his hands, but Izuku's ability to maintain concentration was not great at the moment. He held on and changed the angle of the pens a few times to prove he didn't have some sort of scripted action quirk. "Show." Hizashi frowned and pulled at Aizawa's sleeve. "Show. That's enough." That was enough to startle him out of it, and Izuku forced himself to go through the motions of returning the pens and pencils to their cup. Aizawa was still staring at him, but his scarves had returned to their normal state around his shoulders. "All right." His voice had a raw quality to it, like he'd just stepped back from a ledge. It was more emotion than Izuku had ever seen him actually express beyond a sinister smile or mild apathy. Izuku knew that Aizawa usually had more going on internally, but he just felt blank right then. Whatever he felt was too deep for Izuku to see without digging, and digging would hurt the man, which Izuku did not want. Mike was both easier and more difficult to read at the same time. His feelings were all on the surface and accessible. He was mad and sad and confused and relieved all at once. One big ball of high emotion that hurt to even look at. Weirdly though, it didn't stop him from taking control of their situation. "Okay, Izuku. That projection. How often can he do it?" "Not today." Izuku thought about it. "Probably not by tomorrow either. It's not something you should do at all if you can avoid it in the first place. People have died just trying it. I would need a week in the state he's in, but he's more proficient with the Force than I am." That seemed to throw both his guardians. "You can do that?" Izuku wet his lips. "Yes? In theory? Now that I've seen it done, anyway. I've been studying, but the descriptions weren't all that helpful." Mike slapped his own cheeks and took a deep, deep breath. "Okay, I hope it goes without saying that I don't want you experimenting with whatever that was. We will deal with it later. What I'm hearing from you now is that we have time to pack." "Yes." Izuku nodded. "Good. Great. Go put together a bag." Izuku nodded again, feeling a little like a bobblehead toy. It didn't mean anything, but he couldn't quite stop. "Hey!" It was Aizawa. He still felt like an absence of space, but his hand was warm on the back of Izuku's neck. "It's not just you. We're all packing. Even if our location is safe, the house is not secure right now." He meant to say something agreeable, but when Izuku opened his mouth, what came out instead was, "You'd be safer if I weren't here." Aizawa snorted. "If I wanted to be safe, I'd have gone to work at a cat shelter." "Maybe." Izuku could only shrug. He still had that feeling lodged in his chest. He'd broken faith with his family, not just his grandparents, but everyone who'd gone before him and had managed to keep the secret. He'd revealed himself to Mike and Aizawa as a liar. Maybe Yagi-san was willing to forgive and forget, but he knew what it was like to have a secret consume your entire life. Hey! Something slipped through Aizawa's tight-fisted rein on his feelings. It was bright, painful, and unfamiliar. Come here. Izuku didn't really understand what was happening until his nose bumped into Aizawa's shoulder. The older man's free hand came up to rest on the top of Izuku's head and coaxed his forehead down onto Aizawa's chest. Your place is with us now, he told Izuku. If we don't understand each other yet, then we will. That's how it works. Okay. Izuku couldn't quite believe him, but neither Mike nor Aizawa had lied to him yet. Maybe it was okay to take some things on faith for a little while? Some kids, when told to bring everything important for an extended absence, would have loaded themselves down with electronics or, as in Hisashi's case when he was a kid, 10 million bottles of hair product. Izuku, meanwhile, had to be sent back upstairs twice for clothes and toiletries because all he brought downstairs was his box of books and his backpack. Yagi gave them a lift to their bolt hole for the night in his truck, which made up a lot for the drama he'd stirred up earlier. Hisashi still sent him away once everyone was unloaded and Shoyuta was inside the safe house with Izuku. Yagi didn't put up too much of a fight, although Hisashi could tell he didn't really want to go. Too bad. Hisashi wasn't often possessive of his people, but there had been a villain in his house. In his house. The safe house was a nondescript basement apartment in the Crate district, one of the wealthier neighborhoods in Mizudafu. It was well patrolled and all the residential buildings were aggressively uniform white stucco townhouses. Good luck picking one out of the lineup if all you had was a vision to work from. It had 4 rooms total: kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and tactical room. Izuku was in the tac room when Hisashi went back inside. It was about half the size of the living room at home and all the walls were lined with monitor screens. Shoyuta had them all on and rotating through different camera filters. He was doing something in the kitchen. The only furniture was a kotatsu in the center of the room, despite it being a little late in the year for one, and mismatched floor cushions littering the floor. Izuku was flopped over on his back under the kotatsu. He had one of his books open over his face, an old leather-bound book, a blank cover. Is that one of those journals you mentioned? Hisashi asked, kicking over a cushion for himself. He should have guessed. If he'd been thinking, Hisashi wouldn't have left those behind either. Yeah. Izuku sat up. It belonged to one of my great-aunts. She was really good at illusions and projections. I wanted to remind myself what the limitations are. Find anything good? He scowled. Not really. It really does depend on a bunch of different variables. How far you send your projection, how much you interact with the environment, and how strong you are with the force. He's not using a physical focus to reach me though. Oh, wonderful. Connected. It's called a force bond. Izuku's mouth twisted. It can happen with any close relationship. Family, lovers, teachers, that stuff. My aunt could do it with her parents and my grandfather. It was easier with her father because he was her teacher, so they were connected 2 ways, blood and mentorship. She says it was harder the further apart they were. I think Dad was only able to find me because I was upset. He mentioned being able to feel it. I think that's why he hadn't shown up before now. He probably couldn't get to me the first few times. The circumstances weren't right. Hisashi nodded. That was no different than dealing with powerful quirks in a way. They all had some kind of limitation, prerequisite, or rebound effect. The weaker the quirk, the less you were penalized for using it. What else does she talk about in there? He nodded at the journal. Izuku sat up and put the journal down into a protective case. He looked at it, not seeming to really see it. She had a lot of meditations on the nature of the force. She also wrote about her kids and this feud she was having with a neighbor over their gardens. They both bred irises competitively. Did you ever know her? Hisashi wanted to ask about this force thing, but he knew better than to come on the subject head-on. His interviewing skills were coming in use as a parent. No, she died a year before I was born. She was on a trip with my cousins. There was a villain attack, one of Leviathan's last big terror attacks, when they were driving over a bridge. Her health had gotten delicate and neither of her kids were force-sensitive, so he shrugged. Shoyuta came back from the kitchen with 3 glasses of beer at that point, 2 tall pint glasses and a smaller water glass. He ignored Hisashi's look as he set the short glass down in front of Izuku. "Don't get excited. I cut it with soda," he said. They didn't drink often, usually only after a bad mission. The fact that he was including Izuku in their little, bad day ritual made Hisashi's heart hurt in good ways. The boy took a considering sip. "Is that lemon?" he asked, liking his lips. "I've never had a radler before." Hisashi turned his look on Izuku, who laughed. "Sorry, my dad kept beer in the house and let me have some if I wanted," he explained. "I think he wanted it to seem normal and boring so I wouldn't get crazy about it. I tried some, but he's really into weird craft beers so I never picked up the habit. This is better." Well, nice to know the JRK had some decent parenting strategies. Hisashi still wasn't going to ask him for tips anytime soon. He took a sip of his beer and found it to be a fairly generic low ABV lager. He'd had worse and it was probably a safe enough treat after the day they'd all had. Hisashi knocked half his glass back in one go. He set it down with a sigh. "So," there was no good way to start the conversation, so Hisashi just charged in. "This force you've been talking about, what is it?" Izuku blinked and set down his beer, totally unaware of the fact that he had a foam mustache until it dripped into the corner of his mouth. It's kind of involved. I can explain, but the elevator speech version doesn't cover a whole lot. Try us." Shoyuta watched them both over the rim of his beer glass. "Okay, the Force is an energy field that connects all living things and binds the universe together. Some people are born with the ability to perceive it and interact with it. That's a Force sensitive. If you learn how to manipulate the Force, then you're an adept." Izuku gestured at his glass and it rose into the air, gently rotating. It lowered back down to the table and settled without so much as a ripple in the surface of the beer. "I thought you said it was a religion?" Hisashi wasn't religious himself. His grandmother had maintained a little roadside shrine and his mom had taken it over when she died, but that was as observant as his family had ever gotten. He was still pretty sure you needed gods to worship. "There's no gods. I don't think personifying the Force is a good idea." Izuku took another thoughtful sip of his beer. "It's not a person. It's energy and it has moods, I guess, or different aspects. I still wouldn't characterize it as a single entity though. It's a gestalt of all living creatures, life feeding death and vice versa." "So how do you worship in that case?" "Through meditation and study. The point is to understand, or at least try to." Izuku rocked himself from side to side, looking for his words. "That's why we don't personify it." "Makes sense. Maybe." Hisashi thought about it, and if he drew parallels between Izuku's odd nameless religion and, say, Zen Buddhism, then he could kind of make it work in his head. "I'll probably have more questions later, but circle back to that different moods thing. What did you mean by that?" "That's the complicated bit." Complicated apparently required another, much longer drink, and Hisashi was very glad Shoyuta had watered that stuff down. He felt like their social worker was going to crawl out of a closet at any second. "There are 2 sides to the Force, light and dark. It's not," he gave a frustrated little huff, "that it's not good and evil. It looks that way to people though, I think. Force adepts usually have an alignment. Being truly neutral is hard. My grandfather always made it sound like you get pulled one way or the other. Maybe you do. So, I'm guessing your father is on the dark side?" Hisashi was pretty sure of that guess. Light might not equal good, but he was guessing it was not the side of casual child murder. "He's heading that way at least." Izuku frowned. "Growing up, I always thought he was as close to a true neutral as you could get, and I respected that. Maybe he'd just been leaning towards the dark for a long time and is just now tipping over. He really started changing after my grandfather died." Shoyuta finally voiced a question. "Why respect neutrality?" "Oh, it has to do with that ancestor I told you about." Izuku explained, his shoulders hunched up a little. They were getting into turtle territory. They were going to have to handle the rest of this conversation very carefully or he'd shut down for the night. She was part of this monastic order of Force adepts, I think. They were all lightsiders and she had some critiques about their philosophy and the effects of any extreme alignment. She never said in so many words in her writings, but I think the reason she escaped whatever happened to the rest of her order was because she'd already been getting ready to leave. It was a shame Hisashi was never going to get to tell anyone this story. He kind of wanted to read those journals, but Izuku was still talking. A dark-sider is very emotional. It's easier in ways. There are techniques that aren't accessible to a Force adept without feeling hatred, but they start to lose restraint and an empathy, I guess. Dark-siders want power and they usually get it, Izuku winced. Although not without a cost. Most of them die young or get disfigured somehow. Izuku continued to fiddle with his glass, but he seemed to be done with it. The light side is the exact opposite. They court serenity and absence of emotional attachment. That was one of the biggest things she seemed to struggle with, and she wrote about it a lot. I don't think she was supposed to get married or fall in love, but she did, and while I don't think she ever regretted it, she never quite came to terms with it either. To hear her describe things, a purely light-affiliated Force adept is an aesthetic meditating on a mountain somewhere totally unattached and disinterested in the rest of the world. Thought without action over action without thought, or something like that. Izuku wrinkled his nose at the idea. I want to be part of the light side, but maybe not that light. Put like that, Hisashi didn't want him to be that light either. That sounded like a terrible way to live. So your father can lift things with his mind and project himself over long distances. What else can you two do? Izuku ran a finger along the rim of his glass, watching beads of condensation merge under his fingertip and slip down the side of it. I can read minds a little, mostly just obvious emotions and the occasional sensory image. Dad might be able to do more since he's less worried about hurting people. He can use the Force to influence people and make him do what he wants. He can make himself faster and more agile. We don't have any guides for the dark abilities, but they're supposed to be pretty intuitive. I saw him use the Force to choke Kaken when Kaken recognized him. It's why I did what I did. You can get visions through the Force too. It's a rare ability and they're not always reliable. My grandmother called them signposts and said they don't always point in the right direction. This was getting heavier by the minute, and the person Hisashi had originally dismissed as a mid-tier villain at best was shaping up to be a much bigger threat. We're going to have to be very careful with what we tell the investigative team. Hisashi sighed. They'll need to know, but that I can see why you hesitated to tell us, kiddo. That's a lot. A lot? Was an understatement. Hisashi had made the conscious decision to not think about a lot of what he'd just heard, although he kept coming back to Izuku's voice saying, I can read minds a little. The thing was, he believed it. It explained a lot about Izuku, the way he mirrored people's moods, how he would sometimes walk into a room with them then turn right around and leave for no obvious reason, and the way occasionally watched them like they were books in an alien language he was trying to decipher. They had a psychic teenager. It would be cool if he weren't so scared for the kid. They were going to have to loop Netsu into this, and Hisashi was not looking forward to Shuta's terrible reaction. If they didn't handle things exactly right, then the police would put Izuku back into detention and they might not ever let him out until he disappeared into a lab somewhere. Don't say it. Shoyuta glared at him, accurately guessing the direction Hisashi's thoughts were headed in. He's smarter than all of us and he's on our side. Hisashi defended himself. We need a plan. Debatable. Shoyuta grumbled into his beer. Hisashi rolled his eyes. Sooner was better than later in his opinion, and he got up to go text Netsu for a meeting. Izuku was dreaming. He knew he was dreaming because he was laying on the tatami-lined floor of an old Minka-style house he'd never been in before, with the sliding walls open to a small fenced-in yard with a pond. He was on his side with his head cushioned in his grandmother's lap. Outside it was summer and the air was heavy with the drone of cicadas. Even in his dream, Izuku's eyes were heavy and sleep pulled at him as he drowsed in and out of a shallow catnap. Obasan was winding thread. He caught sight of it every now and then as a glittering strand of it dangled in front of his eyes. It was too thin to be yarn. Embroidery thread, maybe? I'm proud of you, she said, apropos of nothing. You made a hard choice even though you were scared. Was it the right one? Izuku asked. No one can know that until later. Obasan paused in her winding to pet his hair. I think so. I miss you. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. Nothing's been the same since you left. I know, and I'm sorry you were left to deal with it alone. He felt her start to gather her thread again. You don't have to do that anymore. This is going to be a difficult time for you going forward, Izuku. You will be tested and tempted by the dark side. You have allies. Trust in them. What if they get hurt? He asked. Because of me? What if you get hurt because of them? She countered. You would forgive them without a moment's hesitation. Hurting and being hurt is part of living with other people. You can't stop it or avoid it. All you can do is make the parts in between worthwhile. She had a hefty loop of her thread by that point and twisted it into a smart little skein. Izuku had another question. Why did he do it? He didn't specify who was, and Obasan didn't make him clarify. She sat quietly for a moment, looking down at the skein in her lap. Sometimes, she said after a while, that we do the worst things for what we believe to be the best reasons. The skein of thread glittered in the afternoon sun as she held it up and reached for a pair of scissors. The skein wasn't done. Thread hung out of it from either end, pulled taut, and the ends vanished out of Izuku's sight. Something tugged deep in his chest, and he saw the thread start to blush an angry red rushing in from where it disappeared out of the room. Try to sleep some more, Izuku. Obasan brushed his hair away from his face. Tomorrow is a new day. She cut the thread. Izuku sat bolt upright in his little cot with a hoarse grunt and one hand clutching at his shirt. The room was dark and he could make out the still shapes of Mic and Aizawa in the bigger bed. He was back at the safe house. It wasn't summer. It was early spring. Hey! It was Aizawa, who had cracked open one haggard eyeball in Izuku's direction. Everything okay? He nodded, although no, he was not actually okay. There was a hollowness inside him that he couldn't put a name to. Just a dream. Izuku said softly, not sure how loud he could be without waking Mike up. Just a weird dream. Aizawa didn't reply beyond a tired noise as he closed his eyes again and slid seamlessly back to sleep. Izuku lay back down, still rubbing fitfully at his chest. Eventually he too nodded off again, and when he woke the next morning he did remember his dream, but not what exactly had been so upsetting about it. Nedzu floated through the tack room above the kotatsu, looking beatific in his utter and complete happiness. Can you turn me upside down, please? He asked Izuku, who obliged. Marvelous. The rodent smiled. How long can you keep this up? However long I can focus. Izuku replied. I'm getting better, but if I get startled then I might drop you. He turned Nedzu right side up again. I have many questions for you, although I think Aizawa-kun is losing patience with us. Nedzu pointed at one of the free cushions. Please set me down. Thank you. Shoyuta had lost what patience he had an hour ago. Nedzu had somehow let himself into the safe house early in the morning before anyone was up. Shoyuta had been the one to find him in the kitchen making tea when he'd staggered out of the bedroom around 6 a.m. Hizashi swore that he hadn't given their employer the safe house address yet to prevent that exact situation, but as usual it hadn't helped. Nedzu settled himself at the kotatsu. I am pleased to inform you, Midoriya-kun, that you do have a quirk, he announced. Izuku's expression turned pinched and Shoyuta braced himself for another agonizing discussion of quirk genetics. Sir, I really… No. Nedzu shook his head. I understood your explanation before and I do agree with you. You do not have the same genetic condition that I or your guardians have. However, quirks are still poorly understood and even more poorly defined in the legal sense. You possess a superhuman ability, therefore, according to the laws of this country, you have a quirk and can say so without lying. He paused and something about his inhuman expression gentled. You understand, yes? You have not lied to anyone here or let them believe anything that was untrue. You have a quirk. Oh. Izuku sat back, looking stunned and a little confused. I'm not a healer, though. I'm not just a healer. He corrected himself. Correct, but I do not recall having asked you to define your ability. Nedzu replied. I recall making assumptions given what I knew of you. This is a very important distinction, Midoriya-kun. You cannot hold yourself responsible for other people's conjecture. You are not obligated to answer questions nobody asked. I want you to bear that in mind from now on. It will be important going forward. Heroes face intense public scrutiny. One of the skills you need to acquire in order to protect your privacy is the art of answering a question without answering it at all. How do you define a quirk like that? Hizashi looked up from his laptop. He'd been bent over his email working out how to cover or reschedule his engagements for the upcoming week. They were all confined to the safe house for now. His radio show and podcast would be all right. He recorded them a few episodes ahead to keep his heroic work from interfering with the broadcasting schedule. Teaching was a thornier problem. Hizashi taught more classes than Shoyuta did, and Shoyuta was his primary substitute in times of emergency. Nemuri was covering them both and not at all happy about it. Energy manipulation. Nedzu nodded to himself. The best lies are really just the truth in a trench coat. Everything in the universe is made of matter and energy. That is what makes it such a versatile and powerful quirk. Getting him re-evaluated will be the real trial, but I expect our dear friend All Might would be willing to bring his influence to bear. If not, his eyes glittered like shiny black marbled. That then I will take care of the matter in my own way. Have no fear. The principal tapped his paw pads on the table for a moment, chewing over a thought. I do not think I need to say it, but I feel that I must. He met the eyes of everyone in the room one at a time. Midoriya-kun was correct to tell you the true nature of his abilities. He was also correct to keep it a secret. Human society was not kind to the first quirk users. You hear stories of the glowing baby, but no one remembers her name or what kind of life she lived. We know now that most of the Q1 generation in Japan were institutionalized their entire lives, although not where or in what conditions. Q2 was harder to contain, and most of the human population was converted in Q3, so humans forget what it was like for those who came first. My own history doesn't suggest that our modern-day society would be any kinder. As far as anyone outside this room is concerned, Midoriya-kun is a quirked individual who has a particular familial religious tradition. The truth in a trench coat. Of course. That's fine. Shoyuta hadn't had any intentions of telling to begin with. Someone will need to talk to All Might. I'll handle that. Nedzu promised. His attention had been diverted by the box of journals, which was peeking out from underneath the kotatsu. Are these the documents you mentioned? He asked Izuku, who nodded. There's so many. How far do they go back? About 9 generations. Izuku leaned over to pull out the box, unaware of the silence that had dropped over the room. He picked out one of the books kept in an archival case. It was a paper-covered journal with a sewn spine. This is the oldest one. It starts in 1910. 1910, that was a full century before the earliest suspected quirk appeared. Izuku had said his ancestor had been a grown woman at that point and part of an official cloister. Force users predated quirks, and the kid had evidence just sitting in a cardboard box under the table. Izuku looked up, eyes wide, and Shoyuta abruptly remembered that he could read other people's emotions. Don't worry about it, Midoriya-kun. We were just startled. Nedzu reassured the boy. I would like an opportunity to read those journals. Not here, I think, or now. Perhaps in the rare book room on campus. That's a very old manuscript and it's very bright in here. Perhaps you should put it away. His whiskers had begun to tremble, which was about as much warning as anyone got when Nedzu thought an old book was in danger. They'd have to be very careful with those journals from now on, or they were going to disappear into the fortified security vault Nedzu called his rare book room. Yeah, I should. Izuku agreed, unaware that he was going to have to guard his family heirlooms with his life from that moment forward. He carefully resealed the book inside its case and put it away. Shoyuta got up and took the box back into the bedroom to hide it, ignoring Nedzu's sad look of betrayal. He missed the next part of the conversation, but Izuku had a pile of machine parts out on the table when he got back. The cylindrical lenses are the problem. He was saying, I had to grind them myself and they're not shaping the beam correctly. Also, I think the power pack got damaged. It's making a noise. Engineering is not one of my passions, but Power Loader does offer workshop time by appointment to students. Outside the support course. Supervised, of course, but I suspect that is what you need. Nedzahumed. Would you mind reassembling it, please? If Shoyuta had been paying attention, the expression on his husband's face would have warned him about what was coming. Izuku held up both hands and frowned in concentration. The indiscriminate pile of metal pieces rose up into the air and began to fit themselves together. The heart of the contraption was a green crystal and what Shoyuta assumed were the cylindrical lenses they'd been talking about. When assembled, the whatever it was looked a bit like a plain metal flashlight with a carabiner on the end. The flashlight thing fell into Izuku's open palm and he pointed the fat end away from the table. A hissing, sputtering yet undeniable stable green laser blade shot out from the handle. See? Izuku winced at the high-pitched whine the laser made. That's not the right sound, he said as he powered it down. Hisashi's jaw was practically on the ground when Shoyuta checked to make sure he hadn't just experienced a stress hallucination or something. No, Hisashi had seen it too. At least he knew now how the kid had fought off his father at the USJ, with a laser beam weapon. He was really only surprised at this point that the thing wasn't in an evidence locker getting ready to disappear. For a second, Shoyuta considered turning around and going back into the bedroom, climbing into the bed, and pulling the covers over his head. You brought home a psychic teenager with a working laser sword. He signed waspishly at his gobsmacked spouse. I picked the next one. Let's get this one properly into school first. Hisashi signed back with trembling hands. Then we'll talk about getting him a sibling. Only then did he realize that neither of them were thinking of a subsequent child. He'd started the conversation thinking of an additional one. Buffy. Shoyuta thought as he sat down heavily on his butt. Izuku and Nedzu were still talking about microreactors or something, so for once neither of them noticed his ongoing meltdown. All this time he'd been worried about Hisashi getting attached and when he should have been worrying about himself. It had been one thing after another since Izuku had come into their lives. He was complicated, wary, and pathologically self-sufficient to the point where he acted like anyone trying to help him was an alien. He'd lived with them for 8 fraught days and Shoyuta was pretty sure he was going to fight anyone who tried to come for him, including the kid's own mother. Articulating that through sign or speech felt impossible. Instead he just signed, "Problem child is going to need a new sign name then. Knowing us, we'll end up with another one just like him." Unlike his classmates, Shinso Hitoshi did not have any strong feelings about day duty, and that was probably why he usually ended up with it more often than most. It got him out of cleaning and people tended to not talk back if he was the one doing announcements, so it wasn't so bad. 13 wasn't at their desk when Hitoshi got to the staff room, which wasn't unusual. What was unusual was the kid sitting in the empty desk to the left of 13's who was bent over an open math book and muttering to himself about quadratics. Hey! Shinso noted and did not react to the way the kid froze and stared at him with wide panicked green eyes. Great, word about his quirk was spreading. That was exactly what he needed right before the sports festival, a steeper difficulty curve. Are you going to be there for a while? The kid's eyes dipped down to Hitoshi's tie and his shoulders slumped. Oh, you're in Gen Ed. He nodded and did not elaborate on why that made Hitoshi suddenly not scary. Hitoshi wasn't mad about it. It was a refreshing change, but he was also confused. Is that the attendance book for 13's homeroom class? I'll let them know you dropped it off. Hitoshi took a look at the green-haired kid's tie and was annoyed to find he wasn't wearing one. Usually that kind of blatant dress code nonconformity was a sure sign of a hero program student, but Hitoshi had been doing his due diligence on those assholes. Greenie wasn't one of them. I don't recognize you. Hitoshi winced. He probably could have phrased that worse, but it would have been hard and he realized it as soon as the words left his mouth. He didn't even really know what he was trying to do. He hadn't come to UA to make friends and usually he made sure people knew that. Usually he knew that. I'm sort of in between programs right now. The kid laughed nervously. Everything about him was nervous, like a quivering bunny facing down a cat. He still offered his hand. Brave bunny. Midoriya Izuku. Hitoshi took it and wondered what the hell was wrong with him. Shinso Hitoshi. They stared at each other, equally at sea once they'd exhausted the standard greeting script. Midoriya, bless him, offered Hitoshi an escape route before he could come up with one himself. It was nice meeting you. Then he ruined it by adding, maybe we'll see each other around? He backed it up with a hopeful smile, like he was asking for the moon instead of basic courtesy, and he knew it. Maybe. Hitoshi agreed, acknowledging that if they ever did then he was going to have to stop and make painful conversation again at least once. He'd figured out his problem by that point. Midoriya was cute, not cute boy cute, but instead he had all the most fatal qualities of a sad kitten in a box by the road in the rain. If Hitoshi had a weakness, and he didn't, then it might have been small, sad, abandoned things with fluffy fur and hopeful eyes. There was a reason why nearly everything he made at his secret part-time job that didn't go into savings or train tickets usually got eaten up at the cat cafe by his house. Hitoshi backed up with a hurried, bye, and made a break for it. He was already feeding 3 strays and couldn't afford another one. Unfortunately, he didn't get far before someone, Snipe-sensei, caught him. Hold up there a moment, partner. Snipe was one of the more easygoing teachers, which Hitoshi supposed he had to be. Snipe's quirk wasn't good for a lot other than killing people with guns or maiming them so they couldn't run away. Hitoshi was really familiar with the ways you needed to edit yourself for public consumption when you had a frightening quirk. Vaguely ridiculous steampunk cowpoke wasn't the worst direction Snipe could have chosen. I need a word if you don't mind. Hitoshi nodded, wondering where this was going. That boy you were talking to just now ain't really here. Snipe's voice was quiet and not unkind, but something about it made Hitoshi's hackles rise up all the same. He'd heard adults talk about him when they thought he wasn't around, and they usually sounded like that. No one will get mad if you mosey by for a chat again later, but until his parents say otherwise he's not here, and ain't no one seen a UA student matching his description. Got it? Understood, sir. Hitoshi replied coolly. No wonder the kid was so painfully keen for attention if this was what happened whenever he said, hello, to someone. It didn't matter, of course. Hitoshi was feeling sane again after having escaped those big sad eyes and had recalled his priorities. Normal kids with normal quirks had time for distractions like friends and thankless acts of kindness. Hitoshi had known going in that his time at UA was going to be spent working twice as hard for half the rewards other people got. The kid was going to have to handle his situation on his own. He remembered that right up until the point later when he got drafted by Ectoplasm to drop a bunch of reference material off in the staff room. Midoriya was still in there and scribbling in a different workbook. He didn't notice Hitoshi that time, but Hitoshi couldn't help but keep one curious eye on him the whole time. He was there again the next day when Hitoshi dropped off the attendance book. 13 was there to receive it that time, but Midoriya gave him a happy little wave that Hitoshi tried to return without looking like he wanted to die. He must have done, because he got a 10 million watt smile in return, and Hitoshi dearly wanted to know what that kid's life had been like to make him so grateful for so little. It wasn't going to last, he reminded himself. Eventually Midoriya would get out of lockdown, and odds were he'd end up in Gen Ed. From there it was only a matter of time before someone clued him in, and by then even Midoriya wouldn't be desperate enough to want Hitoshi as a friend. Well, if Hitoshi got his way he'd be in heroics by then, so it didn't matter. They weren't going to be classmates no matter what. He just had to remember that. Hitoshi still waved back the next time he saw Midoriya because he wasn't a complete monster. They got into a little pattern that was sort of like friendship if you squinted and gave points for minimal effort. It was enough for Hitoshi to notice when Midoriya stopped showing up. He didn't think much of it the first day. The second day of no Midoriya had his attention, and by the end of day 3 he was absolutely disgusted with himself because he knew he was going to break and ask a teacher if it went on any longer. Fortunately, Midoriya was back by the 4th day and looking like he hadn't slept at all while he was gone. He must have been sick. It was sad to be relieved over that, but Hitoshi had been in the foster system long enough to see a lot of his foster siblings and acquaintances just get moved one day with no forwarding address. 13 was away from his desk again, so there was nothing to stop or save him from small talk when he went to put the class book down on his teacher's desk. Midoriya looked up with a sleepy smile at his approach. Hi again. he said. Hitoshi, of course, opened his mouth to say something like, "Hope you're feeling better," and "You look like sheet," fell out instead. "Good job, Tosh." "I feel like it." Midoriya agreed and caught himself on a yawn. "I've been having to sleep on the floor in my guardian's bedroom and they both snore. I'm getting used to it." Huh. Hitoshi considered his own curiosity and decided that yes, he did actually want to know. "Not sick?" Midoriya shook his head. "Nah, villain stuff happened and we had to go to a hotel." That could mean anything, but if Midoriya was back in school then it couldn't be too bad. The poor was probably out in his neighborhood or something. "Do you have headphones?" he asked and clarified when Midoriya pet his head in confusion. "Helps with the noise if you can sleep with them on." Hitoshi couldn't, so had to deal with the interrupted sleep that came with sharing a bedroom with a sleep talker and an 8-year-old with night terrors. "No, but I'll ask my guardians. They might have a set I can borrow." He beamed. "Thanks, Shinso. You're so nice." Hitoshi could feel his soul shriveling up into a little husk. "Don't let it get around," he said instead of asking Midoriya if he was out of his adorable little mind. He probably was. Cute things were usually deranged. It made sense. "Sorry to interrupt, little listeners." Present Mike leaned into the staff room from out in the hall. He caught Midoriya's eye. "We're moving things to Gym 3 after school today." He paused, eyeing Hitoshi like he was trying to place a face. Maybe he was. Present Mike didn't teach any of his classes except for a combined English class, which was in one of the giant lecture halls and sat 80 Gen Ed students. "Your friend is welcome too." Hitoshi looked askance at Midoriya. "It's some extracurricular stuff," he explained. "Basically one of the teachers gets to beat on me for an hour." Personal training from a teacher at UA right before the most critical competition of his life so far? Hitoshi didn't even think about it. It might interfere with his curfew, but he'd put up with more risk for smaller rewards. Even better, it sounded like Present Mike would be there. He had a vocal quirk and might have pointers on how to train it. "I'll be there," he promised and resisted the urge to shield his eyes when Midoriya reacted like he was the one doing somebody a favor instead of the other way around. "It'll be great, I promise." He paused, reconsidered, and rephrased. "Well, actually it's probably going to hurt a lot. It's okay though. Recovery girl always swings by after." "Oh good," Hitoshi said faintly and wondered if he should have asked questions after all. "Glad to hear it." Hizashi grabbed Izuku's shoulders as soon as the juvenile Shoyuta clone left to go back to class. "Izuku," he hissed with urgency. "Did you see that? You haven't seen him smile yet." He replied because Izuku got him. The resemblance gets even more uncanny. "This is the best thing ever." Hizashi sighed. He kind of wished he'd gotten a picture, but Shinso was a UA student. He'd have another opportunity. "So, you made a friend?" "Sort of." Izuku shrugged. "We say hi, but haven't talked much, not a lot of opportunity." Maybe Hizashi shouldn't have invited him to sparring practice in that case. Izuku had seemed happy about it though, so maybe it would be okay. He hadn't missed the way Izuku pined in his own repressed way after the sound of young voices in the hall. Circumstances hadn't really been ideal to set him up with a playdate or something with a trustworthy kid his own age, but Snipe had mentioned Shinso to Shoyuta the first time the boys had made contact and had had good things to say about him that were supported later by 13. "Well, I've got some other good news for you." Hizashi grinned. "I just heard back from Detective Tsukachi. Someone is off house arrest." "Really?" Izuku's enthusiasm turned pensive. "But I still am though, until the house is fixed up and Aizawa is sure that Dad doesn't have our address." "Yeah, a little," Hizashi admitted. "Still, it does mean you don't need to stay in the staff room all the time. We'd like it if you stayed indoors and away from exposed areas. Paparazzi start sending drones up to the windows around this time of year to get candids of the students before the sports festival, but you can use the library or the atrium to work on your projects and," he jostled Izuku with his elbow. "If you wanted to eat lunch with some nice young people or go to the cafeteria then you can do that too. Is that going to be okay?" Izuku tugged at his sleeves. "What if I run into those 1A kids? They'll probably try and make friends." Hisashi didn't have quite the same contact with that group as Shoyuta, but he knew that Kirishima asked about the USJ kid periodically and was pretty hangdog about it when his teacher shut him down. The rest of them, save two, were a bunch of friendly puppies when you got right down to it, and Izuku was friend-shaped, or Chutoi-shaped. Hisashi wasn't sure there was a difference when it came to juvenile heroes, when you really got down to it. Unless it's Monoma-kun, then make a break for it. The way things were shaping up, Monoma was looking to get transferred out of 1A. He'd alienated the entire class early on by making fun of Kaminari after the kid overloaded himself during a class exercise and hadn't ever come back from it. Rather than apologizing, he'd doubled down on his self-importance. Fortunately, one of Kan's kids had to take a deferment after his quirk mutated on him, so there was room to move Monoma into a new setting and see if he'd learned anything from his massive social F-up. Shoyuta wasn't quite ready to give up on him at any rate. That didn't mean Izuku needed to put up with him. I was thinking more like Kachin. Hisashi didn't have an easy answer for that. Bakugo was prickly at the best of times, but he'd been something else entirely on those rare occasions when the Ihei kid came up in conversation and Hisashi was around to overhear it. He didn't actually want Izuku to have to deal with that either, but he was going to have to at some point. He'd texted with Bakugo's mother somewhat, and she had no more insight into the matter than he did and hadn't had any luck trying to talk to her son about it. Izuku wasn't clear for visitors yet, but neither of them were ready to reintroduce the boys anyway until they were positive Bakugo wouldn't puff up like a betta fish at the mere sight of Izuku. I'd say give him space if you see him in the halls. Hisashi decided. Izuku made a face and, yeah, maybe that was overly optimistic. Gym C was not one that Hitoshi had ever been in. Gen Ed got standard physical education, so they didn't need all the sparring rings or the medical corner or whatever those deactivated robots over in the corner were for. They were deactivated, right? Midoriya perked up in the middle of his stretches and waved at him as Hitoshi set one cautious foot inside the gym. Shinso, hi. Hitoshi waved back, but his attention was on the assembled teachers. Mike-sensei was there, but also the homeroom teacher for one. Shinso knew about him sort of, in as much as anyone in the school did. He was one of the underground heroes, which explained why he had a second job. Aizawa-sensei turned to give him a bored once-over. You're already changed, good. Go warm up with Midoriya. Do you do any martial arts? I can throw a punch? Hitoshi didn't really have the budget for external training or anyone to practice with. He'd been hoping that was something he'd be able to pick up in the hero classes. It's a start. Aizawa-sensei allowed. Talk to me about your quirk while you warm up. Hitoshi couldn't help it. He gave Midoriya a cautious look and Aizawa-sensei just snorted. Don't worry about him. He said. Worry about me. Easy for him to say. He had his pro license already. Getting it had probably never even been in question. Are you worried about the sports festival? Midoriya guessed with uncanny accuracy. I'm not competing, so you can talk freely around me. Why the hell not? Hitoshi asked before he could stop himself. Everybody competed whether they wanted to advance to the hero course or not. It was all anyone could talk about. Oh, Midoriya turned red from his collar to his hairline. I'm not really enrolled here yet. I have a conditional acceptance, but I won't be allowed to try out for a program until after the sports festival. He was going to get admitted, that was clear enough. He had a full set of uniforms, school shoes, and the personal attention of 2 teachers after hours. Hitoshi hadn't asked his foster parents what his uniforms cost because he hadn't wanted to know, and there was a good chance he'd be forced to reimburse them, but even regular school uniforms were expensive enough that you wouldn't spend the money on anything less than a sure thing. Maybe he was a rich kid, but Hitoshi didn't think so. He was probably one of those legacy cases who got rammed through the vocational system fast and on the down low so that the media didn't ruin their career before they even got to debut. Must be nice having the adults on your side, but Midoriya hadn't been a deech about it, so Hitoshi could overlook the disparity in their levels of privilege. Especially when Midoriya seemed willing to give him a hand up. My quirk is brainwashed. It felt weird talking about it to people. He hadn't had to explain his quirk in ages. People usually found out long before it came up in conversation. If I ask you a question and you answer, then I can give you orders. Oh, good one. Midoriya propped himself up on his elbows from where he was folded forward at the hips in the splits. That'll be useful. It. Hitoshi was torn between staring at the other boy's idea of a casual warm-up and boggling at his unexpected response. You'd be great at villain apprehension. Midoriya continued, undaunted and unaware of the effect his words were having on Hitoshi as he warmed up to his topic. Or rescue, if that's what you want to do. It'd be a really good quirk for rescue missions. I was talking to this lifeguard once, and she told me that drowning victims are more dangerous than the water. That's why so much rescue doctrine involves staying out of arm's reach of the victims so they don't latch onto you. Less chatting and more stretching, little listeners. Mike called out from whatever he was doing on the other side of the gym. It looked like yoga on steroids. Hitoshi was glad for the break because his ears were burning. People never liked his quirk, not even people who'd been his friends before they found out about his villainous ability. They never ever took it in stride like that. High school had been better than middle school so far, but he'd kept himself to himself in anticipation of the sports festival, so no one had ever really gotten a chance to call him nasty names or corner him after class. Although some had tried. Once they were done warming up, Mike-sensei showed them both some throws and Hitoshi kind of got into it until Aizawa-sensei called a halt for tag. You're going to stay with me, little listener? Mike-sensei held him back. I've got some more moves I'd like to run you through that'll probably be more useful in the festival for you. He pet his head when Hitoshi turned to stare at him. You are aiming for one of the transfer slots, right? Isn't everybody? Mike shrugged. In theory. He smiled. You'd be surprised. There's a difference between the students with vague aspirations and the ones with a concrete plan. Which one are you? I guess you'll know when you see me on the podium. Hitoshi bit back. However, it was hard to offend present Mike. He just grinned and gave Hitoshi the finger guns. I guess I will. He laughed and then rolled his shoulders as that big movie star smile turned into something a little more frightening. Try and block me for a bit so I can see what we have to work with. Mike-sensei did not look like the type of person who did Muay Thai, but he also didn't look strong enough for those crazy yoga poses he'd been doing, so what did Hitoshi know? He was a patient teacher, and pretty soon Hitoshi was working on his first kick. It was probably not how most people got started, but Mike had thoughts about what moves were most useful for a cornered hero. That was great, but Hitoshi's ability to focus on what he was doing was shot dead the first time Aizawa-sensei swung overhead on his scarves. Whoa! He breathed and really started to pay attention to what the other pair in the gym were going. It was literally tag, but with just 2 participants, and Aizawa-sensei was evidently. The sturdy exposed roof beams of Gym 3 explained why they'd picked it for practice. The scarves made Aizawa-sensei incredibly mobile, although Midoriya was no slouch either. He wasn't nearly as spry as their teacher, and Hitoshi had the sense that Aizawa-sensei wasn't really pushing himself either, but Midoriya had a sort of perfect situational awareness that let him know where Aizawa-sensei was coming from every time. He hadn't thought to ask what Midoriya's quirk was, but apparently he knew how to get the most out of it. Perception quirks were pretty common, but those people didn't often go into heroics. Hitoshi had a little more respect for Midoriya if that was the case. That would be almost as tough a row to hoe as his own. His eyes kept getting pulled back to Aizawa-sensei though. That looked amazing, practically like flying. They're crazy. I know. Mike didn't seem offended, but he did clap Hitoshi on the shoulder and say, all right, back to it. Hitoshi dragged himself out of the gym much later that evening, starving, hungry and filthy, but feeling complete for the first time in a long time. He was as close to his dream as he'd ever been, so close he could taste it in the air. Midoriya shared a protein bar from his bag when they got to the locker rooms to sluice off and change. Hey! Hitoshi waited until Midoriya was out of the shower and in some pants before asking his question. What's your story? He'd been assuming a lot up until that point, and the hypocrisy of that had just gotten to him. Midoriya blinked at him. Oh, I assumed you knew. Hitoshi's face must have done a thing because he raced to explain with excruciating earnesty. I heard Snipe stop you in the hall that time, and I thought you might Google me or something. You were quiet after that, so I assumed you had, and it was bad. Hitoshi slid his phone out of his pocket. Want me to? Midoriya wet his lips and looked pale. Not really. I don't think I'm ready to know. Well, that wasn't alarming at all. My dad's a villain. Midoriya averted his gaze and pretended to be super involved in digging his shirt out of his locker. He wanted me to be one too. He's still at large. That's why I have to be supervised all the time. Hitoshi was suddenly very glad he hadn't voiced anything he'd thought for the past week. Villain stuff, huh? That had been the understatement of the year. No wonder he'd thought Hitoshi's quirk was no big deal. The kids who gave Hitoshi crap weren't actually scared of him. They knew on some level he wasn't a real villain, otherwise they wouldn't make themselves into targets the way they did. Midoriya, though, villainy wasn't some impersonal abstraction for him. He'd met and lived with the real thing. Weirdly, that made Hitoshi feel better. He mistrusted baseless goodwill because he knew how flimsy it was, but this made sense and made Midoriya's easy approval of him as a potential hero all the more precious. That's why you're between schools? Yeah, my old high school found out what happened and expelled me. My guardians work here and Netsu is giving me a chance. He shrugged. That's why I can't compete in the sports festival, too much media exposure. So, UA is trying to, what? Rehabilitate you? Hitoshi asked, trying to picture Midoriya as a villain and failing. He could barely see Midoriya as a hero, one of the kid-friendly rescue ones, maybe? Ha! Midoriya unclenched enough to bark out a laugh. Maybe. I didn't actually know about the villainy stuff before he tried to make me debut. He kept it together for a long time. So, are we okay? He gulped. I won't be upset if we aren't okay. That was such an incredible lie that Hitoshi actually respected him for making the attempt. Most people I know have been waiting for me to become a villain since I was 6. Hitoshi's mouth tasted sour just talking about it. I'd have to be some kind of hypocrite to treat you the same way. Midoriya winced. No, you wouldn't be. He twisted his shirt in his hands. It sounds like you never actually hurt anyone. Why did that make it sound like Midoriya had? Then again, Hitoshi knew an awful lot about being forced into situations out of his control. No one had gotten physical with him since his last growth spurt or after he got accepted to UA, but not every group home he'd lived in had been safe or welcoming. He'd done things he wasn't proud of either, and he'd just been dealing with garden variety quirk bigots. Did you want to? He asked. Or did you need to? It was an important distinction. Midoriya gave him a weird look. I don't know. He turned away again. My dad was part of the USJ assault team. He took me with him to hurt somebody. I hurt him instead. I had to, but I was mad at him too for putting me into that situation. Hitoshi boggled at that revelation. He'd heard some stuff about the villain attack on 1A, although he hadn't taken it personally the way some people seemed to. He had plans to use it to rattle their cage a bit, of course, but he wasn't upset that they'd gotten some attention from the media over what had been an objectively awful experience. What little he had heard, assuming it was true, had sounded terrifying. He still wanted into heroics, but the USJ incident had made him think about it long and hard. If you're here, then other people must have already told you you made the right choice. Hitoshi started rooting in his bag for his own clothes. Changing back into his uniform wasn't really ideal, but if he got another invitation to spar, then he'd bring something casual and clean to change into after. He wasn't brave enough to ask if he was invited to future sessions. Maybe. Midoriya pulled on his shirt, which was a beautiful monstrosity that read casual across the chest. Did you want to exchange numbers? The segue threw Hitoshi a bit. Sure. He handed Midoriya his unlocked phone. I don't always answer texts right away. Oh, me neither. Midoriya's pocket dinged as he texted himself. He handed the phone back. Still, I can let you know where we're training from now on if you want to join in. Hitoshi swallowed down on a sudden lump in his throat. His chest felt uncomfortably tight and he tried to sound something like normal when he replied. Thanks. I'd like that. Shinso had lied about being an inconsistent texter, it turned out. What he'd apparently meant was that he didn't text during class, which Izuku hadn't realized was a problem. He hadn't really had anyone to text with other than his mom or Mike before, so he didn't know if that was something that had really needed to come with a warning. Mike could, would, and did text during classes, his own classes no less. He sent entire novels, selfies, and terrible freestyle raps. He sent funny pictures of Aizawa napping in the hall in his sleeping bag or looking like death as he stared out a window. Meanwhile, his mom had to go ages between messages when she had to fit everything she wanted to say fit into a few hours, often in the dead of night, so Izuku didn't have a great sense for how people his own age talk to each other if it didn't involve violence. If Shinso was any indicator, they seemed to communicate entirely in sass and cat pictures. He mostly texted at night, but had started messaging Izuku during breaks as well. Izuku was trying to get better at starting conversations back, but it was slow going. At the moment, he was staring at a message draft and trying to muster the courage to hit send. After a week, they were finally free to leave the bolt hole, and Mike had celebrated their return to the house by hiding all the lunchboxes in the kitchen. Izuku had a ridiculous amount of lunch money in his pocket instead, and enough butterflies in his stomach that he probably didn't need to eat anyway. His phone lit up with a text and Izuku bobbled it a couple of times, managing not to drop it. Shinso just threw down the gauntlet at 1A. Izuku closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. It was apparently a thing for the other classes to swing by the hero course classrooms to talk a little trash in the week leading up to the sports festival. In theory, it was a way to get the hero program teachers to pay attention to you during the festival, but Shinso already had the attention of Aizawa, Mike, Nedzu, and Kansan, so there was literally no point for him to go start trouble. Izuku, Shinso no. Shinso yes. Izuku, they're going to be watching for you now. Shinso, good. They should be. Why were all the people he wanted to be friends with always constantly down to fight? Was it him? Was he the problem? Izuku let his head fall down onto the desk in front of him with a thump before something occurred to him. They were talking already. Maybe he could just ask outright? And it wouldn't be weird? Izuku, are you busy during lunch? Since you already went and poked the bear. Shinso, generally not. But Izuku, Mike stole all my lunchboxes. I gotta go to the cafeteria to eat. Will you go with me? Shinso, are you paying? Come to think of it, that was probably why Mike had given him twice the amount he could possibly spend on food in an entire week. Treating his friend was a good lure, actually. Shinso was almost always hungry. He was still growing, and sometimes Izuku got phantom growing pains just standing next to him. Izuku, sure. So you're coming? I'll meet you at the top of the stairs outside the staff room. Shinso, I was joking. Izuku, too late. No take-backs. Get up here. Shinso, rude. Half of Izuku was convinced that Shinso would leave him waiting, but the lanky teen was already there when he got to their meeting place. Sorry, were you waiting long? Izuku jogged to close the distance. Nah, I was passing here on my way back from the heroics wing. Shinso nodded towards the stairs. You know where you're going? Sort of. Izuku held up his phone with the UA facility map open on it, and Shinso sighed, rubbing his temples. He didn't actually feel annoyed. Izuku was getting a better read on him the more they hung out. Shinso was almost always tired and irritable, but he wasn't near as misanthropic as he acted. He liked attention and he liked being helpful, although the latter always came with a whole host of other complicated feelings that probably had to do with his quirk and his future as a hero. Follow me then. They talked about training as they walked. Shinso wanted to go into apprehension like most people and had warmed up a lot to the idea of physical conditioning after being thrown around the mat by Mike during their first session. Izuku was pretty sure it came down to competitiveness. Mike looked like a stiff breeze could knock him over until you were in close quarters with him. Aizawa would probably come up with a plan for you if you asked. Izuku offered after he'd realized why Shinso was asking so many questions about his own routine. He's already busted me once for not taking my body type into consideration, and you look like you're going to bulk up eventually. Shinso looked and felt unconvinced. If I was going to ask him about anything, it'd be those scarves. He said instead, Why don't I ask a pro hero to show me how his unique support item works? Shinso scoffed. Good idea. Izuku was pretty sure he'd seen those scarves in the catalog Mike had given him to order training weapons from. I don't think they're special, actually. Aizawa isn't the only angler-type hero I've heard of, just the most successful. Trawler in Yokohama does something similar. I think they're just harder to use than a custom support item. Huh. Shinso scratched the back of his neck, looking thoughtful. You think? The cafeteria came into view and Izuku's tongue glued itself to the top of his mouth. Without meaning to, he grabbed for Shinso's sleeve and held on. There were so many people, enough he couldn't see everyone. The 1A kids were probably in there and that meant Kaken was somewhere around. That on second thought, maybe I'll just skip lunch. He turned and started heading back the way they came, but Shinso got him by the collar. Oh no. Shinso gave him that big a-hole smile that made him look like a thinner Aizawa who cared about his hair. You made me come out here. No take-backs. No. Izuku whined as he was dragged, literally dragged, to the ordering kiosk. At least the food options looked good. He paid for 2 lunch tickets, dutifully handing one over to Shinso, and they went to go line up. They were a little late so the queue wasn't as long as it could have been since the first rush had been cleared. Seeing lunch rush in person helped settle Izuku's mounting anxiety. Not a lot of heroes went into the supply side of disaster relief and it had been a sad day on the forums when he had to retire from active duty due to injury, but he seemed happy. You going to be okay to eat? Shinso asked as they looked for an open table. He steered them away from a couple that seemed unoccupied, but were apparently the territory of the upperclassmen. You look like you're going to vibrate out of your skin. I'm always like this. Izuku pointed at a quiet corner with some big potted plants he could use for cover. Over there. That's fine. They had been settled for a little bit when Izuku spotted a familiar head of red hair passing by. He slid closer to the big traveler's palm tree he'd chosen for emergency cover. Kirishima was talked with great animation to 2 other kids Izuku didn't know, a blonde with a streak of black in his hair and a pink girl with a mutagenic type quirk that gave her little corkscrew horns and black scara with yellow irises. Kaken followed behind them at a short distance with his shoulders hunched and his hands in his pockets. Whatever they were doing, he didn't want to be there but for some reason had come along anyway. Problem? Shinso asked quietly. Maybe. Izuku dug into his food. He'd thought it was going to taste like sawdust, but his upset stomach was no match for lunch rush. Probably not. Kaken was too busy sulking over something to pay him any mind. He just had to remember that and stay cool. Then they could leave without making a scene. Shinso radiated skepticism. If you say so. Then he turned to look in the direction Izuku's eyes had been locked in. Huh. He frowned. You know Bakugo? Why, we grew up together. Izuku swallowed hard. He's the guy my dad wanted me to. Oh. Sheet. Shinso put down his fruit sandwich. Do we need to go? After. Izuku blinked as Shinso ate his sandwich in 4 bites, knocked back his tea, and shoved Izuku's last rice ball into his face. He choked it down rather than argue so he could say, or now. We can go now. I saw that guy during the entrance exam. Shinso pushed Izuku in front of him. It took a second, but he realized Shinso was using his body to block Kaken's line of sight on him. He's a maniac. He's not. Izuku winced as the lie failed to materialize. Kaken was absolutely a maniac. He had redeeming features, but moderation wasn't one of them. That he's better than he was. I think. Kaken hadn't been aggressive the last time they saw each other, but Izuku wasn't in a great space for a Bakugo-style interrogation so he let Shinso hustle him out of the great mess hall. Unfortunately they had to stop by the trash bins and that's where things went south. They didn't see Kirishima right away because he was eclipsed by another, bigger student with the hero tie and a pink, craggy face. They were within a foot of each other when the big guy moved and Izuku's eyes met Kirishima's. Kirishima looked at him with a blank expression that slowly rolled over into delighted recognition and he pointed. Hey, it's you. His volume straddled the uneasy divide between outdoor voice and present mic, so everyone in the immediate vicinity turned and looked including Bakugo, who had been sitting at a nearby table staring at his phone up until his friends started shouting. They stared at each other, gobsmacked for a frozen minute until Bakugo stood up so fast his chair fell over backwards with a clatter. Deku. He snarled and okay. Whatever détente they'd arrived at was over. Good to know. Shinso grabbed him by the arm. Run. Izuku scrambled just to keep his feet under him as Shinso took off. There was a momentary silence behind them before he heard the familiar bellow of, "Get back here, nerd." "Childhood friend, huh?" Shinso huffed back at him as they sprinted across the atrium. "That said we grew up together." Izuku corrected him and tried to remember which evasion techniques had served him best in middle school. Unfortunately, he'd forgotten that the difference between middle school Kaken and high school Kaken was a solid month of specialized quirk training. Their only warning was an explosion before Kaken vaulted himself overhead and landed in a crouch in the clear spot up ahead like a gargoyle with sparking hands. Izuku bumped into Shinso's back, who'd managed to stop before plowing into Kaken. "Oh, no you don't." He advanced on them. "Kaken, are you serious?" Izuku shouted. "You're going to get in trouble." "I ain't the one in trouble." He got cut off as Kirishima inserted himself between them. "What the F dash, shitty hair?" "Whoa guys." He hadn't activated his quirk. "Let's calm down maybe? Fighting your classmates off the practice field isn't manly. Mind your business, extras." Kaken pointed at Izuku. "This Shithiel and I are gonna have words. Can you have them without using your hands?" Kirishima asked, unperturbed. "'Cause, bro, I am not confident about that right now." Izuku hadn't tried to read Kaken in years. He actively avoided it, to be honest. Some people didn't emote a lot, like Aizawa, but some people emoted 4 or 5 times as much as anyone else. Kaken was in the latter category, and touching his mind was often a one-way ticket to Migraine City. Maybe, and Izuku had to swallow down his nerves, it was time to try because Kaken's face was doing a lot and he couldn't make heads or tails of it. He gave Kaken's mind the barest touch as the other boy stared down his friend. His mind was calmer than when he'd been 14, but it was still like trying to read a newspaper in a tornado. He was shocked, upset, a little betrayed, and below that ran a powerful and constant current of something that was all jagged red edges and exclamation points. Just like when they were kids, Izuku couldn't make himself look away. He disengaged himself from Shinso's grip. "I think we're okay." He held a mental hand close to Kaken's tumultuous mind like he was gauging the heat of a fire. "We can talk, Kaken, right?" He was aware he sounded like he was talking to an angry dog. "I'm glad to hear it," Aizawa said from behind him, and they all froze. But let's take this elsewhere anyway." Aizawa didn't drag them into the staff room by their ears, but only just. Izuku was the only one who noticed the way he whacked Mike upside the head as they passed by, so he suspected that none of them were in all that much trouble. "Ow." Mike looked up from his grading, took in the sullen students following his husband, and had to take his glasses off. "Oh boy." He sighed and signed, "Sorry, my fault," at Izuku. Izuku awkwardly signed "It's okay" back. He didn't have the vocabulary to explain that this had probably been inevitable, and putting it off had only made things turn out the way they had. "Shinso, you can head back to class." Aizawa waved him off, but Shinso didn't go right away. He stood by Izuku with his jaw locked and his emotions all over the place. "Go. He'll catch you up later, I'm sure." Izuku tried to look reassuring, but it fell flat when Kaken snapped, "Who was that fucker?" right before Shinso hit the hallway. "My friend." Izuku matched him glare for glare this time, daring him to say something about it. Surprisingly, Kaken looked away first. "Whatever," he muttered. "What are you even doing here? What happened to your fancy nerd school?" "I got kicked out." Izuku was a little gratified by the rapid gamut of emotions that flickered across Kaken's face when he pointed at himself and said, "Villain kid. Knock it off with that crap." Kaken grumbled. "And you, what, broke all your fingers? Can't dial your phone? The hag has been losing her sheet. That cop in the trench coat said you were cleared of suspicion, but your phone was disconnected when she tried to check on you." Izuku hadn't had Kaken's phone number in years. Somehow he doubted Kaken wanted to hear that. He could have gotten it if he'd wanted. The truth was he was so used to not talking to Kaken without invitation that it just hadn't occurred to him. "Oh, Dad disconnected my number and we've been laying low." Izuku took a page from Nedza's book and told him a different truth. "We thought he got into the house. I have a new number." "So, that guy was really your dad?" Kirishima quailed under the twin glares of Kaken and Aizawa. Hey, I don't have all the backstory. Yeah, he is. Izuku hurried to explain before Kaken could go off. I'm sorry you got involved. I don't know what he was thinking. That's good though, right? Kirishima asked. Not understanding the guy doing a murder? I guess. Touching as this is, class will be starting soon. Aizawa pointed at Kaken and Izuku. You two exchange numbers and keep your interpersonal drama out of the atrium from now on. Oh, me too. Kirishima whipped out his phone and looked hopeful. Izuku couldn't tell him no and was getting the impression that Kaken couldn't either. Soon he had 2 more names in his contact list and 2 more people he was going to have to learn to talk to. Kaken hung back as Kirishima let himself be herded out of the staff room. I got a question for Deku. He defended himself when Aizawa flashed his eyes at him. It's private. It's up to you, kid. Aizawa huffed a sigh at Izuku. I'm good. He couldn't imagine what Kaken wanted to ask him that Kirishima couldn't. Here though, but he let Kaken shove him over and almost out of earshot of the teachers. Kaken had his hands shoved in his pockets and his gaze trained to the left of Izuku's face. He ground his jaw, working on getting his words in order. How long was that a-hole hitting you? He asked. Izuku froze. He hauled in all his suddenly scattered thoughts. That he wasn't? Oh, bullshit. Kaken snapped. I saw. After the thing with the sludge a-hole. You were still coming to school with bruises and marks. Bruises and marks that Kaken hadn't given him, he meant. It was kind of ironic that of all the people to notice or care it had been his former bully. He wasn't hitting me to hit me. Izuku's reasoning sounded weak even to him. Stuff just happened during sword practice. That's all. Punishment wasn't getting hit. Training was a part of daily life, but his dad didn't always heal the injuries Izuku had picked up during training. Sometimes he didn't have anything to spare. Sometimes he said living with the pain of a stupid misstep kept you from repeating it. It wasn't the same as what Kaken was implying. Wasn't it? Izuku had believed that before. It hadn't even been a question. Why was it so hard now? That's what you believe? Kaken turned on his heel. I call bullshit, but whatever. Think what you want. Izuku watched Kaken stomp out of the staff room. He resolutely ignored Mick's wide eyes following him to his desk and put his head down on his crossed arms. For once though, no one made him talk about it. The house was quiet that evening. Izuku retreated upstairs as soon as dinner was over and Hisashi went down to his studio to take out his bad mood on some unsuspecting sound gear. Shoyuta didn't usually mind being left alone. The quiet and space was nice, but he disliked the cause. Hisashi had told him, briefly, what he'd overheard between Bakugo and Izuku. Shoyuta had suspected something like that had been going on and he hated having been right. No one was going to be able to talk about it for a while, and given everything else going on, it might be time to hand part of the burden of those conversations over to a professional. Inui did a lot of counseling for the upperclassmen after they started their internships and started to encounter the violent reality of hero work. Shoyuta wondered if he had room in his schedule for a more permanent patient. He didn't know how else he was going to get Izuku to and from a regular appointment otherwise. For once he was too wired to nap. Grading occupied him for a while, but eventually he ran out of papers, so he cleaned the kitchen. That done, he considered the wisdom of taking himself out on patrol when his pocket buzzed. The number, when he checked his phone, was unfamiliar and he didn't recognize the format. He stared at it. Maybe it was a spam call. He slid his thumb over the answer button. Hello? Hello? Is this pro-hero Eraserhead? It was a woman's voice. This is Dr. Akatani Inko, Izuku's mother. It wasn't spam. Shoyuta closed his eyes and slumped backwards in his chair. Yes. He rasped and forced himself to get up to take the call downstairs to his soundproofed office. Hisashi could not be anywhere near this conversation. Are you looking for him? Yes, I'll call him next. I have his new number. She said, sounding hesitant. I wanted to talk to you first. I'm in Port Lockroy now. My team and I have opted to end our mission here early. We're arranging for transport home, but the weather is, well, it's winter here, so air travel is limited and unreliable. I don't know how long it will take me to reach Japan. Mission? Shoyuta stopped with his hand on the door handle to his office. That word was probably more charged for a pro-hero than a scientist. I see. He let himself in and closed the door behind him. We've been awarded open-ended custody of Izuku. My husband and I are prepared to care for him as long as is necessary. That's a very neutral way of telling me you're prepared to keep him. Inko's end of the line crackled. We would like to. Honesty was the best policy. At the moment, it is the safest option. Your ex-husband is still at large and has already made one attempt to contact him. He heard her take a shaky breath. That is the thing I don't understand. Inko said, Hisashi was not an emotional husband. We didn't have passion and I had reason to be afraid of him when our marriage hit the rocks, but I would have sworn that he would never have endangered Izuku. I was sure he would die first after the way he fought for custody. It was the only time I ever thought he might be afraid of me. How much do you know? Shoyuta thought, screw it, and zipped himself into his sleeping bag. This was going to be a long conversation, he could tell already. He was well going to be comfortable. I've read all of Izuku's emails. Inko sighed. So probably nothing he thinks would upset or scare me. That's why I'm talking to you first. You don't have any reason to spare my feelings. Please tell me what really happened. This will take a while. Shoyuta warned her. I have no other commitments. She replied coolly. Inko was actually a very polite listener, well at odds with the half-formed image he'd had of her. She asked occasional pointed questions, but otherwise let him speak without interruption. There were parts of it that were hard for her to hear and he was pretty sure she'd covered her microphone so he wouldn't hear her crying. He really did not want to like or empathize with this woman. My poor baby. Inko mourned as Shoyuta caught her up to the court session that Hisashi had crashed. Thank you for being there and getting him out of that place. How is he handling it? I know everything must be so strange for him now. He's adjusting. Shoyuta considered how much to tell her. My husband and I have had to intervene with the training program he'd been following. Being expelled from his old high school has been the biggest hurdle so far. Being what? The temperature of the woman's voice plummeted. They what? It happened shortly after he came to live with us. Shoyuta wondered how this would go. He wasn't surprised that Izuku had glossed over that part in his letters. Before he was able to return to classes. On what grounds? Inko didn't sound weepy anymore. She sounded like Shoyuta might enjoy seeing her turned loose on the Minayan prep campus. Oh no. He liked her. How dared they? Unexcused absences, falsified quirk registration, and association with a known villain. Falsified? She fell silent. Have you? How much has Izuku talked to you about his abilities? He's tried to explain it. Should his head still hurt just thinking about it? It was easier to accept Nedzu's cover story as the truth. He was reluctant at first, but his father sensed some kind of projection into the house. I know about his quirkless status. I'm actually surprised to hear that. She said after a surprised little pause. I'm glad, of course. I was afraid I was going to have to try and I don't really understand it myself. I lived with them and I don't understand. Izuku would try when he was little, but it was like, trying to explain coalescent theory to a toddler and it was my toddler trying to explain it to me. We're trying to think of it as a versatile quirk. You aren't like Izuku? Somehow he'd assumed she was. No, I'm a minor telekinetic. My quirk presents similarly and I think that's what got Hisashi interested in me. I was PR'd by the time he was ready to admit he was wrong. He heard a chair squeak in the background. He was more excited for Izuku. The Midoriyas have a strong sense of familial responsibility and some very strict traditions. There are things they can't do without having trained an apprentice, but I'm not clear about what those things are. Izuku would know more. Shoyuta sat up in his sleeping bag. That was very interesting. They'd all been assuming that Hisashi's motivation was revenge, but that didn't really fit with the way he'd been all but begging Izuku to come back to him. If he had sunk 15 years into training his son with his eye on an eventual payoff, then that made much more sense. Eraserhead-san? He realized he'd been quiet for too long. Sorry, that was helpful just now. He explained gruffly. We've been struggling to understand Midoriya Hisashi. You and me both. Inko murmured. Please be careful. I'm not telling you this for sympathy, but Hisashi is the reason I had to leave Japan. He's even more dangerous than you think. I was fighting him for custody. It wasn't going well. I shouldn't have had to fight him at all. I was a lecturer at Waseda University and he was a freelance courier, but he has this way of telling people what to think and then they did. The judges would just award him custody without argument, but I took him to court enough times that even he couldn't cover it up. Then I started having near accidents, cars plowing into the sidewalk in front of me or things falling from overhead and missing me by inches. He or one of his terrible friends would always show up right afterwards and say the most awful things so I'd know who was responsible. The accidents got closer and closer until I realized I had to choose, to be alive for my son or to keep fighting. I couldn't compete on Hisashi's level and neither could anyone I could ask for help. We are taking every precaution. Shoyuta rolled over onto his back. This was bad. No judge on earth and in their right mind would deny this person her child. They might keep Izuku for a little while until she re-established residency or, at most, until Dragon was captured, but not long past that. Family court was already suspicious about the earlier hearings. When the police learned that they'd been tampered with, then it would all be over. I believe you, actually. Inko sounded as surprised as Shoyuta felt. You care for Izuku, don't you? Ah, so they were going to address the elephant in the room. I am very fond of him and the only way my husband could love him more was if he'd been in the Dilroy room when Izuku was born. Inko barked out a laugh identical to Izuku in a sudden burst of good humor. Oh my! She gasped. Wouldn't that have been something? I try not to think about it. Shoyuta replied with complete honesty. We would like to remain part of Izuku's life however this situation turns out. That was Shuta's final Hail Mary. Inko would get her son back and he could tell already that paying her to go away was not going to work. Hisashi would hate it, but some relationship with the kid was better than none. Inko was quiet. I really don't know what to do. She admitted. I'm going to have to think about things and talk to Izuku. Please do. He's missed you. Shoyuta considered his next move. I'm generally available over text if you need to talk. That was an enormous lie, but for this he was willing to make the effort. Thank you. Inko said softly. I appreciate that more than you know. They said their goodbyes and Shoyuta hurriedly zipped himself out of his sleeping bag, stole up the stairs, and reached the top of the stairs just to hear Izuku cry out, Mom, through the door and the start of some very happy bawling. It was intensely weird for Shoyuta that he'd learned to tell the difference. He breathed out a sigh and sat down against the wall to eavesdrop. Sorry. Izuku blinked sleepily at the message. He checked the clock. It was 2 a.m. Izuku, what for? He watched the gray ellipses pulse by Shinsu's name in the chat for a long time. Shinso, for making you go in. Shinso, when you didn't want to. Shinso, I thought it was a social anxiety thing. Not a safety thing. Shinso, sorry. Izuku, it was a social anxiety thing though? Shinso, it's not paranoia if they are out to get you. Izuku snorted and replied with a gif of a kitten seeing itself in a mirror and falling over. Shinso set back a picture of a sandy blonde Pomeranian with its head tilted back as it yowled. He'd photoshopped red laser eyes onto it and a caption that read Deku. Izuku had to stuff his head under his pillow so he wouldn't wake anyone up with his laughter. The morning of the sports festival dawned earlier for Izuku than most. Mike was MC for the event and had somehow gotten Aizawa to co-host for him. That plus the increased media attention on UA meant they had to sneak onto campus before the sun was up. Izuku was going to have to spend the entire day in a secured auxiliary viewing station that was usually reserved for visiting dignitaries, but this year it was where Yagi-san would hide out until it was time for him to present medals. Izuku had a very short list of people who he could let into the room. You've got your phone and charger, right? Mike fretted over him and Izuku tried not to be too obvious about the way he was soaking up the attention. We'll be back for lunch, but if you need something then make Yagi go get it. I do and I will. Izuku didn't mention that it would take an armed assault to pry him out of the VIP box. He'd only ever seen the UA Sports Festival on TV before. Now he had a view you couldn't even buy, and he was going to watch the whole thing sitting next to All Might. 6-year-old Izuku would have hyperventilated at the mere idea. 15-year-old Izuku wasn't doing all that much better. Yagi-san didn't laugh until after Aizawa had scruffed Mike and hauled him off to work. He was still in the doghouse with them for some reason. "I'm glad you are all getting along." He was wearing his usual costume, but was in his smaller and more energy-efficient form, which was less small these days, so the uniform didn't hang on him the way his clothes used to. It was still baggy, but he wasn't in any danger of a wardrobe malfunction. Yagi-san had packed the weight back on once he knew he could. Izuku had seen a copy of his recovery plan, and was at once very glad that Aizawa was the one overseeing his training. He hadn't known it was possible to bulk that fast, but it might have been Yagi-san's quirk helping again. "It's better now that everything is out in the open," Izuku admitted. "Not having to censor myself is doing a lot for my, you know." He mimicked his anxiety quiver. "It's a relief, isn't it?" Yagi-san agreed. "Yeah." Izuku looked at his phone, which had just announced a text message from Shinso and several increasingly excited selfies from Kirishima. The first-year students are lining up for the big entrance. He broke out the snacks and drinks just in time for Mick's cheerful voice to roll through the packed stadium. Izuku could barely stay in his seat as the students filed onto the field. He always forgot just how big the student body actually was. There were 10 classes in each year with 20 to 40 students per class. The field was packed with blue-suited bodies when Nomuri-san called up the first-year representative to give a speech. "Oh man," Izuku groaned as a familiar blonde head wove through the crowd of students heading for the podium. Maybe it wouldn't be as bad as he thought? No, it was worse. "Oh man." Izuku groaned as Kaken got done telling all his classmates that he was going to win the entire event and they should all be good little stepping stones while he did it. "Kaken, why are you like this?" Yagi-san coughed to cover a laugh. "He's certainly made it harder on himself." "Yeah, well, that was the point." Izuku snorted. "Typical." "You think so?" Yagi-san looked thoughtful. "I know so." Izuku sighed and munched on a handful of chips. Access to junk food almost made everything he'd been through getting out of his dad's house worth it. It's easy to write him off as a big dumb bully, but Kaken puts in the work. He doesn't cut himself any slack. If the win is too easy, then he doesn't want it. He's cornering himself. It'd be a lot easier all around if Kaken really was the stupid jerk he acted like, but Izuku shoved those thoughts aside. He was going to have a nice time, damn it. The first event was an obstacle course, and Izuku was on the edge of his seat the whole time. Typically, Kaken pulled out to the lead neck and neck with another kid from the hero program. They both had powerhouse-type quirks that lent themselves well toward mobility. Kaken could propel himself through the air, but Todoroki was really adept with his ice and had given himself a huge lead at the beginning. Shinso was hanging back a bit further. He'd managed to avoid Todoroki's initial sabotage and was keeping himself towards the back of the pack in front. Interestingly, he recognized a few members of the 1B class doing the same. "Oh, landmines," Izuku cooed to himself and then sighed in disappointment a few minutes later. "Ah, no one's using them. That's a shame." "Using," Yagi frowned at him. "Son, those are obstacles. You avoid them. I mean, if you want to be technical about it." Izuku shrugged sulkily. Obstacle courses were a great time to show off how creative you could be with your quirk, and no one was really doing more than the obvious. As a fan, he was disappointed. They're all concussive mines. All boom, no shrapnel. Nedzu usually includes some kind of terrain disadvantage like a landslide or sand, so a smart competitor would have grabbed some of the robot wreckage to use as a sled or raft. If you deliberately detonated some, then you could use it to ride the kinetic force of an explosion ahead of the other runners and grab some lead. "Child, sometimes you worry me." Yagi sighed. "Ah, they're getting close to the end." Kaken and Todoroki were really going at it, but at the 11th hour Kaken got in an explosion-propelled spin kick that clipped Todoroki in the jaw and bought him those precious few seconds worth of a lead that made the difference between coming first and second. Kaken skidded into the stadium with a triumphant shout and Izuku felt a familiar and unwelcome lurch in his chest. Oh no. He was past this. Only apparently not. Izuku dropped his face into his hands and only rallied when they announced Shinsu's name in the top 20. Is there a problem, my boy? Yagi-san put a gentle hand on his back. Is it one of those force things? What? No. Izuku sighed. Just an inconvenient crush rearing its ugly head again. Again, Yagi-sen blinked, looked out onto the field at Kaken and said, My boy, are you sure? Why? He looked very worried for Izuku's sanity, which not fair. So was Izuku sometimes. I don't want to be with Kaken. That would be terrible. Izuku shuddered at the idea. Kaken would be the worst boyfriend he could possibly imagine. That was even assuming Kaken was even attracted to other people at all. He had his doubts about that. Near as Izuku could tell, Kaken's orientation was win all the things. It's just, he does stuff like this and have feelings about it. I keep thinking, this is it, he's finally been awful enough that even I can't keep carrying this torch. Then he goes and does something just effortlessly cool like making a trick shot with his back turned or taking first in the UA entrance exam and I'm back on the hook. Huh. Yagi-san considered that while Mike announced a particularly nasty twist to the cavalry battle and Kaken suddenly looked a lot less confident, which did something to cheer Izuku back up. Perhaps it's not the boy in question, just his general competence that attracts you? Izuku frowned and thought about that. He only got the fluttery feeling when Kaken did something really cool. Just being around his former friend didn't really move him the same way. Still, he hadn't had that reaction to anyone else aside from some pro heroes and he'd always written them off as fanboy enthusiasm. Granted, he hadn't met anyone his age who could match Kaken for sheer innate ability. Izuku hadn't really seen anyone stand out at Manean either, but people there were more bookish and not really into the flashy physical stuff. Is that okay? He asked. It seemed shallow somehow. Weren't you supposed to like people for who they were? It seemed to fit the way he was feeling, but did that make him a bad person? There's a difference between attraction and affection, my boy. Yagi-san laughed and shook his head. Attraction is superficial by its very nature. Affection requires familiarity. If that is the case, however, I expect you're going to have a rough time of it in the hero department. What? A burst of activity on the field caught his eye. Todoroki's cavalry team blew past Kaken's in a sudden burst of speed and the dark-haired boy making up the front of Todoroki's warhorse turned a wide grin towards the big camera while Todoroki dropped the 10 million point bandana over his head with a slight, yet pleased smile. Izuku's heart did. That awful thing again. Oh no. Oh no. He repeated out loud and Yagi-sen, the traitor, just laughed at him. Shinso continued his strategy of hanging back until right before the clock ran out, when he collected 3 more bandanas in rapid succession and came in 4th at the last second. Mike had a ball hamming up his reaction to that. Young Shinso is working hard. Yagi-san settled back into his seat. Aizawa and Yamada will be proud. His parents too, I'm sure. Are they coming up with him? Izuku shrugged. He didn't say. I packed extra just in case. But tickets are beyond expensive even with the student discount. He checked his phone. There were several texts waiting. Shinso, on my way up. Mike, start unpacking the food, we're incoming. I am going to eat everything. Huh, guess Shinso is on his own. Izuku mused. That was fine. There'd be bigger portions for everyone else. He and a puffed-up Yagi-san had the big tiered lunchbox out and a picnic set up on the floor by the time Aizawa let Mike and Shinso into the VIP box. Izuku and Mike had been up late making it and as a result he never wanted to stuff another rice ball again in his life. Shinso was distracted by the food until he realized who was offering him a plate and fell over backwards. All might? He shot a desperate look at Izuku and Izuku recognized that flavor of internal panic. He'd felt the same way when he came to underneath that bridge with Yagi-san standing over him. Everyone was a secret or not to secret All Might fan. What? Midoriya is keeping me company during the festival. Yagi-san lied smoothly. I'm staying out of sight until the award ceremony. You'll stay quiet about it, yes? Sure. Shinso scuttled over so Izuku was between him and the symbol of peace. You effing traitor. He hissed. Sorry. Izuku lied. Here. He handed Shinso a smaller bento. Mike and I forgot to ask what your quirk uses for fuel, but those are basically pure fat, sugar, and carbs. They should power you up for the next round. Shinso blinked hard as he opened up the box to reveal donut balls soaked in syrup with a broad toothpick spoon to eat them with that looked like present mix head. I don't actually know. He admitted and speared one. I'm always craving sugar, so probably. You never had a quirk assessment? Mike exchanged one of those looks with Aizawa, and Izuku said a quiet prayer for Shinsu's parents' peace of mind. They were probably going to hear about this. I did. Shinso ate one of the donuts and then two more in rapid, hungry succession. They were mostly concerned with figuring out how I was activating it than how I could get the most out of it. Sheesh. Mike sighed. That's no good. We'll get you an appointment with Recovery Girl. She's a trained evaluator. That was a good turnaround in the cavalry battle. Aizawa said unexpectedly. There was something about his expression though that Izuku didn't quite like. How did you get your team to respond to you so quickly? I told them that if they worked with me that I could get them to the final round. Shinso bristled the way he always did when his quirk came up. I didn't just brainjack them. Aizawa nodded. I didn't think you had. He replied, calmly serving himself some salmon stuffed onigiri and rolled omelet. But were they working with you or working for you? Shinsu's whole face flushed red. I did what I said I would. I held up my end of the bargain. Right before the elimination matches isn't the time for this. Mike frowned, but was ignored. It's not a matter of what you did or didn't do. It's how they'll feel about it. Your average hero student is pathologically honest and they react badly when they feel they've received a win they didn't earn. Aizawa looked directly at Shinso. Feelings aren't logical. I'd rather you think about this in here rather than out on the field in the middle of a match. I used the advantages I had. Shinso replied dully. I'm 3 weeks behind and it's already hard enough to close the gap. Correct. Aizawa said over mix his. Stop it. You utilized your quirk to compensate for the fact that your team was composed of strangers. You are coming from behind because the entrance exam is biased towards physical quirks. There's a good chance you'll be facing your former teammates in the final round and they'll have suspicions about your quirk. Are you, Irk? Mike got Aizawa into a headlock. Shinso, get out there and kick butt. He said shortly. You can worry about hurt feelings later. We're going to be cheering for you. Right, Eraserhead? All right. Yagi-san stood up to his full height. Hallway, gentlemen. Now. Izuku waited until they were gone. It's always scary when he remembers he's the most grown-up person in the room. You know All Might? Of course you know All Might. Shinso rubbed his temples. How do you know All Might? I got attacked by a villain and he was the responding hero. Izuku pointed at the lunchbox. Eat. That's it. Shinso obediently started filling a plate with non-sugary foods. He saves a lot of people. What made you stand out? That was something Izuku wondered about sometimes. I'm not really sure, but he did see me with my dad afterwards. Something about it must have bothered him. Looks like he was right on that count. We also used to see each other on the train a lot too. I showed him the stuff my mom would send me. Yeah. Shinso made the mistake of adding, what stuff? So course Izuku had to get out the online album on his phone and show him all his mom's pictures. They were still scrolling when Yagi-sen brought Mike and Aizawa, both much more subdued, back into the room. Okay, what the F is that? Shinso was saying in mild alarm. Izuku squinted at the mass of tentacles on his screen trying to remember the story behind it until he spotted a squid's mantle. That's a giant cranch squid. Some fishermen caught it and my mom's team ended up getting sent to collect and dissect it. It ended up being one of the largest specimens ever studied. Holy shit. What is she doing out there? She's a marine rift ecologist, but right now she's on loan to a different program as a sample technician. She's got a really useful quirk for it, telekinetic pull. She can take samples with minimal contamination, which is really valuable in her field. He flicked over to an underwater shot of him and his mom spear-hunting lionfish from their last vacation before everything changed. He didn't realize he'd been staring at it until Shinso elbowed him. "Your mom's pretty cool." "Yes, she is." Izuku agreed. "What about your parents? What do they do?" Shinso dropped his gaze and his hand rose to cup the back of his neck. His mood, which had improved with the application of food and pretty distractions, soured, and Izuku realized he'd managed to step on another landmine. "Damn it. My current foster father drives a truck. His wife is a homemaker." He reached for the dessert box and proceeded to decimate the donuts. He must have known what he was doing because Izuku felt Shinsu's mood lift immediately. They both missed the look that passed over Aizawa's face, there and gone so fast that they'd have probably missed it even if they'd been paying attention anyway. "Why do these smell like flowers?" Shinso asked. "There's rose water in the syrup." Mike told him. "I make those for show to take on long patrols. They're great if your quirk runs on neuroelectrical discharge. Izuku has another box for you to take with you so you can top up if you need to." "Thanks." The last jagged edges of Shinsu's bad mood smoothed out and Izuku exhaled his relief. The last thing he wanted was for his friend to get psyched out at the last minute before the last round because Aizawa had fumbled his very bad attempt at a pep talk. He didn't think there was any way Nedzu would pass over Shinso when he was picking out candidates for the open slots in the hero program, but he also knew Shinso had things to prove to himself and he didn't know what Shinsu's competition looked like. Mick's watch went off and he sighed. "Looks like we'll need to break up the party, little listeners." They hurriedly packed the food back up and sent Shinso off with his snacks. "What did you say to them in the hallway?" Izuku asked as soon as he and Yagi-san were alone again. "Aizawa-kun is used to young people who need to be torn down a little in order to be built back up. Young Shinso isn't coming from the same place as his usual classes." Yagi-san deflated with a sigh and a cloud of steam. "I just gave Yamada-kun a space to point that out." The matches started then and Izuku had no more attention for conversation because someone had tricked some of the 1A girls into showing up on the field in cheerleader outfits and the second-hand embarrassment was unbearable. His phone started to beep as HeroNet notifications began to flood in. Open the first one, a DM from one of his favorite net frenemies, with a link to a video, the first of many captured from the national live feed and uploaded to HeroNet for the fandom to pull apart. 1,000 echoes, have you seen this bullshit? He settled in to watch with a smile. Hitoshi took himself back to the VIP box once midnight finished announcing the final round. His bracket match wasn't for a while and he wasn't about to wear himself out during the other, fun, events and he wanted some time to process what had happened with the members of his Warhorse team. Aizawa-sensei hadn't been exaggerating and in retrospect, he kind of appreciated the fact that his teacher had been trying to cushion the incoming blow for him. He still didn't regret what he'd done. He was trying to succeed in a system prejudiced against him, but at the same time he wanted a quiet place with friendly people. For once he had one to go to. Midoriya was alone, thank goodness, when he arrived and brightened up as soon as he registered who'd opened the door. "Shinso!" He pumped both his fists into the air. He was so excited, like a little kid on crack. "A tournament! It's a bracket tournament!" "Yeah." He looked around but All Might wasn't hiding in any of the corners. "I thought you weren't supposed to be alone." "I can be now, but Mike and Aizawa don't want me in the hallways. There's a lot of reporters running around. They don't want me showing up on TV in the background of some interview." All Might went to find out who was behind that cheerleader prank. He sobered, looking about as serious as a human plush doll could. "Are you okay? Aizawa can be pretty rough." "But it's fine." Hitoshi lied. It wasn't fine, but he was doing better after it had become clear that Aizawa had accurately predicted his students' reaction to being handed the win they'd asked for. Shinso had known the hero students were self-absorbed, but he'd failed to really keep that in mind when working with them. It was better than getting blindsided. "You'll do better next time." Midoriya sounded so confident that there would be a next time and that, just, ugh. Hitoshi's poor blackened heart couldn't take it. Tournaments are the best. You can really see everyone's quirk in action. I wish I'd brought my notebooks. I didn't even think about it." "You disappointed you're not competing?" A little. Midoriya sighed. This is good too though. If you'd have told me last year that I'd be getting to see the UA Sports Festival in person, much less as a student, I would have thought you were nuts. Right? Midoriya had been groomed for villainy. He had to keep reminding himself of that whenever he started to think his friend's life was getting a little too charmed. Everybody probably feels that way. Hitoshi didn't. He hadn't been able to let himself think how long his chances of even getting this far had been. Hey, what do you think my chances are? Midoriya pet his head. It's going to depend on your matchups. He leaned back in his chair and started tugging on his lip. That's the bad thing about bracket tournaments. If you get a really bad match early on, then it doesn't matter if you're more skilled than 90% of the other competitors. People with quirks suited to rapid takedowns are going to be a big issue for you, especially once you get further into the tournament and they get a chance to figure you out. That meant Todoroki, which Hitoshi had anticipated. Fortunately, they were on opposite ends of the bracket and wouldn't meet until the finals. If he had to worry about that kid, then he was already on the podium. Other than that, I'd worry about Tokoyami. That shadow of his seems to act independently, and it might be intelligent enough to count as a separate target. He's your first match, right? He's a talker. Hitoshi had been listening in on the hero students for weeks now. Tokoyami was more bearable than most of them, but he also had a bad case of the melodrama. He wasn't the type who could resist pre-fight banter, and that's where Hitoshi would get him. I can take him out before he can get close. Almost all his potential bracket matches were chatty. The girls were actually his most dangerous options despite the long odds they were getting with the online bookies when Hitoshi last checked. Ashido came off as pretty superficial, but that meant he couldn't predict where her buttons would be. Uraraka wasn't much better. She was sweet and bubbly right up until she was absolutely not. He didn't understand either of them well enough to get under their skin, and not for lack of trying. Both girls kept their soft spots private. They would both be nightmarish to take on in close combat due to their quirks, and with each match that passed it would be harder to effectively use his own. Hey, has Mike shown you any throws? Midoriya asked, apropos of nothing. Hitoshi blinked. Not really, no. Mick's quirk made them pointless for him. If he wanted to knock someone down, then he'd use his voice. Ashido has that lubrication quirk you said. Midoriya got up out of his chair and started taking off his jacket. Why was he taking off his jacket? It's acid, but she uses it to skate around too. Hitoshi agreed, not liking where this was going. They talked a lot about the hero program students in the past week, mostly Hitoshi relaying what he'd heard and Midoriya looking thoughtful. She's going to be your toughest initial match. It'd be great if Aoyama took her out for you, but I don't see it happening. Midoriya smiled. Uraraka is probably not going to get past Kaken. They're a bad match too, but in his favor. She's got an amazing quirk, but you said it's got a big rebound effect. It'll be hard for her to close the distance between them, and I don't know her well enough to guess whether or not she can outplan him. Still, our first problem is Ashido, and we know she likes to go fast. That was a shame because Hitoshi would love to see the big shot of 1A get his butt handed to him by a dark horse like Uraraka, but he agreed with Midoriya's assessment. Almost all the kids in 1A were reliant on their quirks in combat and hadn't had their noses rubbed in it yet the way Hitoshi had. You know the problem with going fast? Midoriya asked, looking almost evil. Was that a look his face could make? It's hard to stop. What's thigh eyes? Hizashi crowed as Ashido went over the edge of the circle. Shoyuta hid his smile behind his scarves as Hizashi put a replay up on the big screens and started the most enthusiastic critique imaginable. The kids' first round hadn't been much to watch, but had the advantage of being too quick for anyone to get an idea of his quirk. He'd snared Tokoyami right away, and while Dark Shadow had been able to snap him out of it, it hadn't managed to hit Tokoyami hard enough to do any good before the boy was out of bounds. He'd continued to play his quirk close to the chest in his second match and instead let Ashido chase him around the ring until he got her to charge him. It had been risky getting close to the edge of the ring and letting Ashido get that close, but he caught her by the jacket at the last second and fell backwards in a near-perfect sacrifice throw, planted a foot in her midsection and used his long legs to punt her right out of bounds. Ashido being Ashido, she popped right back up with a sheepish grin and a wave for the audience. He got me. She laughed and waved at Shinso, who looked poleaxed and waved back like he'd never seen good sportsmanship before in his life. Good fight. Hizashi flicked off the mic for a minute while Cementos reset the field after Ishido's quirk had gouged and pitted the ring. He's going up against Bakugo next. Kirishima will wear himself out doing 2 rounds with Tetsu, and the defensive types don't do well in these tournaments. I didn't know you knew any grappling moves. Shoyuta didn't really want to think about that matchup. Shinso was like him when he was a kid, a glass cannon. He had one big ace up his sleeve, but other than that he was a squishy civilian. Given time they'd be able to round him out into an effective hero, but it would take more than they'd had leading up to the festival. Even then, he was meant to be an ambush predator. Bakugo, on the other hand, was an all-around powerhouse and fighting in his prime element. Open space. He had so many advantages it was almost offensive. Their match would be over in seconds, and it would all come down to whether or not Shinso could get Bakugo on the hook before Bakugo blew him out of the ring. I don't. Hizashi hummed. I think he picked that up from Izuku. Using Ishido's momentum against her is totally that kid style. I wonder when they found the time? I haven't been letting them spar together because I didn't want Shinsu's style to get confused before he really internalized how to make use of those long legs. Sneaky little brats. Fondly. Shoyuta felt a bit better. If Shinso was using all the resources available to him, then he had to have asked Izuku about Bakugo. Both of those kids were strategists at heart and not shy of using every advantage at hand. Hopefully they'd workshopped battle plans for all Shinsu's potential matchups, but really all he wanted was for the kid to get through the tournament without an injury. He was also certain that wasn't going to happen, but there was nothing he could do to help or stop it. This caring thing was awful and he wondered if it was too late to return it. Uraraka didn't make it past Kaken, but it was the most amazing loss Izuku had ever seen. She fought right up until the point where her body gave out on her. Izuku was pretty sure she could have taken it, but she'd said something right before releasing her overhead attack and it gave Kaken time to react. Still, it was a fantastic match. Yagi-san's theory was holding water so far. Kaken had been on the field, but for once he wasn't the person Izuku had been having flutters over. He'd never realized it was possible to lose better than your opponent won. He flopped back into his chair, exhausted from cheering on a girl he'd never met and who couldn't hear him. She's going to get some good draft picks out of that fight. Shinso observed from Yagi-san's still abandoned seat. I mean, he's going to get more because he's flashier, but she might get a better work-study offer out of it. Izuku hummed in thought as he checked his feed on HeroNet. Maybe. Kaken is getting a lot of flack for going all out against a girl actually. Not seeing a lot about Uraraka on her own. I don't think she got enough attention. Kaken's the type people make a lot of noise about, good or bad. Gross. Shinso was putting a dent in their lunch leftovers because he was a black hole who didn't care about going into a fight on a full stomach. I mean, I'm glad I don't have to fight her. No, you have Kaken to worry about instead. Izuku agreed. He'd given Shinso what he could, but they'd both spent a lot of time not talking about the fact that if he had to fight Kaken then he was going to lose. They watched Todoroki go up against Ida, which was another short and unsatisfying fight. Ida's mind was somewhere else entirely and he didn't even stick around for Mike to announce Todoroki's win. Something is going on with that guy. Izuku observed. Hopefully whatever it was wasn't bad. It probably was though. He had that look like everything between him and the exit was just an obstacle he wouldn't hesitate to remove. My match is next. They'll be calling me soon. Shinso got up and held out his fist to Izuku. Wish me luck. Kick butt. Izuku tapped his knuckles against his friends. He didn't say, don't get hurt. Yagi-san returned shortly after Shinso left. There are 2 young men in 1A who will be serving detention for the rest of their lives. He sighed, taking his seat. Which ones? Izuku was ready for a distraction. Kaminari and Mineta. You haven't met them. Yagi-san shook his head. Mineta may not be long for heroics at this point. His behavior around his female classmates is troubling. Mineta, Izuku thought. Is it that kid with the purple ball on his head? He asked. The one who attacked Yayorozu during the obstacle course? Yagi went very, very still. The one who what? Izuku got out his phone. There was a lot of social media coverage of the sports festival, but the detailed analyses were often behind by an hour or so. The clip 1000 Echoes had sent him of a weird little purple guy jumping on a female student and literally riding her to victory was already making waves on HeroNet though. They had Yaoyorozuru's name because someone was trying to figure out if Mineta had gotten her jacket open or if she'd needed it for her quirk. Some people were being gross and awful because she just had a sports bra on under his jacket, but mostly people were said about the fact that he thought that what he was doing was okay and what it meant that someone like that got accepted into the top class of the top heroics in the nation. Our @0 Verlord was already 3 segments into a furious screed about SXL misconduct in the heroics industry. Meanwhile, 1000 Echoes was turning Mineta into a series of increasingly scathing memes. He started the video and showed it to Yagi-san. "Well," he said at last. "At least we finally have actionable evidence of his misconduct." "You didn't before?" Izuku frowned. "I'm not even in a class and I've heard about him. UA is supposed to have the best security in the world. Rumors are one thing. He's been very good about keeping his behavior out of sight of the faculty and the security robots." Yagi-san shook his head, likely at the idea of a kid Mineta's age being that skilled of a predator. There have been complaints lodged by the girls affected, but the former staffer in charge of the school's safety committee declined to make any records, so we only have their word for it and the school board won't accept that. Will you forward that link to Principal Nedzu and myself? Izuku did so, wondering if he'd just gotten someone expelled. He didn't actually feel all that bad about it. Mineta's tactics weren't bad considering his limited stamina and short legs, but in the video he'd passed up other, male, students who would have served his need for a mule better than the hot girl with her shirt open. He hadn't had to grab onto her butt and drool about it either. That bit about a UA staffer covering for him too was especially hard to hear. Izuku remembered the rare occasions when he tried to ask for help with his bullies in middle and grade school. If there was one staffer colluding to cover up student misconduct, then there were probably more. On the off chance that Nedzu couldn't do anything about it, Izuku also forwarded the clip to Aizawa and a link to our @0 Verlord's post about it in case he didn't realize why he should care. One way or the other, Mineta was going to keep his hands to himself in the future. Out on the field, Mike announced the last match of the semifinals, Shinso vs. Bakugo. "Oh man." Izuku covered his face with his hands. "I can't watch." He peeked through his fingers anyway. Kaken was looking pumped. He was crouched, ready to pounce with his palms up and shooting sparks. By comparison, Shinso seemed almost bored with his hands in his pockets. There wasn't any sound coming from the ring, just video so Izuku could see when Shinso started to talk but not hear what was said. Izuku pulled his knees to his chest and wrapped his arms around himself. Kaken looked confused and vaguely insulted, but didn't say anything back. The important thing was that he didn't attack either until something Shinso said edged over from blah 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 noise in Kaken's head into some other, unhappy territory. He puffed up with rage, hands flaming, and opened his mouth to say, nothing. His eyes went blank and slowly he turned on his heel to walk out of the ring. Shinso held up one hand to acknowledge his victory as the stadium went nuts. His eyes creased in the faintest of smiles and oh no. Izuku groped his own face, trying to understand why it was hot. Oh no. Not again. His heart could not take another sad one-sided crush. He yelped as a cold water bottle made contact with his neck. Yagi-san wasn't laughing at him this time, just smiling in sympathy. Looks like your friend has made it to the finals. The finals against Todoroki. Izuku remembered the feeling he'd gotten watching the quiet boy take first in the cavalry battle, and his stomach unclenched. He'd felt something then too. It hadn't been as intense because he didn't know Todoroki maybe, but Yagi-san had said attraction was superficial. Uraraka pressed his buttons too and he didn't know her at all. His heart began to slow back down. It was okay. He didn't have another Kaken situation on his hands. He was going to be okay. Yeah, he did. Izuku smiled with unfettered happiness. No matter what, Shinso was going to make it to the podium and Bakugo would be fighting Ida for third. The final match went exactly as they'd predicted, only worse. Something had riled Todoroki up even more than he'd been during his match with Siro, and he caught Shinso in a block of ice almost as soon as Midnight finished saying the word, "Go." He thawed his opponent out right away, but there was no little smile from Todoroki this time. He looked brittle. Something had happened during the break. There was no match for third place. Ida had vanished from the stadium and Bakugo took it by default. He stood woodenly on the podium staring into the middle distance as Yagi-san awarded him the bronze medal. Gen Ed's section exploded in cheers as Shinso accepted his silver medal, and the entire crowd went crazy for Todoroki, who seemed as though he were somewhere else entirely, untouched by anything or anyone, even as All Might himself placed the gold around his neck. He should have looked cool, but Izuku just felt sad for him and he couldn't even articulate why. Midoriya fell asleep on the train home, wedged between Mike-sensei and Hitoshi's shoulders. He'd been wired all day, and just like a little kid he was out like a light as soon as the excitement was over, and he'd had to sit quietly for more than a few seconds. Honestly, Hitoshi wasn't much better. He was exhausted, but in a good way. He'd succeeded in his goals for the festival. He'd wanted gold but had been willing to settle for bronze. Silver was more than acceptable, and he kept reaching into his pocket to feel the velvet box they'd given him to keep the medal in, just to remind himself it was still there and real. Mike-sensei and Aizawa-sensei were talking with their hands to avoid waking up Midoriya. Hitoshi had picked up a little finger spelling from his friend, but he was nowhere near being able to keep up with their teachers. Still, the rocking of the train car, Midoriya sleep mumbling into his shoulder, and the quiet presence of his teachers lulled him into a nice little fantasy where no one ever had to get off the train. Hitoshi never really wanted to go home, but he wanted to go there less with every after-school session. In reality, Hitoshi would have to transfer to another train line in about 2 stops. Mike-sensei and Aizawa-sensei would escort Midoriya back to wherever he was staying, and then they'd go off and do whatever it was adult pro heroes did when they weren't shepherding teenagers or otherwise at work. No dream lasted forever, especially for Hitoshi. Midoriya snorted awake as Hitoshi's stop was announced and babbled apologies for drooling on him. "You did good today, Shinso." Aizawa spoke softly as Hitoshi passed by him. "We'll discuss what comes next on Monday." That alone kept him warm all through his next train ride and all the way up the darkened street where his current group home was located. It wasn't the worst place. Hakoda-san's wife kept a clean house even though there were 5 kids plus Hitoshi there to get it dirty, and most of them were too little for chores. There were no kids his age either, so no one got pushy or punchy with him. He had to be careful about his stuff because the little kids weren't great about differentiating between mine and yours. Still, there was food for every meal and he was within commuting distance of UA. That was more than he'd hoped for in middle school. The lights were on in the house when he got to the front door, which should have been his first warning. Hakoda-san's day started at 3 a.m., so bedtimes were strict in his house. The only reason Hitoshi got away with coming home as late as he did was because he had extracurriculars at school and had proven he could be quiet. Hitoshi didn't realize anything was wrong, however, until he noticed an unfamiliar pair of shoes sitting in the entryway, plain brown pumps with a solid heel. And padded insoles, the type of professional shoe worn by a woman who did a lot of walking. They were the kind of shoes social workers wore. Mika-san smiled at him from the living room when Hitoshi made his cautious way inside and his stomach fell down all the way to his feet. Hakoda-san was seated in his usual chair, still fully dressed with a thunderous look of disapproval and his 4 arms crossed over his chest. There was a packed bag at his feet and Hitoshi recognized it as his own. "It's been a while, Hitoshi-kun." Mika-san's eyes were pinched and she kept trying not to look towards Hakoda-san. She was older somehow than when he'd seen her last. He could see creases around her eyes that hadn't been there at the beginning of the year when she'd brought him to this house. "Take him away." Hakoda-san interrupted. "I won't have him in my house. You swore to me his reputation was exaggerated. You lied and I want him out. You take him now or I throw him into the street." What?" Hitoshi looked from Hakoda-san to Mika-san. Nobody answered him. "This is a misunderstanding," Mika-san said with fracturing patience. "Hitoshi-kun, why don't you go change while I discuss this with?" No discussions." Hakoda-san stood up to his full height. He was a big man, big enough that he could have hacked it as a hero. He wasn't a violent person though, and Hitoshi had respected that. "I saw what you did, boy. I saw you hurt that girl. I saw what you did to those boys. I won't have that in my house." His entire body flushed hot. "Everyone I fought today was a trainee hero." He blurted out. "I let you go to that school because you were in the general education program. I thought you were trying to rise above your nature." Hakoda-san snorted. "More the fool me. I should have known better." The heat abandoned him in a rush, leaving only cold. "Hakoda-san, that's enough." Mika-san's temper frayed and snapped. "It is." He agreed. "Take the boy and go." Mika-san stood up in a rush, all but trembling with anger. "Hitoshi-kun, check the bag to make sure you have everything." She pinned Hakoda-san with a glare when he started to bluster. "If you want him gone, then he'll go with all his belongings. Am I understood?" Hitoshi woodenly sorted through the bag. He was missing some of his casual clothes and found them in with the dirty laundry. All the bedroom doors upstairs were closed. His former foster family was hiding behind them like they were expecting him to attack. Of course they were. Why had he expected any differently? The one bright note was that Hakoda-san forgot to ask Hitoshi for his phone back. Those weren't provided by the foster program. They were given at the discretion of the foster families, and his was a reloadable model. He'd have to ration his minutes and his texts until he knew he could get more, but he wasn't cut off from his friends. He wasn't going to just vanish. That was the important thing. He held his phone, unsure of who to message. He had numbers for Midoriya, Mike-sensei, and Aizawa-sensei. Everyone else in his contact list was a former foster parent or a classmate's number he had for group work. Would it be okay to contact his teachers directly? "You'll have to come back to the office with me." Mika-san sighed as she let him into her car. She'd been his social worker since he was 10 and they got along more or less. She'd done a lot to weed the bad notes out of his permanent record and had gotten him into a halfway decent foster home as a reward for getting into a school as good as UA. "I'll work on finding you a bed for the night." "Oh, and send me a number for one of your teachers? I'll need to let them know you'll be out for a little bit." He should have given her the number of his real homeroom teacher, 13, but Hitoshi found himself forwarding her Aizawa-sensei's personal cell phone number instead. Hitoshi wasn't expecting a rescue or anything stupid like that, he told himself. He just wasn't ready to contact anyone, not while this terrible thing was still happening. He'd wait a few days until he knew more. Aizawa would tell 13, but 13 might not think to tell Aizawa or Mike. This was just so they'd know he was alright, and he was alright. He was always alright. Hitoshi huddled in the back seat of Mika-san's car and repeated that lie to himself. Shoyuta retreated to his office as soon as they got home. Hizashi was still pumped from the event and would have trouble modulating his volume for the rest of the night. He'd last seen his husband in the kitchen singing a very bad extempore parody version of an already terrible top 40 song, so he didn't plan on showing his face upstairs until it was closer to bedtime, by which point Hizashi would have hopefully worn himself out. Actually, getting a little head start on bedtime wouldn't hurt anything. Shoyuta laid out his sleeping bag and was just about to zip himself in when, of course, his phone rang. He half expected it to be Inko-san about the festival, but she wasn't anywhere a live broadcast would reach. To his surprise, he recognized the number as the main line for child welfare. If they were looking down the barrel of a surprise home inspection, then Shoyuta would not be held responsible for his actions. He answered. "This is Aizawa." "Good evening, this is Mika Hitomi. I'm sorry to be calling so late." A woman's voice answered him. "I'm a social worker for the city of Mizudafu and I'm calling regarding one of your students, Shinso Hitoshi. Is he all right?" They had seen him not half an hour ago. What had happened in such a short time? "Yes, he's fine." Mika-san was an unconvincing liar and Shoyuta was on instant alert. He kicked out of his sleeping bag and started reassembling his kit. Apparently he was going to be busting heads that night instead of sleeping. There's just been an upset with his living situation. I called to let you know he may be missing some school while we try to find him a new placement. She did not sound at all confident when she said that. "Mika-san, this is a very bad time for Shinso to be missing classes." Aizawa collected his wallet and keys from where he'd tossed them onto his desk. His performance in the sport festival was enough to earn him consideration for a promotion to the heroics department. Any absences from school would jeopardize that. One moment. He heard the sound of a door shutting. In all honesty, Aizawa-san, I don't know if we'll be able to keep Shinsaku-in at UA. There are few enough foster families available in that district, and Shinsaku-in is a difficult child to place, though no fault of his own, of course. She added that last in a hurry, and Shoyuta felt his fists clench. Where are you currently? Shoyuta needed to have eyes on the kid for reasons he couldn't quite justify even to himself. I will also be honest with you since you've been honest with me. I can't take your word for it that Shinso is safe. UA has had heightened attention from villains this year, and a call from a stranger after hours saying one of my students who just displayed a very powerful quirk on a national broadcast will be missing from school is concerning at best. I suppose so. Mika-san fretted. Yes, all right. It might be best to talk this out in person. She rattled off an address that matched one of the municipal family welfare offices when Shoyuta looked it up. The elevator will be locked, but I'll meet you in the lobby. I will be there soon. Hizashi was still bopping around the kitchen when Shoyuta came upstairs. Izuku was asleep somehow on the couch, so at least one of his problem children was safe and accounted for. There's a student emergency, he told Hizashi when his husband turned around and noticed that Shoyuta was back in his full gear. I'll try to be back soon. You know, I'd like to go 1 year without one of the kids getting into trouble with the law after the sports festival. Hizashi sighed. I'll keep your dinner in the oven if you run too late. Shoyuta didn't trust himself to speak and just nodded. He took a car share to the family welfare building. It was, ironically, a building he'd once thought he'd never set foot in again. Someone had found money for some renovations here and there in the past 13 years, although the tile floors were still worn. The biometric scanners were new. There'd still been an ID card system on the elevators when he'd aged out of the system. Mika-san was waiting where she said she'd be at the abandoned receptionist desk. She was a slight, middle-aged woman with graying black hair and the beginnings of crow's feet around her eyes. Her smile was tired, but genuine. Aizawa-san, I'm glad you could make it. She opened an elevator with her palm print. I left Hitoshi-kun asleep on the sofa outside my office. Let's head up. I'd rather he didn't wake up alone. He's had a rough evening already. Her mouth twisted unhappily. He'd had a rough day. That should have ended well, but Shoyuta didn't point that out. True to her word, Shinso was curled up on his side with his long underfed body wedged uncomfortably onto a two-cushion sofa. It was like looking back through time at himself. Shoyuta watched him sleep and gave up any pretenses about his reasons for coming out to see them. There was no way he could go home without that kid. As you can see, he's in one piece. Mika-san smiled fondly at the sleeping teenager. If you'll come to my office, we can discuss things. One moment, I need to text my partner, Shoyuta said as he pulled out his phone. Love. About to do something stupid and impulsive. Hizashi squinted at his phone, wondering if he could possibly be misinterpreting. Zashi, should I air out the other bedroom? There was a worrisome pause before. And then, love. Hizashi burst up from his spot on the couch, swatting in Izuku's general direction. Izuku, up. Izuku woke up with yelp and fell onto the floor. Mike. He blinked hard, trying to wake up. What? Go upstairs and turn on the fan in the spare bedroom, please. Hizashi ran to the kitchen. Shoyuta is bringing someone home. Oh. Izuku staggered upright, still looking confused. Poor kiddo. Okay. Hizashi followed him up there once he'd reassured himself they had enough side dishes to feed four and had to stop in the hallway for section Izukin. He watched a dust cloth run itself over the empty bookshelves while Izuku stripped the bed with his eyes half shut. Are you doing that? He pointed at the dust cloth. No, dust cloths. There were 2 of them and a dust pan. Wonderful. Izuku blinked slowly at him. I don't want to touch it, he explained blearily, still drooping with sleep. All right. Hizashi allowed. Fair. Give me the sheets to wash. You can go back to your nap. Izuku nodded, but his gaze was distant. Even more alarming, the dust clothes kept working even as he stumbled back downstairs. "Kiddo, do you need to supervise these things?" Hizashi called over the banister. He was having a sorcerer's apprentice flashback, and this was not the time for his house to get overtaken by sentient brooms. Never was the ideal time for sentient brooms. "Sakai," Izuku said as he face-planted back onto the sofa. "I see better without my eyes." Hizashi considered that statement and decided he was going to pretend he hadn't heard it. Hopefully whoever Shoyuda was bringing back had strong nerves. Hitoshi's ears were still buzzing as Aizawa-sensei let him in through the front gate. Part of him was still back in Mika-san's office trying and failing to understand that he was going home with his teacher not just for the night, but for the foreseeable future. "The others are still up," Aizawa said as he held his hand to a palm plate by the front door. "Good." Hitoshi wondered what he was looking at in terms of others. A wife? Roommates? Elderly parents? Other foster children? Biological children? Aizawa hadn't said much beyond, "You're coming home with me." He had no idea what to expect, but the neat house in front of him with its softly glowing golden windows wasn't it. He clutched his bag, heart in his throat as they went inside. Inside, the house was tidy enough. It was cluttered by the Hakoda's sterile standards, but comfortably so with a pile of shoes by the door and cheerfully eclectic decor. Nothing quite matched anything else, like whoever furnished the place had picked out individual pieces without caring how they went together, but it was all clean and unworn. The air smelled like food and Hitoshi's stomach gurgled in anticipation. "We're home," Aizawa called out, and a familiar green head with spectacular bed hair popped up over the back of a dinged-up leather sofa. Midoriya blinked at them, slowly waking up as he stared right back at Hitoshi. "Shinsu?" he asked. "Mike." He hopped up and ran over to a set of stairs leading upstairs. "Mike, it's Shinso." An unfamiliar person in lean torn jeans, bare feet, and an artistically slashed tank top emerged onto the exposed upstairs landing with a laundry basket propped on his hip. His long blonde hair was in a messy bun at the base of his neck, and he wore the clunkiest pair of old man glasses that Hitoshi had ever seen. Was that what Mike-sensei looked like when he was dressed down? Mike grinned wide and delighted. "Welcome home, boys. Izuku, why don't you show Shinso his room?" "Yeah." Midoriya bobbed his head eagerly and tugged on Hitoshi's sleeve. "We're upstairs." He let himself be guided up and past Mike, who ruffled his hair in passing. His dreamlike feeling only increased as Midoriya showed him a private room at the end of the hall. It had a single bed, a few bookshelves, a small study desk with a cork board on the wall in front of it, and a low table in the center of the floor. The only smell was the faint residue of wood polish and still air. Midoriya flicked a switch by the door, and what Hitoshi had originally mistaken for a weird slatted architectural decoration slid up to reveal a floor-to-ceiling window. "Mike wants the shutters kept down unless someone is awake and in the room," he explained. "It's okay if you forget in the morning though. When they arm the house, all the shutters go down." Well, it made sense that two pro-heroes would want maximum security. "Is that a camera?" Hitoshi squinted at a little unassuming black ball nestled in the corner of the ceiling where it met the wall. "Yeah, that's my fault." Midoriya ducked his head. "They didn't always. Sorry. They don't watch the feed. It's just for if something happens or if Aizawa wakes up paranoid and needs to do a bed check. Do you want help to put your clothes up? Your bedding is still in the dryer." "You know what? I'm just going to sit down." Hitoshi dropped his stuff and crouched down so his head was between his knees. Aizawa, what? "I don't know what is going on." "Oh, man, do I know that feel." Midoriya snorted and pulled Hitoshi's bag away from him. "Those two don't waste any time. I guess I never told you how I ended up living with them. I didn't even know you all lived together." Hitoshi directed his words at his feet. Part of him felt like he was still napping on Mika-san's couch. The rest of him felt unmoored from reality altogether. "How are you here? Why is Mike-sensei here?" "Aizawa and Mike are married." That got Hitoshi to look up. Midoriya's expression failed to crack. He wasn't lying. "No FNG way." Hitoshi breathed. Someone had voluntarily dated Aizawa long enough to marry him? Maybe Hitoshi's own romantic future wasn't quite as bleak as he'd thought it would be. Wei. Midoriya chuckled and sat down on the carpet in front of him. You okay? I know it's a lot. I wasn't even sure Aizawa really knew my name before now. Hitoshi admitted. He had enormous respect for Eraserhead as a hero and role model. They had similar manipulator quirks, but Aizawa was a closed book to him otherwise. A book that stared at you like an a-hole cat and could crush you with one hand. My foster family kicked me out and then he just showed up to take me home like it was nothing. Mike gatecrashed my custody hearing. We'd never even met before. I thought he was going to get arrested. Midoriya said, and holy shit. The court wouldn't let me go to my emergency guardians. They wanted to keep me in the juvenile detention center. He showed up and charmed the attorney reviewing my case and suddenly, he made jazz hands. Here I am. So I get it. I really do. Oh good. Hitoshi rubbed his eyes, not sure he had it in him to examine the phrase, juvenile detention center. That sounded like jail, but no one with working eyes would put Midoriya in jail. Right? They're both crazy. Basically. Midoriya shrugged. What happened with your foster parents? Aizawa left almost as soon as we got home and didn't say where he was going. Mike just got a text saying he was bringing someone back, but not who or why. They saw me compete in the sports festival. I guess I've never used my quirk around them and they didn't understand how it really works. Hitoshi still wasn't sure what he could have done differently other than give up his first match and sacrifice everything he'd worked towards. They were afraid when I got home. Everyone but my foster father was hiding upstairs and they dragged my social worker out to the house. My bag was already packed. He didn't even want to talk to me. Hakoda-san hadn't talked to him much to begin with, but he'd make agreeable noises on occasion. Hitoshi wasn't special that way. The only person he'd used full-on sentences around was his wife. The foster kids never really blipped his radar until Hitoshi suddenly had. I'm sorry, Midoriya said softly. He shouldn't have done that, but at the same time, I'm really glad you're here. Ha! Hitoshi squinted at his friend. His new foster brother? No, that felt weird. What? Why what? He laughed like it was obvious and stood up. I heard the dryer go off. I'll go get your sheets and blankets while you change out of your uniform. Mike'll probably call us down for dinner soon. Why? Hitoshi slumped as Midoriya closed the door behind him. Then he grabbed his head and rolled over on the floor as he kicked his feet and tried not to scream. Why was everyone in this house so weird? He'd changed into jeans and a band t-shirt that had aged well enough to look worn on purpose by the time Midoriya came back with a folded stack of fragrant laundry, still warm from the machine. The sheets had a glossy, expensive sheen to them and the blanket was thicker than anything he'd been allowed to use since before his parents died. They're still talking down there. I can tell them to stop if you're hungry. He announced and dropped his burden on the bed. Are you okay? That was the question of the hour, wasn't it? Not even slightly. Hitoshi was struggling. Good things didn't just happen to him and this was officially too much. There had to be a catch somewhere. Usually he could tell right away, but this time he couldn't. Hey! Midoriya put his hands on Hitoshi's face and he realized he was wheezing when a wave of sensation he couldn't quite describe crashed through him. Sorry. I should have asked, but you looked like you were about to hyperventilate. Mike and Aizawa are great, but they are the actual worst when someone is having a panic attack. Midoriya was doing something Hitoshi could tell, but not what. It felt a little like standing underwater and after the initial shock it wasn't a bad feeling at all. His emotions felt blunted and somehow safer. I don't understand. His voice sounded like it was coming from far away. Why me? They like you. Midoriya took his hands away, shaking them out, and the distant feeling started to ebb, leaving a more normal sort of calm in its wake. Mike hasn't said anything outright, but I think they were trying to adopt for a while and it wasn't working out. Yeah, two gay pro-heroes. Hitoshi could see some stumbling blocks there. What did you do just then? He rubbed his temples trying to recapture that eerie tranquility. Would it be weird if he asked Midoriya to do it again? Probably. Was that going to stop him though? Was that your quirk? It's something I can do with it. Midoriya shrugged one shoulder and looked away. Sorry again. I should have asked. Don't be. That was fantastic. I'm going to make you do it again the next time I get a migraine. Hitoshi rolled his shoulders. Even his bruises from being iced in the final round felt better. Actually, strike that. They were better. Hitoshi looked at his arms. He'd had a narrow ring of green about to be purple just above his left wrist where his arm had been sticking out of the ice and he'd struggled hard enough to hurt himself. It had turned a mottled shade of yellow-brown. Are you a healer? No, but I can manipulate and direct energy. Midoriya got up and started making the bed. That's what a lot of healing is. He shot Hitoshi a guilty little look. Could you not tell Mike and Aizawa that I used my quirk on you? I scared them pretty bad once and now they're convinced it's gonna kill me. Hitoshi thought about what he knew about physics, which wasn't a lot. Energy manipulation sounded like it covered a wide territory and big quirks tended to come with an equally big rebound. Also, that was a very sketchy thing to ask someone. Hitoshi was instantly suspicious. No promises. Did you hurt yourself just now? 'Cause if you did I will absolutely rat you out. Good to hear. They both flinched and turned to see Aizawa leaning against the doorframe, watching them with his arms crossed over his chest and a raised eyebrow. He'd changed out of his baggy hero jumpsuit into normal person clothes that fit and Hitoshi's brain kept trying to reject what he was seeing. Aizawa had even combed his hair back into a messy ponytail and Hitoshi just couldn't. Aizawa looked like a regular person instead of a tired hobo caterpillar and that was just wrong. Recovery girl only benched me for a week and that was almost a month ago. Midoriya, who was apparently immune to the sight of their teacher in civilian drag by that point, huffed with his hands on his hips like an angry bunny. Too bad. I'm going to make you eat a gel pack anyway. Aizawa slanted a look in Hitoshi's direction. Don't buy into his bullshit. It's not bullshit. Hitoshi decided that hearing Midoriya swear was beyond too much and threw him a line. Did someone say there was dinner? The food smells from downstairs were getting to him. Yeah, I came up to get you too. He pointed at Midoriya. Who downstairs? Tell Hisashi what you did. He turned his finger on Hitoshi. You, hang back for a second. Hitoshi hung back as instructed while Aizawa leaned out the door to make sure Midoriya went where he was told. Are you all right? He gave Hitoshi a once-over. Izuku has the self-preservation instincts of a depressed lemming, but he doesn't go looking for excuses to use his quirk. What happened? I got overwhelmed and he calmed me down. Hitoshi shoved his hands into his pockets and hoped this conversation would end fast. Aizawa watched him for a long pause with one of those flat expressions that Hitoshi could never interpret. You're secure here, he said after a while. It might have seemed impulsive when I came to get you, but it wasn't. Hisashi and I like you. When you mentioned you were in foster care, we discussed the possibility of meeting with your caseworker. We're not going to change our minds in a week or kick you out as soon as you turn 18. That remained to be seen. Hitoshi had been on the receiving end of the "I'm not like your other foster parents" speech a few times and hadn't ever really bought into it. This time, though, he wanted to believe. It was dumb and he was probably going to get hurt. That didn't change anything though. Okay. Hitoshi sounded like a little kid even to himself. All right. Come on. Aizawa stepped out of the doorway. They're waiting for us. Midoriya was setting the table with the spout of a melon-flavored calorie mate pouch clenched between his teeth while Mike-sensei filled bowls and plated side dishes by the stove. There they are. Mike-sensei called out. I hope you like pumpkin. We already cooked before Sho said you were coming. Let me know if there's anything you don't eat. I'm not picky. As a general rule, Hitoshi ate just about anything that didn't eat him first. Most of his foster families served basic Japanese fare: broiled fish, rice, soup, and pickles. It was easy and predictable. As a result, though, he didn't have a very discerning palate. Still, the spread looked good: simmered kabocha dressed with its own roasted seeds, little bowls of stir-fried greens with egg, cups of clear onion soup, rice studded with bamboo shoots, and a shaved turnip salad. Well, of course it looked good. Midoriya's lunchboxes alone spoke volumes about how well they ate in this place. His stomach chose that moment to complain. Loudly, Mike-sensei laughed while Hitoshi prayed for the floor to swallow him. "Well, there's plenty if you want seconds," he said reassuringly. Hitoshi took a spot next to Midoriya, but definitely not because he needed a familiar face nearby. Mike-sensei and Aizawa took the other chairs with a sort of casual familiarity that suggested he hadn't stolen anybody's usual spot. The table was quiet for the most part as they ate aside from a polite itadakimasu as everyone got started. Hitoshi already knew that the food would be good, but the act of eating at a table with other people added another dimension to the experience that made it hard to swallow. Given how late he usually got home, Hitoshi was used to eating by himself. It was a mixed blessing. No one could pilfer from his plate, but his options were limited to whatever was left over from the main meal. Midoriya broke the silence when he finished his pouch and flicked it into the air. It hung there for a second and then drifted over to the wastebasket. Reduced points for quirk use. 5 for style. Mike-sensei chuckled. Also, preferable to the dust cloths. Aizawa frowned. The what? Nothing. Mike-sensei stuffed his mouth with food and refused to explain further under the pretext of needing to chew very, very slowly. Aizawa's eyes narrowed and he turned on Midoriya. "Kid, what did you do?" His tone implied, this time. "Nothing." Midoriya copied Mike-sensei and took a big bite of his own dinner that, alas, he couldn't seem to talk around either. There was a tick starting just underneath Aizawa's left eye, opposite his scar. "I will find out." He growled without heat. Neither Mike-sensei nor Midoriya seemed too concerned, and Hitoshi realized, far too late, that they were playing even. Aizawa. They kept it up for the rest of the meal. At one point Midoriya got up to serve himself seconds and took Hitoshi's plates without asking. He brought them back topped up instead of putting them in the sink. "Oh, thanks. How did you?" Hitoshi squinted at Midoriya. "Izuku, remember that talk we had about using our words?" Mike-sensei reached over to lightly poke Midoriya in the cheek. "Just because you can hear something doesn't mean you should act on it. Ask first." "Sorry." Midoriya winced. "You're right. Sorry again, Shinso." "Mind telling me what you're sorry for?" Hitoshi asked. Originally, he'd let Midoriya get away with not explaining his quirk because he struggled with asking questions around people he liked and who he wanted to like him. Then he'd wanted to figure it out himself. Now he was just confused. "I can sense feelings a little bit." Midoriya seemed very absorbed in his dinner all of a sudden. Just basic, loud stuff like pain and distress. Or like hunger. Hitoshi winced. He must have been a delight to be around in that case. Between his growth spurts and increased physical training, Hitoshi hadn't not been hungry since the start of the year. They'd fed him all right at the last house, but he had a black hole where his stomach used to be. He'd wondered why Midoriya was always sneaking him protein bars or always conveniently brought too much for lunch after that failed experiment in the Great Mess Hall. Now he had his answer. "Well, shit." Hitoshi cupped the back of his neck, feeling awkward. "I guess I'm sorry too?" "Shinso." Midoriya put his elbow into Hitoshi's side. "Quit apologizing for dumb stuff." Hitoshi brought his own elbow down on Midoriya's fluffy head, momentarily forgetting that they were at a civilized dinner table and not in the faculty crash room where they could talk trash. "Make me shrimp." The sound of a shutter reminded him where they were. Mike-sensei had his phone out and stars in his eyes. Aizawa looked marginally less bored than usual. Hitoshi realized his throat wasn't tight anymore. He didn't think about that photo again until the next morning. Contrarily, Hitoshi slept deep and hard that night when a day like the one he'd had would have usually left him too wound up to even close his eyes. He was asleep almost the second his head touched the pillow, which smelled of nothing except mild laundry soap. He was also a fairly light sleeper. Interrupted sleep was as common for him as no sleep. People moving around in the room at night was a one-way ticket to no sleep, not ever for him. Normally, Hitoshi stared down at the small stack of glossy photographs sitting on his previously empty desk and wondered if he was going to have to redefine normal. He picked up the photograph on top and stared at the unfamiliar expression on his own face. He was roughhousing with Midoriya at the table with his head ducked, but not enough to disguise the white slash of a smile on his face that he hadn't even been aware of. There were others, Hitoshi and Aizawa talking as they washed dishes side by side, Midoriya asleep and drooling on Hitoshi's shoulder while they both pretended to be watching TV. A group selfie taken by Mike where he had his pouting spouse in a chokehold while Midoriya and Hitoshi held up peace signs for the camera. On the back of the group selfie was a short note in Mick's loopy handwriting. "Welcome home, Hitoshi." This time he was aware of his small, hesitant smile even as he took that picture and pinned it up right in the center of the bare cork board.